Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Fellas, I can change the music if you want. Guess what's coming? Open wide!
How much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. And listen to this incredible news. Windows.
Makes me happy.
All right. Nice 2008 humor. Real funny. Yeah. Hey, serious. You know what else is funny? Removing your ability to talk. Good. I love this company. Yeah. All right. How do you feel about the Mustang sedan? I liked it better when, you know, the four-door Mustang was just called a Ford Falcon. Just saying. Easy win. You want to make four-door Mustang, just make Falcon or Fairmont or something. This is not complicated. You just bring that back. It would work. Just saying. There's rumors of one. All systems. Does the garage still exist? Yep. I'm just finishing getting all the paint off of those headlight bezels for the Camaro. How about a Mustang wagon? Just... They already made that. Already made that like 60 years ago. Hey, streamer from Denmark. Who's Denmark? What about Mark S? Need some wood trim? You couldn't get wood trim on the smaller ones. That would be the Country Squire, which was here. Seriously, you want the wood trim? You need
Discovery, go at throttle up.
the Country Squire, which is a Fairlane. Bigger. Couldn't get wood trim on the small one. The Sandblaster cabinet from Harbor Freight. Got mine looking great on your 84 Camaro. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking about it, dudes, but I didn't have a lot of time this weekend. Didn't have a lot of time. Also, I want one of those. Yeah, I want one of those. That would be really cool. One of those. Bring back the Ranchero. Yeah, I'm just saying. How about a Chinook racing a speedboat on freaking Dumpert? Dumpert? Oh my goodness, Dumpert still exists? Yeah, I can't listen to that because, you know. Hello, your girlfriend's currently building STS-31 in Lego on my table. The space shuttle, yeah, I got you. I use the crap out of the Sandblaster. It's been a great purchase. I think it might be time, Sammy. The problem is I don't really have much space. We'd have to shuffle a lot of equipment around in the garage. I think I got an idea about what I want to do, though. Anyway, sorry guys, I'm nursing a nice nice headache right now. But yeah, so if I'm like, it's yeah, not going great. Anyway, we do have a. I didn't realize this until like the absolute last minute. There's a Polaris Dawn press conference happening in about 30 minutes. So we got that. Had to put it on a folding table from Sam's Club outside. Yeah. Did you happen to watch that 460 video? Mild Mods had it at like 550, 500. I did watch it. Yeah. The boosted application made like 700 foot-pounds of torque. But 500 is very nice. It's 15. They moved it up. Polaris Dawn crew has arrived at Kennedy Space Center. We'll start today's press briefing around 12:45. Oh. All right. There's a NASCAR race going on with Chase Elliott. They're at Michigan. Yeah, cool. All right, well, we got about 15 minutes. So how's everybody's weekend? Everybody's weekend good? And LaJoy decided to flip his car. Yep. Lupus would be very happy with 500 torques. Yeah. That'd be, we still need that overdrive, though, no matter what, man. We got to get that gear vendors. What's on the table for launches this week? I just want to look. Goatman the Second. What's up, man? Wait, aren't you over in YouTube chat usually? I hope they perform the spacewalk. Some small problem could prevent the entire operation. Yep. Too good. Bachelor party, you're moving slow today. Yeah. Yep. Weekend was good. Cool. Played some KSP this weekend. Found it difficult to land a plane. It happens. Going to Michigan this Wednesday. Going to the Detroit Zoo. Cool. The Detroit Zoo. That's what I'm saying. OD first, then power. Yeah. Get that gear vendors. Put that thing in there, man. And we're set to jet. You sat on your butt and played video games all day. Nice. So we got at 5:30 in the morning, and then at 4:30 in the and then at 3:40. Why? Why you do this? Wait, Polaris Dawn's launching on Monday at 3:38 in the morning. Hey, they're all weekday launches. You wanted those, right? Oh dear. Okay. I need coffee. Yep. We need more freaking coffee. You literally talked about this in the flame trench.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We talked about what? Talked about shutting up. I'm sure Titan will let you sleep in the next morning. Janar, hey, 3 years. Thanks, man. Spasiba. Appreciate it. All right. Coffee, and then press conference. The timing of Polaris Dawn and the possible reasons behind it. Did I? Alex did. Oh. I don't remember that part. I don't remember doing that. Where's the coffee? There's no coffee. I don't have any water up here. They're gonna launch on Monday. We just saw it, so we got about a week. I need that coffee IV. And I don't remember Alex talking about that either, which now I'm like super confused. Is EJ based in the greater Boston area? Yes. He is.
Well as my...
No, I don't want to see your ad. Nobody cares about your pod collection, damn it. Seriously, though. I gotta show you guys this. Hold on. You have to see this ad. No, it's not sponsored. I think it's incredibly stupid. Look at this. So it's advertising. This lady's advertising her streaming setup, right? It's advertising the desk. You know, she's like, oh, you can turn it into a hammock underneath it. That's how strong it is. If I tried to do that, that desk would rip itself apart. Yeah. 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 Over $2 billion. Yeah, I would rip that desk in half. I'm just pointing out the absurdity in it. I'm switching over to Starbase Live so I could go get some coffee. Yeah, you wish. Dude, that guy weighs like 120 pounds, dude. You see how small that dude is next to the cat? Don't give me that uplift desk bull crap. Bro, put somebody that's $3 billion in there and then we'll talk. I can sit on this friggin' desk. Yeah, you see how small that dude was next to the cat? Give me a freaking break. You wish your desk could hold that up. Anyway, I don't know why it's playing ads, but not too happy about it. But anyway, yeah, Hobbit hammock, Shaq. You see that? You see that crap? Anyway, I'm going to put on SBL real quick. Yeah, this is from my buddies over at NSF. I don't really want to idle SBL too much, but Starbase Live. But yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I need to go get some coffee. Crap. Crap. They're on the car. They're on the back of the car. Dang it. Dang it! Who put this car here? Ah. All right. All right. Anything going on with Starbase? Cool. Good. Great. Grand. Wonderful. So we got, I got coffee. Now that I've had my coffee, I'm ready to watch radar. Yeah, I can't believe someone put that car there. It's already started. They posted on X that they'll be Oh, geez. Yeah, it's ready to go now. All right, let's do this.
Polaris Dawn crew, Sarah and Anna.
Ah, dude,
Each have
first.
individually contributed to the development of the SpaceX human spaceflight program, especially the Dragon capsule, and provided invaluable experience of training and supporting crews have really contributed in a big way to this mission. But what's really special is the knowledge that they're going to gain from this mission, they can then bring back to SpaceX and share with the rest of the SpaceX team. What a great partnership between Sarah and Anna and the SpaceX team. We'll all benefit from this great endeavor. The crew's going to share with you the details of the upcoming mission, what they've done to get ready for Monday's launch, and what they plan to do on orbit. But before that, I'll give you a little update of where we are right now. The Dragon will be transported to the hangar 39A today, probably sometime this afternoon, where the teams will start to make the spacecraft or mate the spacecraft to the Falcon 9 booster to launch Polaris Dawn. Safety is always our top priority, and we will have final checkouts and analysis to complete. The teams have a solid plan to complete all the work prior to the launch, and we will review everything to ensure we are really ready to launch. As such, I want to talk to you briefly about a recent development the SpaceX teams currently worked on and solved. When we're in the vacuum with 100% oxygen into the spacesuits, we want to eliminate as many flammability risks as possible. It turns out we discovered that in the dry environment there can be static electric discharge, and that could potentially lead to a flammability concern. The teams went in to mitigate that. They've changed procedures, they've changed processes, they've added conductive material, and we are truly ready to go fly. This is an example of one of the many things that we learned on this flight that really haven't been exposed before in EVA suit development. So SpaceX and the teams and the crew, with their help, are continuing to push the envelope of what it takes to go to the moon and Mars. You know, we take the responsibility that we've been entrusted to us to fly the crew and return them safely home. Spaceflight is not easy. Our mission right now is to safely launch Polaris, support their multi-day mission, and return them home to their families and friends. Thank you to all of the SpaceX teams who worked so hard over the past 2.5 years to prepare for this mission. This would be not possible without all the members of the SpaceX team. And thank you to Space Florida for helping us hold this hearing today, this briefing today. And thank you for the 45th for our help in the days to come. Jared and the crew, let's hear from you.
Thank you.
Yeah, baby. What's up, Rook?
Thanks, Gerst. Appreciate that. So it's been 2.5 years since we announced the Polaris program and Polaris Dawn. It's been a really exciting journey of development and training, and we're gonna take you through a little bit of that today. But first, just thought it would be good to refresh you all on what the Polaris program is all about. So it's a joint program with SpaceX, as Gerst talked about. The idea is to develop, test new technology and operations in furtherance of SpaceX's bold vision to enable humankind to journey among the stars. Now, our first mission, which is kind of why we're all here today, we're about a week away from our first launch opportunity, which is Polaris Dawn, and I'll kind of update you a little bit on on some of the big objectives of that shortly. The second mission will build off of what we learned from the first. And then the third mission will be the first crewed flight of Starship. I think a lot of you are already familiar with it. That's that incredible vehicle, fully reusable launch vehicle. It's being built in Starbase, Texas. Have twice the thrust of the Saturn V. It could very well be the 737 for human spaceflight someday, but it'll certainly be the vehicle that will return humans to the moon and then on to Mars and beyond. Now, every one of these missions will be filled with a number of objectives that are meant to, again, accelerate SpaceX's vision to make life multi-planetary. But you can always count on, just as it is with this mission, that we will use every bit of the time available for science and research, as well as supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, which we began our journey with during Inspiration 4, raised over $250 million for them. We've raised millions since with Polaris Dawn, and will continue to do so throughout the duration of the Polaris program. So with that, let me reintroduce you to Polaris Dawn. So I'm Jared Isaacman, and I am really excited to introduce you to some of my closest friends and crewmates. We spent the last 2.5 years together really becoming a family as we got ready for this mission. Now, we all have very interesting ties back to Inspiration 4. In the case of Kid, even prior to that, we built a lot of trust during that mission. I think that allowed us to really hit the ground running, and in combination with all the great people at SpaceX, really accomplished a lot over the last 2.5 years. So let's start with Kid Poteet. He is our mission pilot. So he's an Air Force F-16 background. He is an aggressor commander, a weapons officer, a famed Thunderbird combat pilot, and he was supporting Inspiration 4 as one of our mission directors, prior to now. And then
he also
we
never
have
smiles.
Anna Menon. She is our mission specialist and medical officer for Polaris Dawn. So she is a SpaceX engineer. She's a mission director at SpaceX, so she runs mission control when she's not going to space herself. Prior to that, she was a biomedical engineer and supporting astronauts on console at NASA. And we have Sarah Gillis.
Anna has been on core for SpaceX missions, like the people that talk to the astronauts.
Lead astronaut trainer. She's trained many of the crews, the NASA crews that have gone to space, including my previous instructor on Inspiration 4. She also works in mission control as a core or like a Capcom, familiar, and she's a very talented musician as well. So it takes a huge team to prepare for a mission like Polaris Dawn and support the broader Polaris program objectives. So we've got an awesome group, many of them here, and many of them actually flew in with us today. So Todd Leif Erickson is our mission director. Sean Stroker Gustafson is our deputy mission director. We have Combo Weeks. She handles all of our science and research coordination. We have John Slickbaum. He's our philanthropy director, all the coordination with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and their important vision that no child should ever die in the dawn of life. I think many of you know, John Snap Kraus, our content director, taking all those awesome pictures. We have Sarah Grover, our communications director, and then Casey Phillips, and she's our project coordinator. I think even more importantly to emphasize, there are about 14,000 names that are not on the screen in front of you. Those are all the SpaceXers that are going to work every single day trying to make science fiction a reality. It's really awesome, and we're the 4 lucky ones that get to go on this ride, but I can't tell you how many teams have been working nonstop for the last 2.5 years, building a new EVA suit to do a spacewalk, and the operations associated with it, and the vehicle changes, the Starlink lasers, a bunch of things we're gonna talk to you about in order to make this possible. All supporting that kind of bigger dreams that maybe not in the not too distant future, humans are gonna finally reach another planet other than our own, and it's awesome to see every day. I've said it many times that the journey and being the journey leading up to launch and being a fly on the wall to the history that SpaceX is making is just as good as flying the mission itself. Okay, give you a little bit of the mission overview. So again, we're just about a week away from our first launch opportunity. I think we're flying on booster 1083, which will be its fourth flight. We'll be flying on Dragon 207 on its third flight. This is, if you know the history of it, this is what Crew 1 went to space on. This is what I flew on previously for Inspiration 4, and now Polaris Dawn will go on, which is pretty cool. Very low time Dragon, which is nice. We will launch from 39A. We're expecting up to a 5-day nominal mission duration. We will launch into a 51.6 degree inclination and an orbital period of approximately 106 minutes, and that does vary based on the altitudes that we will be going to, which brings us to the next point here. We will Falcon will drop us off in a 190 by 1200 kilometer initial orbit. At that point, we will check out the Dragon, make sure it's very, very healthy. We will pass through the South Atlantic anomaly, and then we will raise apogee up to our peak, which is 1,400 kilometers. That should surpass the Gemini 11 record. And then after approximately 10 hours, we will lower apogee to about a 190 by 700 kilometer orbit, and from there we will remain. We'll conduct our EVA before eventually phasing down and re-entering and splashing down either in the Gulf or the Atlantic. Now we do have 3 launched T0s. We will eventually down select the day of the launch. The window first opens at approximately 0330 on the 26th and goes to approximately 0700. Now, you know, when you go higher into space, there comes with all sorts of potential challenges. You're putting a lot of energy into a vehicle, then you take it out. But there's other realities when you're up there too, which is a completely different micrometeorite orbital debris environment, obviously a different radiation environment. We'll talk a little bit about that. But Earth does a really good job as objects get closer to it to clean them up and burn them up, but that takes a really long time when it's higher up. So a lot of smart people at SpaceX figured out the optimal times for us to launch, which is why we have that launch window, and through vehicle pointing, so the attitude we're flying at, and then that low 190 perigee, we're able to mitigate a lot of that orbital debris risk during those launch windows.
This is a ballsy mission.
Then
man.
just to take you through the
Ballsy
Polaris
mission.
Dawn main mission objectives. So our first objective, which should take place during the first day on orbit, is an altitude record. So again, we'll go up to 1,400 kilometers. This is the farthest humans have traveled since the last time humans walked on the moon more than 50 years ago. And 2 of my crew members, Sarah and Anna, will be the women who have traveled farthest from the Earth ever, which I think is pretty cool. Now, why do this, right? As I mentioned before, when you go into this environment, you're dealing with totally different realities than, for example, when you would go to the space station. So again, it's a lot of energy going into the vehicle. It's a lot of energy to take out of the vehicle when you come back home. It is a different radiation environment. It is a different micrometeorite orbital debris environment. And we stand to learn quite a bit from that in terms of human health, science, and research. If we get to Mars someday, we'd love to be able to come back and be healthy enough to tell people about it. So I think it's worthwhile to get some exposure in that environment. Also, it informs vehicle architecture because generally speaking, vehicles don't like radiation. So that's why we're going to stay there for the shortest amount of time that's necessary to gather the data we want, and then we'll come back down. Our second major objective is the first commercial spacewalk. In this case, we'll take you through it a little bit, we are going to vent the vehicle entirely down to vacuum. There is no airlock on Dragon. That means all 4 crew members are exposed to the vacuum of space. 2 will remain inside the vehicle, and 2 in sequence will go outside the vehicle. When we are out there, we're going to make use of various mobility aids the SpaceX team has engineered, and it'll look like we're doing a little bit of a dance. And what that is we're going through a series of test matrix on the suit, and the idea is to learn as much as we possibly can about this suit and get it back to the engineers to inform future suit design evolutions.
It's a nutty mission.
And you know, we do that. We're super proud knowing the massive amount of effort that went into making these suits, and just shortly Sarah is going to take you through what that development process is like. But it's not lost on us that, you know, might be 10 iterations from now and a bunch of evolutions of the suit, but that someday someone could be wearing a version of which that might be walking on Mars, and it feels like, again, a huge honor to have that opportunity to test it out
dangerous
on this
mission.
flight.
Oh yeah.
So we will learn
This
as much
is
as we
ballsy,
can
man.
about that
I like
suit.
it.
The
This is
entire
sick.
operation is scheduled to be about 2 hours. From venting to repress,
Yeah, of course,
we're building
Goalie.
a lot of margin there for anything unexpected to
Itchy.
go on, but actual out of vehicle time, could be somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 minutes each while we're out there. Next,
sweet.
our third objective is we are testing out a new communication system. This is using Starlink laser links. So there is a plaser that is mounted in the trunk of the vehicle that we will be flying on. And through beams of light, it will communicate to other Starlink satellites. And this is pretty cool. It is no small task to have two objects going 17,500 miles an hour communicating over a beam of light, but it has the opportunity to open up an entirely new communication pathway, not just for Dragon, but for armadas of starships or other satellites or
Cloud.
telescopes out there, and kind of free up some of the burden
Next Monday,
on
Matt.
the existing TDRS and ground station infrastructure. And then we will, as I mentioned before, use every bit of the time in between, approximately to accomplish approximately 40 science and research experiments that Anna will take you through in just a minute. Now this slide, just for give you an example of what depicts the various orbits that we'll be at relative to the International Space Station, Hubble, and where we flew previously on Inspiration 4. And this very cool rendering gives you a little bit of a depiction of what the Starlink laser
Point the
communication
trunk at the horizon.
should look like.
Ben, do you see that?
And with that, I am very pleased to turn it over to Sarah to take us through
This
the
mission
development.
is cool. This is ballsy as hell. I love it. Matt, Ian, what's up, dudes?
Is my mic working?
It's
There it is.
ballsy. I love it.
As Jared mentioned, this is
Yo, you
obviously
have
a development
stones of
mission,
steel
and
that
that's
go and
taken
do
a
this.
ton of
This
work
is
across the
crazy.
SpaceX team in order to support these ambitious objectives. So I'm going to take you through some of the modifications both to the spacecraft as well as the spacesuit. And what you'll see throughout these slides is that much of the development effort has really been focused on safely executing this spacewalk.
It's windy.
Maybe first, I'm just going to paint a little bit
Nice.
more of a picture of the
Just a
spacewalk
second.
and what to expect.
Thanks.
So actually, about an hour onto orbit, we'll start preparations for the EVA, where we begin a pre-breathe protocol. And this pre-breathe is really designed to help.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sarah? Hello? No freaking way.
Flight day 2, we'll get pressurized in the suits and actually go through a mobility demo, where we step through the sequence and movements inside the spacecraft and really make sure there was nothing missed in our training, that we're confident before we step outside.
Hey, Laser.
And then flight day 3 is the spacewalk. So that morning, we'll go through system checkouts on both the life support system and the suits before all of us get pressurized on 100% oxygen. We'll complete the final pre-breathe on 100% oxygen before we vent the spacecraft.
Yep.
Once at vacuum, EV1 will open the hatch
this is space.
before
I'm in space.
EV1
Thanks,
and
man.
EV2 serially will go outside and complete the test matrix that Jared mentioned of suit mobility objectives. Once complete, EV2 will close the hatch, and then we'll proceed with repressing the spacecraft, and then continue with the science and research for the remainder of the mission.
There's pressurizing the suits
So
with that
stepping
pegster,
into
not
some
the,
of the
not the capsule.
spacecraft side modifications that were needed to actually accomplish this.
Bro.
One of the more substantial efforts was upgrades to the life support systems.
Yep.
This includes adding a lot more oxygen to the spacecraft so that we can feed oxygen to 4 suits through umbilicals for the full duration of the spacewalk. There have been upgrades and additions to the environmental sensing suite in the spacecraft to make sure we have really good insight both before, during, and after exposure to vacuum.
Pretty sweet.
And what you can see here is actually a new addition, an entirely new system, a nitrogen repress system. This is kind of a closeout shroud over 2 redundant nitrogen tanks that will be used to repressurize the spacecraft once we're complete with the EVA. With all of these life support system upgrades, obviously there's a ton of testing that needs to go into this. And that's both at a component level, but then also at a full-scale system level. So what you see here is the Dragon spacecraft actually going into a thermal vacuum chamber. And we ran the end-to-end sequence, both depressing the capsule, dwelling at vacuum, and then repressing the spacecraft using all the software, hardware, and integrated systems that we expect to use for this flight. Additionally, at vacuum, we performed a long-duration dwell on the interior at vacuum so that we could actually bake out a lot of the materials on the inside, remove some chemicals that would off-gas in the vacuum of space before we're actually in that environment. There's been a lot of addition of new mobility aids to support suited mobility in the spacecraft. So you're actually looking up through the top of the spacecraft here at what we call the Skywalker. And this is a new structure that's been added outside the forward hatch that we'll use during the spacewalk, both as a handhold and footholds for some of the testing we'll perform. There's also new handholds both around and on the forward hatch of the spacecraft for interior operations, as well as some new camera views both on the mobility aid and the nose cone to capture footage during the spacewalk. The forward hatch has also been upgraded to include a motor to assist with hatch opening. Here you can see the Starlink Wi-Fi router inside the spacecraft, and this connects to the laser system that Jared mentioned in the trunk called the plug-in laser. You might think getting internet might be as easy as just flipping that switch, turning on your internet, but it's not. We're talking about a laser sending information to a Starlink satellite that is moving at orbital velocity down to Earth and then back again. So it's been an incredible development effort by the SpaceX
the
team.
Starlink in.
And on a personal note, I've taken specific interest in this development effort, and we have a special message that we will share with the world using this technology.
Did they just bolt the Starlink into that Dragon?
So next, getting into what I actually noticed is on all of your badges, which I love.
What the? What?
Development of the EVA suit. So here it is. First generation SpaceX EVA suit, and I think it just looks so cool. I know we're all just feel so grateful to be able to test out this piece of technology.
I'm okay
So
with
what you see here is a design evolution of the new EVA suit. It is a design evolution from the IVA suit, the intravehicular activity suit, and it includes all sorts of technology, including a heads-up display, a helmet camera, an entirely new architecture for joint mobility. There's thermal insulation throughout the suit, including a copper and indium tin oxide visor that both provides thermal protection and solar protection. And then throughout, there's all sorts of redundancy, both in the oxygen supply feed to the suit, as well as all of the valves, all of the seals across the suit. It's an incredible suit. It's been a long journey to get here, and I'm sure, as you guys know, we didn't start here. This isn't where we began. So I'm going to take you through a little bit of the development journey to get here. So when we first started, we would come in every day for training, and pretty much every single day, we'd walk in and there would be a different suit. It would have a different glove, a different elbow, a different shoulder, and there was this constant iteration of suit components with the suit team to test and collect data. In parallel with that, though, we also had to develop training for the suit. So the SpaceX team didn't have the ability to put this really constantly evolving hardware into a pool. So they came up with a really novel solution of a suspension system that has kind of simulated physics that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and actually go through operations as if you are weightless. So it's a really cool analog environment. They created our ability to do this both kind of in a vertical orientation simulator with all of our flight software, all of our vehicle interior, and then also in a sideways configuration that you can see here, to support manual hatch operations, all of the tasks we need to perform to get in and out of the spacecraft. So it was this kind of constant iteration with the SpaceX team, both on the training side and the suit side. Well, we went through this progression. We went and learned a lot, frankly. You might think that we would be extremely cold out in the vacuum of space, and actually we're more concerned about being too warm. So part of the learning we went through was trying to understand, quantify the thermal environments, what our metabolic rates will be. So what you see here is us pressurized in a suit. On top of that, you have an 8,000 meter down suit that you wear on Mount Everest. And then on top of that is another 8,000 meter down suit. So we're really trying to create an environment that doesn't have convection, looking at the thermals, looking at what we'll actually experience in these suits. Another aspect of development on this journey, as Jared mentioned, since Dragon doesn't have an airlock, the entire spacecraft is going to be going to vacuum. And I mentioned this kind of novel pre-breathe protocol, where we're starting at about 14.5 psi and going down to about 8.65 as the last stage of our pre-breathe over a long period of time to slowly pull nitrogen out of our body and reduce our risk of decompression sickness. To validate this test, we actually spent 2 whole days in a vacuum chamber at NASA Johnson Space Center, and we went through the entire protocol, stepping down pressure and then ultimately performing a simulated EVA on breathing masks of 100% oxygen, stepping through the full operation. So here you can see us in the chamber during the simulated EVA transitioning onto oxygen masks. So this was kind of just a very cool experimental validation of this protocol. The final crewed test was actually wearing these incredible suits into the vacuum chamber. So we returned to Johnson Space Center, and we were in the front chamber, or the front airlock of the chamber B, and we went through basically a full depress sequence, dwell at vacuum, and repress. Looking at some of the manual hatch operations in the chamber, but really getting to see firsthand what it'll feel like in the suits as we go to vacuum. So at this point, the suit has gone through an incredibly extensive testing campaign. Some of them have been mentioned, but we've covered everything from life cycle testing, pressure testing, MMOD testing, extreme hot and colds testing, an entire campaign on ESD and flammability testing. It's been a really impressive amount of work by the SpaceX team to test this suit for flight.
Hey, Za.
As a crew, we've spent probably more than 100 hours in this suit at this point. And here is actually a picture of the final checkout of our flight suits in the flight spacecraft at our test drive. We're really looking forward to testing this first generation of suit, and this is a great visual to kind of show you what to expect for the spacewalk. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kid for training.
That wasn't an accident putting the moon
Hello,
in the
hello.
background.
I'm Kid Poteet, the mission pilot for Polaris Dawn. And as Gerst and Rook mentioned, we've been at this journey for 2.5 years preparing for this historic mission. On a personal level, flying fighter jets in the Air Force for 20 years, combat experience, operational test experience, leading many red flag exercises, fighter weapons school. I can tell you without a doubt, this has been some of the most challenging training that I've ever experienced. And I could not imagine a more qualified crew than these 3 individuals.
They're derived from them, Foz.
Getting prepared for this mission. We've been put through the ringer by Melissa, who is our lead trainer sitting in row 3. And it's been an awesome journey preparing for this mission. And it also took, as Gerst and Jared mentioned, an entire organization, 14,000 employees, and some of the brightest and smartest engineers I've ever met have been a part of this. And we're just so thankful for what the resources and the time and effort they put into this mission. As far as the training, there's more or less 3 objectives. First off, to get us qualified in the operation of this spacecraft. Secondly, it's about adaptation to the environment that we're going to live in for 5 days in space. It's very austere, and we got to get ready for that, and there's ways that we do that. And then third, experiential learning. Setting up those experiences that kind of put us in a scenario that is allows us the opportunity to get comfortable in an uncomfortable environment, and I'll talk about that. To accomplish these objectives, we more or less have 3 categories: procedural training, physiology training, and practical training. As far as the procedural training, we spent a majority of our time, roughly about 2,000 hours in the simulator. We went through extensive academics, all the systems, knowledge of the spacecraft, crew resource management, communications amongst the crew, as well as with mission control, nominal procedures, contingency operations, emergency procedures. All these things culminated with the 2,000 hours that we spent in the simulator. Now, to put this in perspective, I flew fighters for 20 years. I accomplished about 1,500 hours in the simulator training for combat, and that's over 20 years. This is 2.5 years in the making, and over 2,000 hours. So it's been very extensive, and it's a reliance upon these 3 individuals to get me through this program. This is a picture of us in the Buck, our home away from home. Replication of the capsule, and we spent a lot of time going through the nominal and the contingency operations for our mission. We do that in our normal clothes, and we do it in the spacesuit to replicate what we'll experience on orbit.
GoPro.
Obviously, Rook interacting with the systems.
GoPro moment.
More pictures of us in the capsule. And then as far as the physiology training, adapting to the environment that we're going to live in, we accomplish this training through the centrifuge, through the altitude chamber, the vacuum chamber, zero-G flights, and it's all to provide, it's very challenging to replicate space on Earth. But there's certain tools and resources that we can utilize to kind of get a feel for it and adapt and build our confidence for those stressors. The centrifuge, similar to what we do in the Air Force, just a slightly different orientation based on the sensation of the G-forces that we'll experience on the way up and the way down. And we'll accomplish that in the centrifuge. And it's about 4.5, 5 Gs on the way up. Various transitions as we go through MECO and SECO, ultimately arriving on space and that zero-G experience. The altitude chamber. We spent time in there getting familiar with our symptoms of hypoxia. There are various PSIAs, pressures that we'll experience throughout the pre-brief protocol, the 5-phase pre-brief protocol. Anywhere from atmospheric 14.7, working our way all the way down to when we're at vacuum, we'll be at 5 PSI inside our suit. All the while, we have different oxygen concentration levels, anywhere from 20% all the way up to 100% on the pre-breathe. We did the zero-G flights, which are a lot of fun. But again, it's hard to replicate. These are 30-second intervals, so we utilize this opportunity to accomplish some of our science and research to see what that would feel like. And we got to stay healthy. And these two are going to keep us healthy because they're the smartest of the group. So they went through a very extensive medical training at participating in partnered hospitals to get fully qualified to take care of us on orbit. And so the fun part, so we did a lot of practical training, getting comfortable in uncomfortable scenarios. Scuba diving. It's very difficult to communicate when you're underwater. Temperature you got to deal with, but it also provides that buoyancy that can help us train for microgravity when we're on orbit. Fighter jets. That's probably the easiest thing I was able to do throughout this 2.5 years. Why is that important? Well, again, it's a little more stressful environment. Communication can be challenging when you're communicating over radio. Close proximity, we're going to build the trust and the confidence that we have in each other. And then we climbed Cotopaxi, just shy of 20,000 feet down in Ecuador. So why is that important? Well, when it's a multi-day journey to get to the summit, you're dehydrated, you're hungry, you're grouchy because sleep sucks. And you learn a lot about yourself under this stressful environment, and you learn a lot about each other. So that was a really good training experience for the team. And we did the skydiving. We went to the U.S. Air Force Academy and went through their very rigorous program, the only program in the world where your first jump is solo free fall. So again, that kind of took us through this very demanding training syllabus in order to skydive and jump out of an aircraft. And this was just some supplemental training, jumping off the high meter platform at the Air Force Academy.
Oh, I'd do that.
Because we could.
That'd be awesome. Yeah,
so with that, I'm going to pass it off to Anna for science and research.
Thanks, Kate. So,
Kid's a beast.
as Jared mentioned, science and research is our 4th major mission objective. We have partnered with approximately 30 institutions around the world to execute a series of approximately 40 science and research experiments as a part of this mission. They generally fall into 3 categories. The first category is human health. We are born into 1G. When you go into 0G, whether it's for 5 days or a 9-month trip to Mars, things change. You have bone density loss, you have vision changes, you have severe motion sickness, and we don't have answers for all of that. The second category is research that can take advantage of the unique mission profile that we are flying. For example, we are doing a spacewalk, and when you do that, you reduce the pressure. With that, just like when you open a can of soda, bubbles are released. So we are using ultrasound to monitor for those bubbles. The third category involves, there's problems that we face here on Earth, and including when astronauts come back from space, they face challenges upon returning to Earth's gravity. For example, astronauts often experience disorientation and balance issues upon returning to gravity, and we are testing out ways to help with that. So what you see here is that pressure chamber that we're living in for 2 days that Sarah mentioned. But what's really neat about this is that we had the opportunity to practice a lot of the experiments we will do in space, but while we were also experimentally validating our pre-brief protocol for our EVA.
Dude, this is killer. People do this
you
for a
might
job.
Think that this looks like a flight simulator, but really what it relates to is cognitive abilities. By the time you get to your destination on a mission, be it Moon or Mars, you want to have retained the skills that you trained when you left back on Earth.
Rook
So
with the
we're
X-52
testing
right
out
there.
training techniques to help with this.
Oh.
This is a device that uses blood flow restriction to help improve the efficacy of exercise in space, and also helps improve the effects of fluid shifts that astronauts experience when they go to space. We have a number of experiments looking into those eye changes that I mentioned occur for astronauts. One, you can see here, uses this contact lens that we will wear, and it measures intraocular pressure for extended periods of time, and so we can hope to better understand the mechanisms behind these eye changes.
Oh, cool, dude. That's so cool.
Now, as we look into a future where there are hundreds or thousands of people
so
living in
legit,
space
dude.
for
People
long
out there
durations
doing
of
this.
time,
It's so cool.
it is only a matter of time before there is a medical emergency that requires intervention. So we can help prepare for this through experiments like the one you see here. This uses an endoscope, or a camera, that we will insert through our nose into our airway to gather imagery and look for challenges like inflammation. Now, I mentioned before
Bro, I've seen that movie before. The aliens get you when they the nose. No? All right.
those balance issues that astronauts face when they return to a gravity environment. Here you can see us testing a tool that might help with this. It uses electricity shot between the inner ears to simulate that disorientation and teach more rapid adaptation skills. And then finally, looking into the future, artificial gravity is one thing that could help
Are those bowling
make
shoes?
all of these issues go away. But it comes at a cost, and that is severe motion sickness.
Yep.
But scientists think that when you go to space, you might be less impacted by that disorientation that comes from spinning required for artificial gravity. So we will test that hypothesis. Now, this mission is testing technologies that...
Whoa. They're going to induce artificial gravity. Dude, this is a Gemini mission. This is dope. Oh, I love it. I love it. This is great. Please do more.
contributes to our collective future in human space exploration.
Awesome.
But we also believe it is important to address the challenges that we face here on Earth today. And one of the ways we are doing that is by raising funds and awareness for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. This is a continuation of what was started on Inspiration 4. They raised over $250 million for St. Jude, and we are continuing that. The difference here is that we are taking our message all around the world, because Starlink goes all around the world. We took Starlink to the Philippines. We distributed Starlink terminals to hospitals around the world to help support remote medicine capabilities. We are helping to build a new facility to help patients who are undergoing treatment. And then on a personal note, I authored a book named Kisses from Space, and the proceeds from that will go to benefit St. Jude. So here we are, sitting 7 days out from our first launch opportunity. What do the days ahead look like? So our major goal is to stay healthy. But we are lucky in that we have a lot to keep us busy and our minds focused and sharp in those days. That includes science and research prep, data collection, some flying, and some of our official duties, including launch readiness review and a dry dress rehearsal of launch day in our capsule. But you probably most care about what we will actually do on orbit. So we get to launch. We get into space in about 10 minutes. About an hour after getting there, we will start that pre-breathe protocol that
Freaking
Sarah
Neo
mentioned.
insertion. You gotta be kidding me.
Will
That's ballsy.
soon thereafter raise
That
to
insertion
our
is
peak apogee.
more
And
easy.
while we're there, we will be passing through the inner regions of Earth's Van Allen radiation belt.
This is awesome.
And that brings us to Flight Day 2. Flight Day 2, I will read the book I authored to my family as well as some of the brave patients of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And then we will lower to our cruise orbit. At that point, we will begin our spacewalk preparations. We will perform that mobility test. We will check out our spacesuits, and we will configure the cabin. Flight Day 3 is EVA day. We will wake up, have several hours of preparations, including final cargo configurations, ECLIS checkouts, and preparing biomedical monitoring devices for the spacewalk. We'll don our spacesuits, do a suit leak check, and then perform the EVA. This entire thing will be live streamed, so please join. Flight Day 4 is the Starlink demonstration day. So we will have some checkouts and then perform a series of demonstrations as a part of that test. You'll want to stay tuned for this. And then Flight Day 5 is our final full day on orbit. We will be wrapping up all of that research that I mentioned earlier. We do have research weaved in every single day of the mission, but this will be our last day to gather as much data as possible for the scientists back here on Earth. Then we will begin our reentry preparations, and that brings us to Flight Day 6. We will don our spacesuits, re-enter through Earth's atmosphere, and then splash down off the coast of Florida at one of SpaceX's 7 sites. When we get back, we will be recovered by the SpaceX recovery vessel, and then we will owe some time to science and research and reconnecting with our families, and then we will be looking forward to talking with all of you again. So with that, we will take any questions you have.
Damn, that's cool.
If you could please come up to the microphone, state your affiliation and who you'd like to address your question to. We'll take 1 or 2 questions from each reporter.
Okay. Before we get into the press thing, we'll do it just like we did before. I ain't trying to answer the questions this time though. I don't know. I'm along for the ride with you guys, but holy balls, that's cool. What a crazy freaking mission. This is excellent.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Marcia Dunn, AP. NASA has long considered spacewalks the riskiest part of any space flight after launch.
How much work went into the suit and the preparation and to make sure that this was going to be as safe as it possibly could. You're right, EVA is a risky adventure. But again, we've done all the preparation. We did the capsule testing, we did the suit testing, we did the hyperbaric chambers, we did all the work to really get ready for this. You know, we kind of built off of what NASA's heritage was, but I think we've also extended NASA's heritage a little bit further. Some of the joints in the suits are much better than we've had in the NASA world. Some of the other capabilities, the heads-up display is also a new thing that's coming into the spacesuit world. So I think it's really a tribute to this team that they advanced the state of the art, and we're going to do it as safely as we can. And we've got the right protocols, and we've done the right testing to get ready to go do it. Go ahead, Jared.
I guess just to layer onto it.
That's right. If you pause it, it screws up. I'm going to shut up. You guys are right.
Probably makes up the majority of the development for Polaris Dawn. I mean, an absolute extensive amount of time has gone into it, so much so that I was actually far more concerned, and it is rightfully, why would it be the riskiest part? Because you're throwing away all the safety of your vehicle, right? And it now comes down to your suit becomes your spaceship. I'd say personally, I was almost concerned to some extent that we are way too focused on the EVA. What about all the other things? And that's where, you know, in the handful of months approaching, you know, your certification for flight, SpaceX begins all of their paranoia reviews, as you would call it, where they look at everything. I mean, start essentially all over again. We participate in every single risk briefing. You know, some of which was covered in Gerst's initial remarks, like, you know, flammability-related concerns. We were brought out to White Sands Missile Range to see where they do the MMOD testing. So, I mean, the communication, the transparency with SpaceX from the beginning all the way through the end, especially when I said, like, they literally start all over again to look at every piece of the mission, not just the EVA, is what inspires so much confidence. And in terms of, like, can anyone, you know, do this someday, I would actually say, like, the training in the suit was super fun and exciting. I think actually where it might not be for everyone is the development side of it, when we're trying different suits out and they're saying, let's try today to see how hot we can make it and put on two 8,000 meter suits. That's probably, I know we all found it enjoyable. I don't know if everybody would, or like, let's see how cold we can make it with liquid nitrogen. So the development side, which is, I think, very appealing to us, is maybe not necessarily for everybody, but once your suit is good and you're ready to go, I imagine, a lot of people someday in the future are going to be, maybe even families bouncing around on the lunar surface in their SpaceX EVA suits. Certainly possible.
And one quick follow-up is SpaceX, did they cover the whole cost of the spacesuit development? I mean, is that all in-house, all the tech that went into that, all the research?
I think it's shared across the Polaris team along with SpaceX. But again, our company's vision is to make us multiplanetary in the future. So this is an investment in the future. So the company is willing to make those R&D investments to get us ready to move human presence beyond low Earth orbit.
Jeff Bounce of Space News. A question for Mr. Isaacman. When you announced the Polaris program 2.5 years ago, you were looking at flying this mission perhaps by late 2022. You talk about what things caused the schedule to slip. Was it just the spacesuit development or other factors? And what gives you confidence that you are ready to go now at this point?
Yeah, well, I think actually the fact that it has taken 2.5 years is where you get confidence. If it was the initial 9-month time frame, I think we'd probably all be wondering how we were able to work that quickly. I would say that this is one of the many kind of philosophies that I've observed at SpaceX that gets people very motivated. Is you set some very, very ambitious deadlines up front to get people working really hard in the right direction, but there's lots of good sanity checks along the way to say, is this now right, or should we move it out? So I think it was right in the beginning to say we're gonna try and achieve this at light speed, and you can't just point entirely to the suit being a part of it. I mean, the briefings we received from the engineers on the Starlink side were, incredible. The amount of work that goes into it, and I think, during the launch webcast, they're going to show some behind the scenes from the engineers, because I'd never want anyone to just think it is just throwing the on switch on say, the internet. That was a massive engineering challenge to solve, as was the suit and the operations to even support the suit. Having a good suit's fine, but you still have to vent the vehicle and repress it so that you don't need to remain in the suit through the duration of the mission. So I think there's just a lot of things. Ambitious objectives. These are all, and those ambitious objectives came with real engineering challenges, and it took a big organization effort to get there. But as I mentioned before, we were briefed extensively in the months leading up to this through all the paranoia reviews, the flight readiness review that happens a decent while ago, and you're hearing from every engineer, green, yellow, red, how we're looking, and being kept informed right up to the end. So that's where you get all the confidence that we're ready.
And just to quickly follow up, can you give sort of a ballpark estimate of how much money you've invested into this program so far?
Not a chance. Good question.
Hi, Richard Revue, Orlando Sentinel. I really am curious about the danger of opening up this spacecraft in space. Not only just the idea of going in vacuum, and what are the contingency? I mean, Scott talked about this, the contingency and emergency things. I mean, how many simulations do you go through? Is there a timeline for if there's a major emergency getting back to Earth safely? And is the 700-kilometer orbit more dangerous with micrometeorites and whatnot? So just if any of you could speak to that. Thank you.
They answered both of those questions, but yeah, it's all good. Yep.
Contingency.
Oh, sorry. So throughout the EVA program and the development of this, that's really where they started with, is what are the contingencies we need to plan for, and how do we ensure crew can get home safely? So there's some really interesting operations that have been developed, both to ensure we have a good landing site that's within reachable target at the start of the spacewalk, for instance. But we have spent so much time drilling contingency responses, drilling all different flavors of responses we might need to have on the spacewalk. As a trainer, I actually think we have used up all the ideas I had at the start of this for what I might want to throw. Melissa's done an excellent job kind of sprinkling in everything she could throw at us at this point. But there's been a lot of work just to ensure we have the right response for any scenario we can think of.
What about the 700-kilometer altitude?
I think that our orbit was designed to be highly elliptical, where at least approximately half of the orbit is going to benefit from being a very low perigee, of 190 kilometers. 700 kilometers at apogee certainly has more MMOD than 190 or 400, but again, the T0 times that were picked, for this mission is what gives us, the best window to minimize the impact of MMOD. So we feel pretty good about it.
And maybe just to add on that, for the spacewalk itself, we'll be orienting the vehicle in a way that shields the crew members. So it's kind of a really clever way of both providing shade through the nose cone and then also additional protection of spacecraft.
Just one quick thing. How long is the tether?
This is a good question. Long enough to get the job done, not long enough to do, the original, depiction of us floating in space. So.
Hello, Anthony Leone, Spectrum News. With all the training that you guys have done, was there any part where it made you the most uncomfortable and maybe dread a little bit or maybe make changes to when you're ready to do it for real next week?
I'm not sure everyone initially loved skydiving, but we got there. Some of us aren't used to throwing away a good airplane.
I don't think that anything stands out as causing us to change our plans. I think they actually just contributed to our learning, our preparedness, gave us a toolbox of skills that we will use throughout our mission.
And I think what's really cool about the development effort is we started with an idea of the operation, and then we started testing it and iterating on it. And it was like, okay, we very clearly need a mobility aid to go here. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to do what we need here. So I'd say as we went through training, we were just working hand in hand with the SpaceX team to modify the vehicle and add what we needed when we ran into issues. So it's been a really cool evolution over time.
And I think, spending thousands of hours in the simulator is what helped build our confidence for dealing with any scenario that Melissa decided to throw at us. It was very challenging, like I highlighted in my portion, but experiencing those and trying to identify what is wrong and then how do we work together to solve those issues is certainly built our confidence to be able to handle that. Very low probability, but be able to handle that on orbit.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm James. I'm from Channel 6. I'm a local reporter here in Cape Canaveral. Hey, James. I was wondering for Anna and Sarah, from your early days of working on developing Dragon, did you always want to fly on it too? And is your confidence in your spacecraft why you're willing to take the risk of going to space? Thank you.
Dude, that's a mullet.
I think for me, I dreamed of going to space from a very young age. I grew up in Houston, another space city, and
her husband's an
I was
astronaut, by the way.
to space on a field trip and got to experience a day in the life of an astronaut and a flight controller and mission control, and I fell in love with the industry. And so I have dreamed of going to space from a very young age, but I've also just been so happy and grateful to contribute to it in any way. I think working at SpaceX gives me a tremendous amount of confidence going to space. I see the way they do development. I see the way they handle risks, handle change, handle every piece of the mission, and that just gives me tremendous confidence going forward.
I was recently sitting in the simulator and just remembering the entire development effort that went into it. And you've spent, I think Anna and I can both agree that you spend a huge amount of your job pretending to be an astronaut and thinking through what they would care about, how the design should come together on the interior. So I think I cannot wait to actually test this in space and bring back knowledge to the engineers from all these little design decisions that we made along the way of what worked well, what doesn't work well, what we should consider for future spaceflight. But I completely agree with Anna with respect to confidence in flying in the vehicle. The whole process and the infrastructure at SpaceX for how we do human spaceflight is immensely confidence inspiring. For me, my husband is actually also a SpaceX engineer, and he helped build the propulsion system on our spacecraft. So I know exactly what goes into the testing and the design and the rigor behind absolutely everything in the spacecraft. So very, very excited to fly on my favorite Dragon spacecraft.
Hi, Irene Klotz with Aviation Week and Space Technology. So speaking of your Dragon spacecraft, I think this question is probably for Gerst. Do you expect to be able to reuse this Dragon after it's been depressurized in orbit? And for you and for Jared, what do you consider the riskiest parts of this mission? Thanks.
Yeah, we definitely will be able to use this spacecraft again after it's been exposed to vacuum. You know, we initially didn't have the chamber test that you got to see in the video. But again, part of our due diligence was, well, what really happens? We took an earlier Dragon to vacuum, and we wanted to see what happened, but we said, why don't we take the current version of Dragon to vacuum and see what happens? And that test turned out that it was pretty benign to the spacecraft. It's fine, it'll be able to be reused again. And then I'll let Jared kind of answer the second part.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, Gerst already covered it previously. Certainly, if you're going to vent the vehicle down to vacuum and open the hatch, that you are taking on a lot of risk at that point. I think it just goes into the preparations for
sketchy.
that risk that I believe have been well mitigated. You know, we have manual ways to open the hatch. We have a hatch motor to open or close the hatch. We have redundant seals. Those seals have been, they've been placed in the hatch with like a greater amount of sealant than they normally were on, say, like Inspiration 4. You know, you have redundancy with 2 different nitrogen systems. Either one, should one fail, can get us back up to a habitable environment. You have 2 different pathways for oxygen. I mean, look, you know, it's like, at some point or time or another, if we are to unlock this last great frontier and people are going to venture out in space, which, by the way, whatever risks associated with it, it is worth it. We have no idea what it could do to really, again, change the trajectory of humankind. So, like, at some point, somebody, there has to be some first steps in this direction, but they are really well thought out, well mitigated, for the benefit of those that will follow, that will inevitably be doing spacewalks to, build, construct, repair, discover. I think, objectively would be the riskiest part of the mission. It's also the one that's received rightfully probably the majority of the last 2.5 years of attention.
I like Rook. Be like Rook. Rook's cool.
Ken Kramer from Space Up Close.
Yeah, I like him.
Jared,
that was very well said.
First, I want to thank you for what you did for St. Jude. I'm a pharmaceutical research scientist for many decades making medicines. So I know how important that is, and I know what you contributed, and keep doing it, because the public needs it. There's not a lot of understanding in the public for science, so thanks for doing that. So my question is looking a little bit in the future for science. You worked on maybe doing a Hubble repair mission that Bill was involved with, the launches and the repairs. Are you thinking about that anymore? Any new ideas you might be able to share with us? Also want to ask you about the Viper. NASA has just canceled the Viper mission, very sadly, and they're giving it up. Is that something you might be interested in taking on? It just needs a little bit of testing. And any other robotic missions to the moon or Mars? These are critical missions to help us get to the moon and Mars. So what are your thoughts? Thank you.
Appreciate the questions and the comments on St. Jude, and that's a huge team effort, by the way. I mean, I think over 1 million people donated during Inspiration 4, which it was that process that ultimately brought us Chris Zimbrowski, who joined the Inspiration 4 crew. So it's a team effort inside of Polaris, and it's a team effort for everyone who's contributing to that important cause. And it's a team effort that goes into everything as it relates to this mission. So we're gonna learn an awful lot, from Polaris Dawn. There's big, very ambitious objectives. We'll come back with a lot of data, and that's what will ultimately inform, the second mission. I think that this journey of creating, affordable EVA suits that can be scaled up into mass production is a very worthwhile one. There's going to be an armada of starships arriving on Mars at some point in the future, and people are going to have to be able to get out of it and walk around and do important things. And that those suits themselves shouldn't cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and the risk associated with things like DCS should be as close to zero. And that's a very ongoing effort by a lot of people. Yeah, I can't say that I'm familiar. I've seen some of the news about the Viper cancellation and such. The last, honestly, handful of months have been pretty concentrated on what we're trying to do here today. But I will say, like, it's a good question because, you know, there is a lot that we stand to gain out there, and I think that the private sector, you know, investing capital, kind of accelerating this whole world of commercial space is a really good thing if we want to have a hope of kind of figuring out some of those questions that we've been thinking about for a very long time in our lifetime. So governments aren't always the greatest capital allocators. We can absolutely cheer them on in their great efforts, but it's great to cheer on the private sector too and investments that they can make in order to, you know, unlock this last frontier.
So anything about Hubble or maybe other robotic science missions you might be interested in?
I don't know. We'll come back from this one and see where we go from here. But we definitely have a Polaris 2 that'll be up next.
Okay, I hope you think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Harwood, CBS News. I think for Sarah,
I'm gonna try to reset
this. A
this.
little bit more insight.
I'm gonna try to reset it, dudes.
A lot of us are, you know, remember the NASA
camera's just straight up frozen.
Water-cooled undergarments and the 30-minute oxygen supply on the leg, and all of those things. What are the thermal constraints that your suit can handle? Can you go out in sunlight? Could you go out in dead of night? And how do you mitigate the thermal extremes you see in space? And how does that figure into when you decide to go stick your head out?
Great question.
One more. Let me stick in one more before I'll walk away. Jared, you mentioned the longer tether and all that. You mentioned Ed White's first spacewalk with greatest EVA picture ever taken, I think.
Sure is.
Just for the record, why not go all the way out there?
Yeah, so, you know, we really started looking at the lessons across the
thumbs
NASA's
up did
incredible
break
portfolio
it,
of EVA development over time, and have built the EVA around the objectives we really want to get out of this suit. Maybe giving you a little more description of the suit itself. So the suit is fed from oxygen supply in the spacecraft using the umbilical to the suit. And there are two redundant paths within that. There's a primary path and a secondary path for oxygen. But really the suit has been tested for any environment it can see, from sun exposure to extreme dark. There aren't restrictions on when we can actually go outside the spacecraft. We will kind of serially be progressing. EV1, go outside, come back in, then EV2, go outside, come back in. So I would say at this point, the amount of testing is bounding of pretty much any condition we could see in space, as well as much beyond that. So they've tested really, really extreme temperatures, both on the hot end and the cold end in this development effort.
Hi, Josh Denner with Space.com. I'd love to hear from the whole crew. This will be SpaceX's first crewed launch since its return to flight after its mishap last month. What was it like to witness that happen, knowing you had a flight coming up? What went through your head? And as SpaceX engineers, what was it like to know about the problem, see that problem, and kind of see how it went about getting solved?
I would say SpaceX did an incredible job of keeping us informed every step of the way. You know, within seconds of it happening, we were talking to SpaceX, and then we're kept in the loop every single day as SpaceX addressed the problem, dug into it, tried to understand what was going on, and very quickly thereafter resolved it. So, you know, I would say that was really confidence inspiring. I think, you know, as a SpaceXer, it didn't even surprise me at all. This is the way SpaceX does business, and they make sure to look at all of the data, get to the root cause, and then develop all of the fixes necessary to get to the other side. And so I think it has just been a really confidence-inspiring journey, actually.
Yeah,
Dude, the video
the
encoder's
process,
still stuck.
First, it was, let's address this problem and figure out what's going on. But then, after that, it was, let's do a scrub across everything, across the entire Falcon vehicle, across the entire Dragon spacecraft, and think ahead on what could be future failures that we want to think about. Like, what are the other things we might be susceptible that we haven't thought about recently? So, completely agree with Anna. It's been incredibly confidence-inspiring as they've gone through this effort and kept us informed every step of the way.
Communication, competence, completeness and crew is what I can come up with. First off, communication, Gerst. The briefs that he provided us were extremely thorough, and competence. It was his team that solved it, and he was providing us the information all along the way. Completeness, they made sure every single element, it just wasn't the issue, it was everything else. They went and dug around in the rocket and the capsule itself. And then lastly, it's the crew. It's relying on these guys' expertise to interpret and provide me some elementary explanation of what's going on.
I guess just to layer on, we received phone calls within, 30 minutes of the anomaly. I think most of us were watching it anyway. So there were already some text messages going when we saw some of the ice forming on it. I think what was instantaneous was how would the launch escape system that's built into the vehicle have responded? And the reality is we would have been dropped off in orbit just fine.
I did not do a thing. I didn't touch nothing. My mouse wasn't even on this computer. Dude, he did the thumbs up and the Apple emoji crashed their video encoder. Dude, all right. Clear cache refresh. Here we go.
Down to the diagram level to the millisecond exactly what happened.
I didn't touch nothing.
And then the visuals associated with it, and then retracing all the steps that led to that point. And you're in the loop of that entirely. So that it's like there's no mysteries as to the cause. And then what the fix is and what's the associated rationale with it. And obviously that's got to be good enough for us. It's got to be good enough for the FAA. It's got to be good enough for every one of the SpaceXers that knows that they don't want setbacks on the road to Mars, right? So I'd say it was all very confidence inspiring. It didn't matter from our perspective whether we were the first launch, after the anomaly when they were cleared to return to flight, or the 5th or 10th. We were, would have been equally as confident.
Was there any discussion about delaying the mission? And if I could ask also, Mr. Isaacman, this will be your second time going to space. Did you bring anything from that experience into the training for this mission that didn't?
Hey, we're back, and we have the combination.
Well, I think obviously the SpaceX did stand down for some period of time, so there was a delay. But I think considering the situation, they got back at it with their missions very quickly, and we're back at it now with a human spaceflight mission. And again, I think that's really just the amount of data they gather and the footage they get of it just left no mysteries as to the cause. And if you know the cause, then you can put a fix in place. And there's a lot of smart people who are working on it. I also want to just emphasize the point that Sarah raised too. Being on some of those calls, and I think most people here know Kiko, who is vice president of launch and recovery operations. He volunteering up the organization. I've got a few thousand people that are happy to go and check everything else that we think could potentially go wrong in the future while we have this time. So not just staying laser focused on the one particular issue, but what else could potentially haunt us. Let's get ahead of it. So that again, all really. Confidence inspiring. In terms of I had a lot of takeaways that are similar to when you go mountain climbing or whatnot. It's should pack less on everything, and just I think the idea that space adaptation syndrome impacts 50 to 60% of astronauts throughout. 600 plus people have been to orbit. Doesn't matter if you're hardcore fighter pilot or not. You're just as just as susceptible to it. So. We didn't have a physician assistant traveling on this one, so you had two really, really awesome individuals that logged, I think, a few weeks of emergency room time, in addition to academic training and such, to be prepared, from the medical side, because we want everybody really happy and healthy when we go into day 3 when we're conducting the EVA.
Thank you. Hey, Max Evans with NASASpaceflight.com.
Hey.
Question for the whole crew. Considering how much has been invested from each and every one of you personally and professionally over the last couple of years, and also with the historic goals that this mission has for commercial space, how do you think this mission might affect you personally?
Good.
I guess, I think it will without a doubt impact me. It already has. These last 2.5 years have been absolutely impactful in the most incredible way. But I think one way that I am really looking forward to being impacted is the learning. I think that like Sarah said, you know, I've spent years trying to put myself in the seat of astronauts in space, and I am really looking forward to learning firsthand what that experience is actually like, learning as much as I can about our operations, the crew experience, and bringing that back to SpaceX and human space exploration endeavors.
Man, that's a tough question to answer on a personal level, and I think that's exactly it, because anyone could be in the seats, you know, that I'm sitting in right now. It's a collective effort, and it's bigger than any individual, and it took an entire team to get to where we're at in this mission, and I think that's what makes our future so bright with space exploration, is that it will be someone else sitting in these seats in the future. And I'm just thankful to be a part of it with this crew.
I think there are very few things as impactful as the realization of how many people it takes to do this and how many people we are bringing with us on this journey. Every piece of software, every piece of hardware, it is a team effort. It's an entire city of people to make this happen. And I think, as Kit said, anyone could be in these seats, and we're incredibly fortunate to be here, but really just hoping to bring back as much as we can to the team and really bring SpaceX along on this journey. It is firsthand learning, as Anna said, in support of really ambitious objectives for the company. So I'm sure we cannot possibly know all the ways it will impact us, but very grateful to be here and very excited to bring that back with the team.
And I feel incredibly lucky to be here as well, with a great team and surrounded by so many awesome individuals at SpaceX every day. I find it all quite inspiring. I found it very inspiring when, you know, my journey began, which actually was November 2020. It was the first time I went to SpaceX for medical checks, and I tried to come away from all of that experience, essentially those first couple years of just, or first year, you know, being inspired by all the amazing people that I think work at the most innovative organization in the world, and say, how do I take that back and professionally grow from this too, and learn from all that magic that they incorporate every single day. And then being in space and, you know, an unexpected moment where, you know, the moon rose while I was looking at Earth. I didn't expect to see it, and it was just, man, we got to just keep this thing going. You know, I wasn't alive when humans walked on the moon. I'd certainly like my kids to see humans walking on the moon and Mars and venturing out and exploring our solar system, because I think as we all know, if we're here, like we've barely dipped our toe in the ocean. Barely. I mean, we haven't even scratched the surface yet. And now, you know, with reusable rockets and starships on the horizon, it's like there's so much to go out and explore and discover along the way. So I found the experience here on Earth on this, you know, journey I've been on for about 4 years to be very inspiring, and equally so in space. I imagine it won't be much different coming back from this one.
Hi, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Good to see you all again. Question for Bill and Sarah, I think, then I have a follow-up for Jared. With this mission and its profile, is there anything in particular that will be able to port over into the further certification of Crew Dragon beyond its current 5 flights? And if so, what specific dynamics are those?
There's a couple things. The high altitude will give us exposure to this high radiation environment, which will test a lot of avionics systems and their ability to recover. We build a lot of auto sequences to take care of that for us, but we'll see how it really works. We'll also get a chance to see the laser communication, which I think is a big deal moving forward. And then I think a lot of the suit activities, even though they're not, you know, they're geared more towards mobility. So some of the joints and some of the motion and activities are more geared towards walking on another terrestrial body than they are just doing the EVA. So we're going to learn all that as we move forward. So I think there's a lot of neat technology that this crew has already helped us learn, but now we're going to actually see them demonstrate in space. So I'm pretty excited about this mission and what we're going to learn.
Yeah, and I
Another
think
good
just to
question
add
from
one
Will,
thing,
dude. I like him.
One of the things I'm most excited about from this development effort is all of the learnings that are going to go back into Dragon operation. New software features, new, like, how the suits are constructed. There is learning across every single team, materials, engineering, you name it, there has been development and there has been lessons learned. One of my favorite things training crew over crew is seeing how every single flight gets better, and that's what SpaceX does. They take the lessons learned and they immediately incorporate it into future vehicles. So I'm actually really looking forward to the debriefs to just see that comprehensive look at all the lessons we're going to be moving into future human spaceflight.
Thank you. And to Jared, you mentioned obviously the tether is the length that the tether is, but is there an operational reason why you and Sarah are not going fully outside of the Dragon that you can expound upon?
Oh, we will be fully outside Dragon. I mean, we might move up and down as part of a translation test, but like we'll be well above where the hatch is. We're just maintaining at least, I think we have a hands-free demonstration where it'll only be our feet engaged in a mobility aid. We're just not going to be just floating around, which I think the picture was very cool and it's inspirational, and certainly the Ed White photo is historic. But I think as Buzz Aldrin taught us that that's not the right way to do an EVA. It takes a lot of effort to move in the suit. When it's pressurized. I mean, what looks like really, like heavy clothing when it's unpressurized becomes super rigid when it's pressurized. So you want to be very deliberate with your movements. You want to make good use of mobility aids. It was actually a lot of that pioneering work from Buzz Aldrin that set up a lot of future EVAs for success. So. Looks cool, inspirational, which is always part of every one of these missions, but I think we want to learn from history on this one and try and always maintain at least one point of contact with the mobility aid.
I think this will be our final question.
Hi there, Kristen Fisher with CNN, and my question is for Gerst. Gerst, you've spent so many years working in human spaceflight at NASA. You know all too well that NASA astronauts are still using the same EVA suits that they've been using for about 40 years. NASA's trying to get new ones, but it's proven to be a challenge for the space agency. And so I'm curious, now that you've shifted over to the private sector, what it's been like for you to watch this rapid evolution of an EVA suit by SpaceX in just under 2 years.
It's a loaded question, but she's got a point.
I think it's super fun being at SpaceX, and as they described, we're really a team. So we leverage off of what we learned from NASA in some ways, and then we push it a little bit further in other areas. And then we share with each other what we know, what we don't know, and we really test and evaluate and make sure we're going forward and doing things the right way. This pace of development that we get to do at SpaceX is very much like the pace of development that was required back in the early Apollo days. We're getting a chance to do that again, where we're really starting to push frontiers with the private sector and learning new things that we would not be able to learn by staying in the risk-free environment of here on Earth. It's time to go out, it's time to explore, it's time to do these big things and move forward.
Bill Basenmeyer. Let's go.
And that concludes our press event. Again, thank you for your attendance, and I think you got to meet an extremely special crew. Follow them during their mission, follow what they're doing, and learn and explore, just like they're the explorers moving forward. Thank you.
Bill Basenmeyer. That was very informative. We heard from Ken there. Very, very informative. That was pretty good, man. It's pretty good. Pretty cool. That's a ballsy freaking mission. That takes some stones to do a mission like that. It's gonna launch at 3:30 in the morning next Monday. At least that's the tentative date right now. What's the mission? So Yarg, they're gonna launch up in a hi, by the way. They're gonna launch up in a Dragon capsule. The Dragon capsule is going to do an insertion 190 by 1400 apogee at 51.6 degrees inclined. That's 1400. That's let's see, what is that? 900 miles. That's way up there. That's a lot. So why is this a ballsy mission? It's just going higher, right? Well, they're skirting the Van Allen belts. And then the other thing, that's a lot of radiation. A lot of radiation. The other thing is there's a lot more micrometeorite debris up there, or micrometeorite on-orbit debris, or MMOD for short. The reason why is because anything above like 500-600 kilometers is nice and stable around Earth. You're not going to get much perturbing effects from Earth's atmosphere up that high. Once you get below like 550, somewhere around there, that's when you'll really start hitting the upper parts of the atmosphere enough to perturb your spacecraft or whatever, right? So there's a lot more micrometeorite debris that stays up there, which is nuts. I mean, despite what you might think, like looking at a picture of space, right? It's pretty dirty. There's a lot of rocks up there. There's a lot of rocks. It's a pretty messy place. They're going through the South Atlantic anomaly, which is another ballsy freaking moves. Hey, Brandon, give this up to Forge. Thank you very much. What's the purpose of sending Dragon up that high? Well, you're going to get some good data on potential deep space systems going through the Van Allen belt. The Van Allen belt it's caught radiation as opposed to what you'd get out in deep space, right? It's caught radiation. So our Earth's magnetic field absorbs a lot of radiation, and skirting through that is going to give you it can kind of give you somewhat an analogous approximation of what you're going to experience in deep space. And then after they skirt the upper parts they skirt MEO basically in an eccentric orbit. After that, they bring it down to 700 kilometers, which is, I don't know, like 470, 500 miles, somewhere in there. And they're going to do an EVA where they get out of the spacecraft. Not exactly like Ed White, but almost like Ed White. It's pretty cool, man. Hey, Solaire, 49 months. Can you answer this for me? For someone who doesn't know numbers, can you draw a picture or something? Yeah, I will in a second. The other thing that they're going to do is that they basically have a piece of a Starlink satellite glued into the trunk, and they're going to communicate with Starlink by pointing the trunk of the spacecraft through optical communications. They're going to point the trunk at the horizon when they're floating around, right? And they'll be able to communicate through Starlink, which is pretty cool. That atmospheric cutoff also explains why Vanguard 1 is still in orbit at 654 by 3969. Bingo. Yep. Do you suppose the magnetic field is a solution to radiation in deep space? If we could up our power systems, that's one way to solve that problem. Draw me like one of your French diagrams. All right, it is time to bring out the paint. All right, so you have Earth right here. Say, give me 1 second. Yeah, sure. I'm working on it. So. All right, so there's your crappy. Or please excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it. Right. So the first orbit that they launch into is going to be something like this. Earth, right? Earth. Welcome to Earth. They're going to be in an eccentric 51.6 degrees inclined orbit. So they're going to launch northeast out of here, and the orbit is going to go way up here and then come back down, float through perigee, and yep, that looks awful. Cool. It's going to go way up here and then come all the way. That still looks bad. Yeah, it's basically a very elliptical style orbit with Earth being like right there. So apogee is the highest point, perigee is the lowest point. So if we say 190 by 1400, 190 is down here, 1400 is up here. The reason why that gets pretty crazy is because Earth has a magnetic field around it. The magnetic field kind of does something like this, magnetic north, right? And then there's the upper parts of the magnetic field like this. Where that comes down in the South Atlantic right here is called the SAA, South Atlantic Anomaly. That's a part where the captured radiation in our magnetic field kind of goes further down towards the atmosphere. They're going to skirt through that, which is pretty crazy. It's not, it's kind of a Molina orbit, but not. So I drew, it was very exaggerated what I just drew. Their track's going to be something like this. It's probably going to look something like that. It's not that exaggerated. Molina would be, an apogee for a Molina orbit would be at like 37,000 kilometers. They're aiming for 1,400. So if we drew it to scale, it would look kind of like this. Like that. It's not very far. But that is pretty damn far for humans. They're just going to basically skirt the bottom of the magnetic field, the Van Allen belts, right? So Earth's magnetic field keeps our atmosphere here, right? Shields us from being quite actually microwaved by the sun, and captures, because of that, it captures all the radiation in here. And skirting through this right here, right, that point right there, skirting through it, I'll just highlight it in red so you can see it. Skirting through that magnetic field can give you kind of an approximation of what you'd encounter outside of the magnetic field. I have my theories. It's just my opinion. This would have been the question that I was going to ask. But is this mission to skirt the Van Allen belts getting data for potential deep space missions in the future? Deep space refers to anything outside of the Van Allen belts. The last time we went outside of the Van Allen belts was Apollo 16 in December 1972. Now, just in case people are wondering, right? How did the Apollo missions do it? Well, they went around. They went around the Van Allen belts. The majority, actually, they skirted them just like this, believe it or not. The magnetic field is really thick. It's very thick right around the equator. Kind of looks like that almost. And this is where the majority of the crap is. The Apollo missions, when they launched, they went around it and went out to the moon, right? Your orbit doesn't bend like that, but you get the idea. So, yeah, I personally think that they're skirting the Van Allen belts to get some deep space info about how systems react in potentially high radiation environments, because going through the Van Allen belt is like, that could end up being worse than what you'd encounter up in space. If anything, it's a good trial test. It's a good stress test of the systems. That's why this mission is so hardcore. It's really, dude, it's a crazy mission. Gemini missions did something like this. The other thing that they're going to try, what I heard, if I heard Anna Menon say that correctly, they're going to start spinning the spacecraft and try to induce some type of artificial gravity, not artificial gravity, angular momentum to simulate a 1G environment or close to it. They're going to do some research on that too, which is actually super cool. Yeah. I was told it sounds like, by saying for humans, sounds like you were talking about how normal it is for aliens. Oh. Yeah, sure. I heard that Earth's electromagnetic field has antimatter trapped into it. And I heard that if my grandmother had wheels attached to her, she'd be a bike. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe we should go check. I don't know, dude. I don't know what you want me to do with that. Maybe we should go up there and find out. Just saying. Bikes. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And I know what people are going to say. Like, how are they going to communicate with Starlink if Starlink is down at 500 kilometers? If Starlink's down here? Well, if the spacecraft is going around like this, right? They can point Dragon's trunk backwards and hit and supposedly get at the Starlink satellites that are coming up over the horizon. So, like, if the Dragon's right here, and say you have a Starlink that's in an orbit like this, right? A circular orbit at 51, right? Dragon can just point backwards, and it should be able to get one over the horizon. You should be able to communicate that way. From what I understand, SpaceX basically duct taped a Starlink satellite into the trunk of that Dragon, or at least the optical communication components of that, which is actually super cool. That's actually a pretty righteous mission. That is something that's going to be super needed in the future, guys. optical communication in space is great because you're in the vacuum. You just beam light. Light will just go on forever. We know that because the sun is very far away from us and we still see the sunlight. So you can optical communications are the future of how we're going to be moving. Like, you know, radio signals are all fine and dandy, but that's short band, right? Like that's not gonna get very far. Optical can go very far, but it is highly directional too. Short bands is kind of an AOE, if you will, but it only really works at short ranges, right? You know, if you're using optical, you can go very far, but it has to be highly directional, like Starlinks. It's very, very much directional. You miss by even a degree, you're screwed. You're not going to get any communications. Shotgun versus a sniper rifle. That's a good way to say that. Yeah, pretty much. I'm guessing they'll have line of sight to the ISS at certain times from orbit. Deadscum, I do not think it is a coincidence that they're in a 51.6 degree inclined orbit. That's not a coincidence. That gets them redundant backups for TDRS, just in case. If they need to use NASA's communications, if the Starlink one doesn't work out, that also puts them, if something goes wrong, they can get near the ISS for not a lot of Delta V comparatively. I don't think that's an accident. That's absolutely on purpose. Yeah. There are different types of radiation. There's all kinds of stuff up there, dude. It's all kinds of radiation up there, and it's not good for you. Spoiler alert. You know, you're going to get a tan if you go up there without the proper protection, you know what I'm saying? Wear sunscreen. And by sunscreen, I mean a spacesuit. It's freaking cool, though. This mission is amazing, dudes. I can't believe I'm seeing a mission like this. I cannot believe I'm seeing a mission like this in my lifetime, funded entirely by private stuff. And somebody did say it in chat, and Kloppy, you said it in chat if you're out there. I agree with you. NASA should be doing this with the Orion capsule as well. Yeah, there, I said it. Let's just get that out of the way. I hope the women understand the risks. Dude, Sarah and Anna are not stupid. They are not stupid. They helped design the damn spacecraft. I think they understand the risk, homie. Yeah, those two are very, very smart. Way smarter than me, man. Like, way smarter than me. I'm just the guy that sits here and play video games all day, you know? But EJ, that would require NASA to actually care about getting stuff done. Oh, dude, I didn't ask to be cut deep today. Why'd you got to do that? That cuts deep. Well, Orion should be launching more than once a year. NASA should be using Orion for ISS rotation to test the damn capsule. You guys know. Well, actually, I was about to say Orion shares similar thruster design to Starliner, but that's not right. It's ATV derived, so no, not exactly. But Orion does share a thruster with the space shuttle. The AJ-10 is a space shuttle orbiter maneuvering engine, so you might want to check that. And it's 38 Cherokee. Dude, her husband's an astronaut, you know. Anil Menon. Anna and Anil. Yeah, Anil is a NASA astronaut, and she's a SpaceX engineer, and they both get to fly into space. That's like, I'm not trying to say that's like power couple action, but it's some pretty power couple. That's pretty cool. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. All right, well, you know, Brimo and I are both nerds, so there's that. Yeah. When was the date ish for Polaris Dawn? No date, Zizep. Yeah, Forge, exactly. Yep. Sure beats the hell out of us. Oh, you ain't kidding, Fred. You ain't kidding, man. Starliner shared the shuttle thrusters, but Orion doesn't. No, Orion's reaction control systems are derived from the European automated transfer vehicle. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Polaris 2 is going to build off of Polaris Dawn, which is pretty cool. And then Polaris 3 is a crewed Starship flight, which is... you know what, man? I want NASA to have parity. I want all that stuff. You've heard me talk bajillion times about how I think NASA needs to have parity with SpaceX. If Starship gets a human rating certification, that's nail in the coffin stuff. Just saying. Just put it out there. That's nail in the coffin. Like you're screwed. Yeah, that pretty much makes Orion like not useful at all. Yeah. 8 more crew Starship job postings went up today, including the first ones at Starbase. The coffin already has nails. We're not talking about welded and shut. Yeah, it's not ideal. Yeah. Senior propulsion engineer for crew Starship, dude. NASA needs to pull their head out of their culo. You guys understand? Pull your head, pull your cabeza out of your culo. Do you understand that? Do you understand that one, pussycats? That's kind of important. I've been told we have a NASA rant on the way. I'm not saying nothing, Mike. I'm not saying nothing. Starship gets human rating certification. Why even use Orion? What's the point? Like, and I'm saying that as a huge advocate for SLS and Orion. Like, I've always said they need to launch more. This is why they need to launch more. There's no justification there. I mean, we would have 2 redundant human-rated ways to get to the moon. I do appreciate that. But also, the optics are ridiculous. Like you can't argue with how this looks, right? Like, I got nothing to say. Like, I want SLS to launch more. I want it to launch more. Launch it more. Please launch it more. Stop launching it less. Stop doing that. Please stop doing that. You know? Small question related to the preparation for suit pressure. Does it mean that in case of emergency, the current spacesuit cannot be used? Well, they have the flight suits, Pados, and then they have the EVA suits. They'll probably slowly bring the pressure down in the capsule over time, and then don the EVA suits during a mission. That's like saying a Cessna 150 run is a redundant backup for a 747. Is Orion really redundant backup? For Yarg, in the interim, sure, in the interim. But, well, yeah, like, you know, that's... Yeah, in the interim, it'll be fine. But, dude, if Starship gets a human rating certification from NASA, like, I don't think they'll do it. If Starship, dude, if Rook takes that sucker into Leo, does a Polaris Dawn with a Starship, comes back down and lands it, and they catch the damn thing on the pad, why the do you have Orion? Like, what's the point? There's redundant dissimilar architecture. You could make the argument there. I think that would be a fair thing, a fair argument to make, but also, yeah, one's a Cessna, the other one's a 747, man. Like, it's like saying a Huey is the same as a C5. It's just not how that works. What happens if they can't repressurize? They have tanks inside of the capsule that they could repress with, goalie. Is your gain high? You're not so clear as you used to be. Yeah, I can turn my gain down locally over here and balance the sound out on my super awesome soundboard. Like, I just... I'll say it right now. Like I said, as a huge advocate for SLS, NASA needs to get their head out of their tail. You need to get your head out of your culo now. Because, you know, you think you have justification for SLS here. By the end of this decade, SpaceX is going to be flying around people in that thing. Man, you're going to look stupid. Yeah, Natch, they had the cabeza up the culo. You understand? Comprende? Comprende, amigo? Cabeza en the culo. Like, they You need to fix this like now, or else you're gonna have a big problem in the future. Cabeza en culo. Like, culo. All the way up to the boca, you know what I'm saying? Now that in Japanese. Ohayou gozaimasu. Kyou wa ramen o tsukurumasu. Tatashimi desu ne. Hasimashou. Be right back. I'll go do that. Please stand clear of the doors. Por favor, manténgase alejado de las puertas. On behalf of the cast of the I'm Going to Sue You Resort, welcome to the Sue You Now. Gesundheit. Ah, danke. No, I'm not, Ernok. That was real Japanese. Anyway, that was awesome. This is going to be such a cool mission. I'm going to be here for it. It's the launch is tentatively 3:30 in the morning. Don't care. I'm here for it. Once Starship starts to fly crew and the ships start getting names, can we refer to the flight deck as the bridge and the commander as the captain? I don't see why not. What day? It's a week from now, Monday. Yargnet on Monday. I was about to call you Monday and call Monday Yargnet because my brain is overloaded with how cool this actually is. That time sucks. Well, they said that launch window is basically constrained based off of minimalization of MMOD, of micrometeorite impacts, which tells me there's asteroids. There's a shower. There's some parts of higher or medium Earth orbit that have more risk of MMOD. There's basically clusters of crap up there, and there's cleaner spots. Uh-oh, sounds like someone's got a case of the Yorgnets. Is that the real Beth? Oh, yeah. Dude, you actually reminded me. I watched the Tim Dodd video of him going through. What did I tell you guys? 3 or 4 new Glens in the pipe. Man, did I call that. I'm not trying to say, I was right, but I was pretty damn right. Yeah, also, Jeff Bezos would make an excellent science teacher. Like, an excellent science teacher. He explains stuff really, really well. Like, I'm kind of impressed. Dude, his way of explaining stuff is real good. Dude, the Merid turbo pump. Yeah, 2-stage turbo pump actuator with on the B3, which is that's pretty trick. Dude, that's some dude, I'm telling you, I've said they've been cooking for like 5 years, man. Not too many spoilers. Yeah, Blackness said, yeah. Yeah, Jeff is he's amazingly good at explaining things. The way he was, dude, I couldn't explain some of that stuff better. I'm serious. The way he was talking about it, he knows what he's talking about. That engine is near an RL-10 in its first generation. Dude, it's past an RL-10. RL-10s on a good day make north of 100 kilonewtons. That thing makes 500 kilonewtons of thrust off of an expander cycle. 500 kilonewtons off it, and that's not spoilers, Blackness, just in case. 500 kilonewtons, and there's 2 of them. New Glenn's upper stage is a freaking S4B on steroids. Like, did you cover the news that Elon wants to take over the duties of launching Dream Chaser Tenacity with Falcon instead of ULA? Why would he want to do that? Yeah, Ordon, the guy's a freaking nerd. I've said it. You know what, man? Like, here's the thing. All right, Jeff gets a lot of crap. Elon gets a lot of crap. No doubt. Like, all these guys get a lot of crap. Now, Richard Branson gets a lot of crap, too. I mean, that's fine. But, I know a nerd when I see one. I know a nerd when you see one. Like, you hear Elon talk about Starship, you hear Jeff talk about New Glenn. You could tell these dudes are into it. They know that they're into it, man. Like, it's so easy to see it, right? Yeah, no, you know a nerd when you see it. Jeff was geeking out over the carbon fiber tool wrapping fairings, and I frankly don't blame him. I'd be sitting there going, that's pretty good. I like that. That's good, yeah. You know? Have you been able to quantify MMOD in specific orbits? To an extent, Huzzah. You can't track all of it, but Space Force does that. Space Control Squadrons are doing that, dude. Yeah, the Space Force is what catalogs that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And those duties were drastically expanded from SPD-3, SPD-1, Space Policy Directive 1 in 2018. They drastically expanded by making the Space Force Space Control Squadrons and observations. Oh, yeah. That's the kind of stuff they track. Oh, yeah. And spaceflight meteorology, too. That's the Space Force. That's a little bit of NOAA and a little bit of NASA, too. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Look up Delta Control Squadrons, Space Force Delta Control Squadrons, or Space Control Squadrons. That's what they do. Dude, these are space, like, I'm not trying to advertise for the Space Force, but also this is a sweet freaking job. You sit there and you look through the telescope all day and you just track debris and stuff. They track, like, on-orbit debris, busted up stages. You know, that's to minimize your chances of micrometeorite impact or collision and collision avoidance during launch. That's all taken into account for every single launch, guys. The possibility of minimalizing hitting another satellite, hitting debris, hitting a glove that somebody left up there from an EVA. Oh, yeah. That's what the Space Force does. And before them, the Air Force Space and Missile Center. Yeah. It was rolled into its own thing because we launched more stuff into space, dude. They track everything, dude. They can track the gloves with their radars, man. Radars and telescopes. Oh, yeah. Once you get something a little bit below like 30 centimeters, it starts to get a little difficult. But yeah, they can track all kinds of cool stuff. And this isn't like they don't, I mean, they're tracking, this is like just to make sure our satellites are okay. Like, you don't want the ISS getting showered like it did in Gravity. That's the kind of stuff they do. 100% you worked in over 90s. I've seen the system person that tries. Dude, it's so cool, Crunch. That's like, man, if I was 18, I'd be doing that right now. I'd be like, yo, Delta me, baby. Let's do it. Hey, Toity, 94 months.
Go at throttle up.
Yeah, they got some pretty trick stuff, man. Some pretty trick stuff. I don't know the details to it because, frankly, if I did, I'd probably be in jail. Let's be real. But this is the kind of stuff you don't kind of, but also they can track whatever. They've tracked gloves. They've tracked all kinds of cool things. Did you catch the bucket of hydrogen comment that when they were talking about propellant densities? In Tim's video. No, Titan had to take a dump halfway through it, so I think I missed that, but yeah, like tracking a toolbox. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they lost the damn toolbox. According to NASA's site, they could track down to 3 millimeters with ground-based radar. It's below 1 millimeter. Below 1 millimeter, they have to start estimating. Yeah, Fred, it's pretty good, man. Yeah, Tigris, you have regular, right? Tracking space debris sounds a little like watching a 3D spreadsheet all day. I mean, how's he cataloging debris and stuff, man? That's cool. I think that's neat. Tigris, let me just make sure you got regular. Yeah, post it up, dude. But yeah, this Polaris Dawn mission is pretty damn cool, dude. Oh, you got gifted a sub.
This is space.
What
I'm in
video
space.
is this? Oh. Tigris did. No. No. That's That's a clickbait channel, dude. Yeah, I'm zapping that link, dude. Sorry. That's a clickbait channel. I haven't heard anything about that other than that channel. That's dude, don't get information from there. That channel sucks. Yeah, don't get information from there. The question becomes how much of this is based off speculation. What's your source? I made it up. Yeah, no, that's don't give that guy clicks. Frick that guy. Like, you know, I'm not one to be like, hey, don't follow this, don't follow that, you know, just because I don't like what their reporter says. Like, you guys know that I'm not you know, I'm not that big of a fan of some spaceflight reporting, but I don't say don't follow them either, you know what I mean? That one, don't follow. Don't follow that. No, don't do that at all. No, yeah. It looks like an AI channel. Yeah, but that's, that's the idea. Anyway. But yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff. The Polaris Dawn stuff, not the clickbait channel. Hey, Doom, what's going on? What are you doing over in YouTube chat, dude? You lost? You lost? You know, that looks like it. You know, I'm kind of wondering, like, what if you did a channel like that, but actually had reliable news? You think that channel would get views? When you get that contact lens they're gonna wear? I don't know, but that thing is cool. They're monitoring interocular activity, which is pretty cool. That's a little bit beyond my expertise, but yeah, I know that your eyes get screwed up in space. Yeah, there you go, Ordon. I clicked on the notification, but it was from YouTube. I'm back in the right place. I was going to say, what, are you lost, man? Dude, that's, man, that Polaris Dawn stuff really made me happy. Of course it wouldn't get views. Real life is boring compared to ULA. It's over for realsies. Dude, Steve, I flipped on the local news because that's what I do. It's part of my morning routine when I'm, you know, making coffee and eating breakfast and feeding the dog in the morning, right? Flipped on the local news. First thing I hear on the local news: Starliner is stranded in space. Astronauts might have to stay there until February 2025. I'm like, no, didn't need that on this Monday morning, man. What the frick? You know? I'm like, why? Why don't you just report what's going on? Damn it. Did you throw the coffee mug into the TV? No. Brimo was in her office in the next, like the room over from the living room, and she heard it and she just starts laughing. I'm just sitting there like, that's not funny. That's not funny at all. Why? Why? No, you wouldn't be able to keep up with the people who don't care, and viewers who did care would be spooked away. I mean, kind of want one of those 1 million view videos, Aqualux. Even one or two videos with like 1 million views on YouTube would really do me right. Not gonna lie, I could use an extra 50 G's today. Could you? You know, might be worth it for the memes. But actually, you know, actually have factual info and make sure that you talk the voiceover like this. SpaceX is looking to launch something into space. Space Exploration Technologies Incorporated is looking to launch Polaris Dawn into space with Jared the Rook Isaacman into space and Scott Kidd Poteet. They're looking to launch into space on this day. Like, I could do the fake voiceover. We could do the AI voice. I could do that. That'd be funny. Beep boop. I am a robot. All your space are belong to us. Yep. I had explained to my mom what was really going on one evening, and she asked about it after seeing it on the news. I get asked that every day now by all my neighbors' mouse. No joke. Not gonna lie, when I first turned in, you were covering a new SpaceX manned mission. I thought it might be an official announcement of them bringing home the Starliner. I had to explain them. Yeah, jeez. Oh, gosh. Thank you for providing logical info. What you say? You have no chance to survive. Make your time. Ha 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 ha. That's the way you have to do it. Have you in the corner faking the A. Should I do that? I want to do that. We should do that. That'd be awesome. I don't get why people are using those robotic voice when you have so much better AI voices now. Yeah, what S said. It's funny. I would do it like that the entire time just for fun. People, you think that would piss someone off? I think that would piss someone off. I don't know how, but you could stub your toe and it would piss somebody off on the internet. You know what I mean? Why aren't you wearing shoes? Because I'm barefoot. Why are you barefoot? Did you know that some people don't have shoes? It's like, what? Would absolutely be unsurprised if the next CRS Dragon mission gets upgraded to 6 seats. Marius, they're not going to do that. That increases too much risk. The capsule isn't rated for 6 people. It's not. It's just not. I know that SpaceX has advertised that it could launch up to 7, but going down that road, especially with a customer mission, remember NASA's a customer for SpaceX, is too risky for NASA and it's too risky for SpaceX. Remember, we're time constrained here, okay? Doing the research and development that you need to put 2 more seats in could get a little complicated because remember, those 4 Dragon seats on Dragon, they rotate. They rotate. So what are you going to do when they rotate back down when they come into land? 2 people will be stuck underneath there. Now, I'm not saying that you couldn't either at the same time. They could just get those crew out first, right? And then rotate the seats down and go. But understanding the methods behind doing that takes time. It takes time. They could. Sure, but remember, this is a time-sensitive issue because Starliner can only spend so much time up there before the next Dragon needs to launch. You don't have enough time to just bolt 2 more seats in on Dragon without it being very risky. You don't want to clown car your spacecraft. That would be a bad idea. That's more risky than anything. That would be just as risky as them coming down on Starliner. Think about it, dude. You gotta kind of put yourself in their shoes, you know? Everything down to like tightening a bolt on the spacecraft is documented because there's so many things that can go wrong if you didn't document like, I don't know, dropping your life support system on the ground and then put it in the spacecraft anyway, it could blow up. That's what happened during Apollo 13. You know, they had cracks in the O2 tank with the Teflon seals because someone dropped the damn life support system before they put it in. They dropped it and said... I mean, it was a little more complicated than that, but that was the gist of it. That's what started the cascading failure, right? They did design it for up to 7 seats. They advertised it for 7 seats. Remember that. It's rated for 4. Differences. You could fit 7 people in a pickup truck if you put 2 people in the cab and 5 people in the bed. Does that mean it's rated for 5 people? Nope, but you could. A little risky, right? Do you think SpaceX has trained in a 7-seat configuration? No, not at all. Why? There's no customers for it. Why would they do that? You got to be careful with this stuff, man. Very careful. That I think the best way to do it would just be to launch crew. Like if Starliner is not an option for coming back down for Butch and Sunny, 2 seats on the Dragon, launch 2 people, and have them do just a standard ISS rotation, right? And then have them come down in February. That is the safest way because you're not the downside to that is that you bump 2 astronauts to the next mission. No big deal. You don't want to change the way you go uphill and downhill. That's a very bad idea. Now, the reason why that would suck is because it would really open up kind of a lot of questions to whether Starliner is certified for bringing crew up and down. You've only completed half of the mission. I don't think that would necessarily mean the Starliner mission is a mishap by any means, but failing to receive certification would probably put a damper in future ISS logistic operations. It could have repercussions down the road. So they have hard data showing it can be done safely if the need comes up for it. Who does, Yarg? They're going to, Lord Gugu, if they do have Butch and Sonny come down on Dragon, they'll launch spacesuits for them. I don't know what they're going to do with the Starliner suits, but yeah. But yeah, anyway. Polaris Dawn, baby. Pretty good stuff. Shall we, Kerbal? All right, let's roll. We have some texturing work to do. So we're going to do part 4 of working on texturing this part. We'll talk more about this during Space News. Should happen around 5 p.m. And then I don't know what we'll do for after hours. I have workers teed up, but I might go back to Kerbal because the Polaris Dawn press conference kind of bumped the work that we were going to do. So we'll see what happens, and we'll go from there. Let's go texturing a part for KSP. Space News at 5 p.m. EDT. Then workers. Just over to the gaming category. I still don't understand why Starliner. So Shax, this is over in the YouTube chat. I still don't understand why Starliner wasn't used as a cargo vehicle for 5+ missions before getting a human rating. Think of all of the kinks SpaceX was able to work out before they moved on to crew. You have to have a metered approach, dude. Shax, that's been my criticism of pretty much everything but every NASA endeavor that has to do with human spaceflight, but Dragon. Yeah, that's been my criticism. I don't think the testing regimes were robust enough for Starliner. They really weren't. I mean, look at the Orion testing regime. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to call into doubt or cast shade like for Lockheed's engineering, but also at the same time, the infrequency of flight is, for Orion, let me explain. The infrequency of flight for Orion could cause real problems down the road. You can really screw up your mission timeline if something goes wrong, right? Orion has had 2 test flights. 3 if you include the Orion Ascent Abort mission. So we had EFD-1, which tested the heat shield from coming back from MEO, right? Medium Earth Orbit. And then we had the Orion Abort mission, which tested the launch abort system, right? And then we had Artemis 1, which basically was kind of an end-to-end test minus life support. The EFT-1 Orion basically was a bare bones capsule with a heat shield. The Orion Ascent Abort capsule wasn't even a capsule. It was a boilerplate. The launch abort system was real. There was no capsule or service module in there. It was just a weight, a load simulator approximation. They didn't even recover it. And then Artemis 1, they went to launch it, and that didn't have life support on board, right? And this is over the span of like 4 years here, right? Now, or not 4 years. This is over the span of 10 years, right? So here's the thing. They ended up delaying the Artemis 2 mission by a year because the life support systems did not pass acceptance testing. They passed acceptance testing that basically they work for Artemis 2, but not Artemis 3. Artemis 3, which is the mission that the capsule was designed for. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, and I know people that work on the Orion capsule. I'm not trying to be mean to them. I don't think this is an engineering problem. I think the engineers are well versed in this, but some kind of crazy copium about saving money with human spaceflight that, you know, everybody seems to huff nowadays, except for SpaceX, right? Like, and ironically, they're the ones that are actually saving money. Weird. That's not robust enough. That's not robust enough to put somebody on. Not even the Apollo missions had a testing regime like that. They were planning on putting people on Orion on its second flight into space. Like I said, I'll say this once, I'll say it again. Not even Apollo did that. And Apollo was pretty ballsy. Like, do we actually think we're good enough to do that? Well, clearly not, because life support systems failed acceptance testing for baseline every mission post Artemis 3. So that's a huge problem. And that's what I mean. The lack of robustness in your testing is, if you run into a little funny, which you inevitably will, you're screwing up the mission timeline by years at this point, this far into development. I've been over it many times. The more funnies you have when you get closer to operational capacity, the more it's going to cost. Costs grow exponentially as you get closer to your operational phase of mission. Like, Starliner has a bad problem. How did you get this close to operational status and not understand your thrusters are overheating? We found several papers on NTRS after maybe a 5-minute technical report search that this problem can happen with poppets. Is the problem that you're experiencing similar to this? Is it not similar to this? Like, I think it's a fair question to ask. I don't know what port you're trying to make, Yard, but all right. I think you're vastly underestimating how much it takes to human rate a spaceship, but whatever. All good. Yeah, well, that's what I mean, Hellfish. This kind of, you know, oh yeah, we'll do it on the first try. Like, okay. I guess. They haven't done one mission with an Orion capsule with functioning life support. No. And Lazarus, they're somehow surprised that they've run into life support problems this far into development. Like, I don't understand how, like, you've had 10 years to figure this out. What? Dude, I could figure it out in 10 years. Working on it every day? I'm positive I could. I don't know anything about rockets. What's going on here? Yeah, if a simpleton like me can could point this stuff out, like, what's going on here? You know? Like, yeah, I think I think you're absolutely right in saying, like, why aren't they testing this stuff more, you know? Why were these testing regimes approved? Do we think we're that good? Well, clearly we're not. Clearly we're not that good. The interesting thing to me is that Orion, when it was the crew exploration vehicle, not the multi-purpose crew vehicle, whatever the hell that means now. Yeah, I'm failing to see any other purpose for it right now. But it's a turbocharger. When it was the CEV, they called for rotating it off of the ISS on Ares 1 with a very robust testing regime to test long-duration missions with the Orion capsule. So all of a sudden, we just said, no, we don't need to do any of that. We could just do it once and then we're good. There's no way. There's no way. I wouldn't believe anybody. Dude, not even SpaceX. I wouldn't even believe SpaceX if they flew Starship once and then put people on it and then said, yeah, it's good. I'd be like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Not because I have some any underlying information that, you know, I might know. Certainly don't know more about SpaceX, about their spacecraft than they do. Just empirically speaking, that's never worked. The only time it ever worked was STS-1, and that was because we got lucky. Yeah, we got lucky with the space shuttle. Yeah, I could lend that airplane energy right into, which is ironic because it's coming from people that design aerospace components. It really is that. Do we think our eyes are like, it's a question that I've brought up for a long time. Do we have the chops to do this? We haven't done it in 50 years. Look, man, Starliner is having problems because it's using components from a spaceship that stopped flying 12 years ago. Or no, 13 years now. Sorry, time flies. Why do we think we can replicate what we did 50 years ago and have it be fine? Yeah, I think it's a poignant question to ask, and I'd wonder what the answers to those questions are. At this point, they should put an uncrewed Orion on Falcon Heavy for 3 to 4 flights. Well, when we were talking about that, Hellfish, when that, earlier this year when they pushed Artemis out, that's what I said. That would be my thing right now. I would shoot a contract to SpaceX to launch Orion multiple times into low Earth orbit, and over the next 4 to 5 years, test everything you possibly can. That would delay Artemis missions, obviously, but they're already delayed. So screw it. Why not? Why not? Why wouldn't you? It's already going to get delayed. You might as well get some flight data out of it. Yeah, no, Shex, I think that's a very interesting question to ask, for real. Like, once again, we don't know better, but all I'm doing is looking at the trends from past spaceflight endeavors and what other thing do we have to operate off of, right? Like, even SpaceX, when they have a good test, they do it again. Yeah, I'd be skeptical of anybody that does something like that. Even SpaceX with their rapid prototyping, I'd still be like, nah, don't fly people on that on the second try, or the third try, or the 8th try, or the 20th try. Yeah, Aqualex, I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. They're going to catch a booster on the first try. Yeah, but they have to. Illness, that's a little bit of a different kind of circumstance than what's going on. It's a little bit of a different circumstance because SpaceX is under the gun to get that lander finished. Which I've always said, basically, since HLS, that they're probably going to deliver it on time, if not just a little bit behind schedule. A little bit behind schedule is better than like 5 years late. Like if it's a year late, considering... I'm just putting it out there. Anyway. Let me switch us over. But yeah, I'm not sure why we think we're, just because we did it 50 years ago that we could do it again and it's really not an issue. It's really not. Like I said, we have trouble retaining technical expertise on a capsule that's, when a capsule uses components from a vehicle, 13 years ago, let alone 50. Like, I'm sorry, I think it's a poignant question to ask. But anyway, I think the Polaris Dawn mission is going to be awesome. It's going to be really good. It's going to be really fun. It's going to be a really good mission. And I'm looking forward to the second and especially the third one. It's going to be great. Sorry, that was mostly a joke. Still give them a 50-50 chance. It's not about chance. Well, it is about chance, Illness. But what I'm trying to tell you is that that mission is going to carry a very big amount of risk. It's going to carry a lot of risk because they have to get that lander done on time. And there's frankly no way you're going to deliver that lander anywhere near a punctual schedule if you can't catch a booster. Starship needs to refuel very rapidly. They need to refuel 12 times, let's say. That's 12 flights for a super heavy booster in less than a week. or at least at the very, let's say they can mitigate boil off 2 weeks, 3 weeks at best. That's still an insanely high flight rate for a very short amount of time. You're going to manufacture 13 Super Heavies to do that? That would be catastrophically cost prohibitive at that point. Catching the booster, it has to be done. You have to do it. SpaceX's architecture doesn't work without it. Now, what you could do is have disposable starships for this part of the mission, right? But using expendable stacks to get that lander out there, not gonna work. Like, that would be a catastrophic financial loss for SpaceX, but they could do it if they had to. You got to catch the booster. So I think SpaceX is willing to roll the dice a little more than what they usually would be, because catching the booster is one of those things you're never gonna know how it works until you go and do it. So yeah, I mean, the point that I'm getting at in regards to your comment, I know you're kidding, but this is just for everybody else. Yeah, this is a risk. It's risky. It probably, I don't know if they'll get it. If they get it, I'll be very impressed. That'd be a monumentous moment, because there's an insane amount of risk to your booster, to your pad, to your company if you don't get it. But I will say, either way, it's gonna make the most awesome freaking footage around if that thing pops when they go to land it. It'll be pretty cool. Hey, Ripperry, what's up, man? When do you expect Pad B to be operational? By the end of the year, most likely. Anyway, I've loaded up Maya. I got to load up Unity. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, baby.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Ian, 37-month resub. Thank you. It's a great picture. Man, Rook really needs some T-38s, dude. Yeah, Jared Isaacman owns all those planes. He just owns a small squadron of fighter jets, which is, you know, looks like 3 Alpha jets, 2 L-39s. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, he didn't fly the MiG-29. Brooke he didn't take the MiG-29 out. I think, yeah, it's probably a good reason for that. It's only a model. Shh, 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 shh. He needs a few F4s or Thunder Chiefs. You think Flight 5 is in the cards for you? Yeah, maybe. It's possible. He also got a new one. What did he score? Oh, yeah, this thing. Yeah, that's right. That's right. They're, yeah, the Panavia. Ooh, hello. Yeah, Aqualex, there's only so much testing that you can do, and I think to that extent they've done pretty much the extent of their testing. Oh, baby. Yeah, Tornado. That's a cool plane, man. Panavia Tornado. It's basically kind of like a, I was going to say it's kind of like an A-10 or an Su-25. Kind of, but not, but kind of. Tornadoes can do a bunch of different things. Yeah, sweet frickin' plane, dude. That F-14, yeah. All right. So I have GIMP open. We have Maya open. Let's open Unity here. They used to be the mainstay before the Eurofighter. Oh yeah, that thing. Good stuff. So this is the part that we've been working on. It's two pieces. It's a hinge strengthening device. Let me get the tunage up here. There we go. Unity, there it is. So the hinge strengthening device, we have gone through putting this into KSP and we've used it in KSP a couple of times. Now, what I'm really focusing on this week is texturing this piece. What I want is a very stock-alike look to the hinge that it's designed to work with. So, in case you're unfamiliar with this piece, or these pieces, I should say, give me 1 second. So this stuff is designed to work with the G11 hinge right here. The G11 hinge is one of the robotic parts from KSP-1's Breaking Ground DLC. This piece is designed to attach on the bottom and the top of this thing. And what this thing is designed to do is clamp it, and then utilizing same vessel interaction, it's designed to basically strengthen the hinge. The hinges in KSP are good, but they using PhysX joints, which was one of the only ways the devs could get these things to work right. Using PhysX joints ends up having these things be a little springy. So these pieces are attachable pieces here that you can attach to the hinge to kind of remove the springiness of the hinge, because it utilizes same vessel collision to get it to work right. So what I want to do is, we've successfully showed the pipeline that you need to take this piece, put it into Unity, right? And then put that into KSP from there. We've demonstrated that the hinge works, and now what I really want to do is texture it. Because it's designed to work with the G11 hinge right there, you can see we used a model to kind of get the dimensions for it. We got the model from KSP, and we got the dimensions of the thing. I want it to look like it. So what we did was we took the textures. We took the texture map for the hinge. I put them here. And I'm trying to draw up some stock-alike textures. Now, Rover Dude did the original texturing on the robotics here, and I'm trying to texture my stuff in the same style as him. So when we go to put this in KSP, it looks like it belongs with the hinge. That's what we're trying to do here. So today we're going to be working on texturing, and I've done a little bit of texturing here, what you can see. I think you should have branded your parts. There you go. Is that good enough? I haven't finished the texture yet. We barely got one piece done. Just spray paint EJ on the side. So yeah, that's what we're working on now. And yeah, we're gonna get that all figured out. Sorry, jumping ahead. Yeah, I haven't finished. So we gotta start really texturing this thing. And what I'm trying to do is mimic Rover Dude's kind of metal texture scratchiness that's going on here. I really should figure out how to do more defined lines in this. So the reason why this has taken me a second with the texturing is because I don't know GIMP very well, the texture editing program that I'm working with. So I've been learning it kind of as I go. So yeah, give me 1 second, dudes. I have to actually take a piss, and then we'll get back into it. I'll keep texturing this, and then I'll bring it in to Maya and see what the texture looks like on the part. And then we can eventually, if we get the texturing done on these pieces, we bring them into KSP and then have fun with them further over there with a finished hinge part that looks like it belongs in the game. I also have my tablet here. We got to plug it in. But I have my tablet here, the Wacom tablet for painting textures as well. I got that all hooked up. Oh, actually, that reminds me, the Remarkable has been charging since I left it on Friday. While I go to the bathroom, I'm going to go see if that's charged and ready to go. I am fully charged. I'll be right back. Remarkable is working, but we have 2 tabs to be able to paint our textures with, hopefully. We'll see. Not sure what I'm going to do with this right now. Put it on the soundboard. What can be wrong? What could go wrong? All right. Let's see if the telestrator works. It works, dude. This works too. See? So what is this? Why would you have a tablet? Well, if I have the tablet, I can draw. I can draw instead. Ready? E, J. See? You can use it to draw your textures. Yep. You could also use it to do whatever that was. All right, excellent. Can you fly a plane with it? I don't know. So what I'm doing here, guys, if you look, it depends on what you're doing. Okay, speed. I'm pretty good with the mouse and keyboard. Like I can texture just fine with it, but we could also use this if we have an application for it. Sorry, man, I bought it. Might as well get my money's worth. So, So once again, we have Revue stock textures here, and I'm not going to use those, but I want to replicate them. I'm not looking to just copy it. So I would like to get, yeah, there's the decals. I'd like to go in and see kind of how he did this. Really want to focus more on making kind of straight lines here. So if we just go in and just erase that, and let's see if we can. So it's clear that I can make that texture, but we might have multiple areas here and here that need that type of paint, right? So let's think about this for a second. You know, I'm surgical with this thing, Jake. I see how he did the textures. Yeah, yeah, he has textures overlapping each other, which is pretty cool. Is GIMP good enough for this type of job? Sure. I've been drawing out the stock textures there. Guys, this is what I've already done. Here, let me get rid of the UV. See, I drew this with GIMP, and that looks pretty close to the part. I've just been eye-dropping colors from Revue's color palette here. Yeah, we just have to add more stuff to it. This outline right here, actually, it looks pretty good without it, but it does look, I do like it with. But that's not exactly... giving me exactly what Revue has in his textures. Just gotta blur it out a little bit. That's fine. That looks good. It really, yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Came out okay. Yeah, it's kind of like Photoshop, but obviously it's not exactly the same. It's close enough though. Good enough. Let's see. So, I like this part. I want to see if we can draw some decals on it, but I'm thinking about this now. If we're looking at, so this edge right here, this piece is actually on the inner hinge, and this is something I didn't really realize. So if we just take this part and, no, transparent that out, we go into the outliner. Right? The edge that we're working on is back here. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let me think. How can we do this? It would be nice to be able to see the texture in Maya and then also see it in Unity. So we need to go about assigning the texture to these pieces. Why is Oculus on? Get out of here. Oh, I picked up the headset during the interview. That's right. Let's think. I gotta kind of get myself in the right frame of mind here. All right. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right? And then we're gonna take this We don't want to save it as an XCF. We want to export. We want to export it as a PNG. Hinge dowel map painted.png. Yeah, all right. Let's just export that and let's see what this gets us. So now that we have that exported, let me see where I should probably have figured out where the command line was for this. It's in new KSP assets images. So that's perfect for Maya. So go in here and now let's go into our hypershade, which is basically assigning shaders and textures. And what I'm going to do is we're going to make a new shader. Okay. We're going to make a new Fong. Fong is, yeah, material shader. So this will be hinge upper shader. Okay. And then from there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into color and then we're going to attach a file to it. And now the file, let's load. We gotta load image name. It's right in front of me, idiot. Hinge dowel map UV painted. All right, cool. So we have that. Now let's take. I don't know, hinge dowel map shader, right there. Let's take that, hinge upper, select that, apply. And look, there's our texture, already painted texture, right there. Score. See, there it is, in Maya. Oh yeah, Sneaky, absolutely. If you look at this thing up close, right here, there are parts of the texture that don't have any texture information on them, right? So some of it is appearing a little bit transparent.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What the hell's going on with the surface normals? Hey, Mutan. They're not inverted, Nando. You can see the texture in the right spot. No, it's something else. They're not inverted normals. Normals are fine. It's something in the texture information with an alpha channel. Yeah, definitely something in the alpha channel. If none of that made any sense, just bear with me, dudes. Yeah. We're gonna have to do the same thing in Unity. We're gonna have to plug the shader in. What I'm gonna try to do, guys, is see if it shows, if the same thing happens over here. So, all I gotta figure out how to do that. Is there a way to fix the other robotic parts? If I made parts for them, sure, Ren. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the alpha gain. That's, yeah, there we go. Now it's good. Well, that kind of fixed it, but it kind of didn't. I don't know why. We might need to go mess with the alpha channel and the texture, but alpha channel is how you basically make stuff that's see-through. If you've ever seen like a tree in a video game, you ever notice, guys, that if you look at like a tree in a video game from the top, it's just two polygonal planes that look like a plus sign, and they just, each polygon just has branched like a picture of a tree on it, right? And if you put two of them together, it looks like a tree from far away, but if you get up close, you see that it's just two flat planes. The alpha channel is the part that assigns the transparent information to that texture. Alpha channels are super useful for optimization in video games, because you don't need to model every freaking branch. You model two pieces of 3D, right? And then you assign a texture with an alpha channel to it, and it looks like a tree. But sometimes, see that line right there? That's not good. I don't know why it's doing that. So what I need to do, I need to confirm that if this is what's going on in Maya or what. So let's go in here. We need to make a shader so These things clearly have a shader plugged in. Oh, select shader. Yeah, Jody, something is. Yeah, that's not working. Didn't like that. Wait. No. Break that connection. Oh, it plugging in a file plugged in a transparency shader, which is not what I want. Cool. All right, cool. I got it. So yeah, we started to see the textures in there. Cool. All right, so yeah, all right, I figured it out. We got it. So like, for instance, if I turn this on, if I turn on the UV map, right? What this is basically gonna do, if we export is the same thing, replace it, export the same data, right? And we go back into Maya, right? It'll, Maya automatically updates. It never used to do that for me. That's how far I've been out of the gates. So we can also make sure that we shut off face normals. Yeah, see? It drew the geometry on there. See that? Interesting. Can you change the mapping on your model? Sure. Yeah, Lisa, of course you can. All right, the other thing I'm gonna do, we're gonna load up KSP here, and I need to look at that hinge. Is the texture lined up correctly? Yeah, of course it is, Creeper. Hey, Geek. Frickin' Mondays, dude. Give it a second. The whole texture is gray, Creeper, right now, except for that one base that I made. All right, let's go. Three hours later. Oh, jeez, Kurlani. Yeah. So what I did, guys, to fix that transparency thing was I unplugged the transparency information from the file information. That's there by default, and yeah, that's what screwed it up. So the textures won't be updated because I haven't updated them in Maya. What I really want to do is just look at the G11 hinge and have Kerbal open. We also see how it snaps to absolute. I have to change some attachment information. See when it snaps to absolute, it leaves that gap right there? I don't want that. Also, we do need to work on the tolerances, right? Because when I attach this, watch. If I attach this and then select the upper part of the hinge, then move it, see, it snaps into position. It's very subtle, but we do need to fix that. That should all be pretty easy. What I'm really looking at is how Revue did the shading and lighting for this. Like, we have the gray textures, that's no problem, right? But where on this are we gonna wanna put, like, text? Like, we could put G11 extension right here, and then G11 extender over here. And where do we want to paint, like, where do we want the caution tape to be? See? Like, we obviously want something like this right here, and then the positive and negative right there. And then down the bottom right here, we'd want our stripe. So we're texturing the top piece right now, right? And the top piece, where the part that I've been texturing is this kind of background tab piece right there, right? Like right here. We don't really need any text there. There doesn't need to be anything there because, you know why? Because when the hinge is attached, you can't see that. So Yeah, I wanted Kerbal open so we can mimic this style. We also got to put the holes right here. Once again, I'm just straight up trying to mimic Rover Dude's textures. I'm not trying to copy it. I'm trying to make my own, you know? Oh man, his has a normal map on it too. I got to figure out how to do all this again. Holy balls. All right, well, let's go back over here until Gimpy. Actually, let's go to Maya first. Shove that out. Now, where do we want? I'm thinking. Look back at the hinge. Looking at Rover Dude stuff from the side. So there's caution tape and then a plus and a minus. All right, so on this edge right here, this edge is right there. That's where we'd want to put our plus and minus, right? So we'd put the plus on this side, minus on that side. All right, so let's go in here like this. Figure out where that's all going on here. So here's what we can do. A couple of tricks that we can do now. See that? See what I just did there? So we have main color, wear and tear. I didn't do any decals. So I was going to paint decals on it, but that's not a part. We don't need decals right there. And then we have our outline. I'm going to take these. I'm going to take that layer, and I'm going to put it in a new layer group. And we'll just name that tab 1, right? Put the outline in there. Put the wear and tear in there. And put the main color in there, right? Outline's got to be on top. Wear and tear's got to be on top of main color, right? Check that out. Looks good, right? Do you want a normal map? You just make a high-res model and bake it into the map, right? Let's focus on the texture right now. So now we have that tab. That looks all fine and dandy. So we should be able to, that's good enough. I like that texture. The way this came out is pretty sweet. We got pretty good wear and tear. It looks good enough. Looking at it in Maya, you know, I'm pretty sure that's what we want. So I'm going to shut off the UV map, or actually I'm going to keep it on for a second. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this group. Do we have a duplicate option here? Duplicate. Tab 2. All right, so now take that, go into our translate function, right? Back this out. It didn't move the entire group. All right, let's try doing it with a marquee select. Why would you do this way? Why would you put this functionality in here like this? That makes no sense. Why would GIMP do that way? I don't... Copy groups in Photoshop, just saying. What does that help, Creeper? I'm using this because I don't have a license for Photoshop. I don't understand how's that. What, okay, yeah, thanks. That's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here. Paint.net or Critic could do this 1,000 times better. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I don't have Photoshop, so I don't procure software illegally for streaming usage because that's unacceptable. Because you wouldn't download a car, right? So yeah, I can't really get my hands on one right now. I'm just trying to, I have these 3 layers, right? And I'm just trying to copy them. I'm trying to duplicate them so I can just put them over here. I'm just not understanding why it won't let me do that. What are you using for software? This is GIMP? Well, we can duplicate it now, right? You see that? We can duplicate it, but when I take the copy, it doesn't move the right layers. This is where I'm getting confused. We can duplicate it just fine, right? I want to take tab 2 and I want to move it over here. And you can't click it every layer. Like if I take tab 2, theoretically it should move parent parts. Now it's just defaulted to. It moves what is clicked on, not what is selected. I can't select a whole layer and move it though. Go to active layer. There we go, Tavik, thank you. That's what I was wondering. There's always a way to do it, it's just slightly different over every program. So now, boom, we have the same tab. What I'm gonna do though is that big scratch, I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna get rid of it on this side. We're actually gonna paint over that. Let's get darker gray, go into main color and just paint over that scratch, just get rid of it. I don't want them to look exactly the same, you know? Go into main color, switch here, go to a lighter gray, get the brush tool. Oh. That looks like Dookie, but whatever. That's the right idea. I just think that's a little too distinct for what's going on. paint over that, but we also need to we must go deeper. There we go. I just don't want these things to look exactly the same. Let's go into the wear and tear and erase some of that. Nope. Go back into main color, flip back over to brush. Just trying to make the textures not look exactly the same. That's all. Go back into wear and tear. Flip this to a lighter, we could even go white, a big white texture, and then we can get a scattery brush. Nope, that's way too much. Down a little more, lower the size. Symmetrical wear and tear is very unlikely. See, that's good enough. It's good enough. So now we take that's tab 1, and that's tab 2. Take this. If we export as a PNG, replace the current PNG, right? Export it, bring this back into Maya. It should update the texture, and now we go up with it. Look. Textures on both sides. Good. I'll probably end up just buying it myself, dude. Don't worry about it, but thank you. Looks a little weird with the lighting in Maya, but that should be right. Okay. Go back down in here like this, and the other thing is still checker blue because we're not even close to getting that right, so. Now let's get back in here like this. Now I'm going to paint this part right here, this texture. Let me once again load up Rover Dude's textures here. Use it. You can use it to bring out the palette. See, his around the edges, he's real defined. See what I'm saying? GIMP has a, yeah, there's a, you can do elliptical and you can do rectangular select. So what I can do is something like this, right? And this is back in tab 1. We'll add this to the outline. Go into the brush. We're gonna swap for the darkest gray that I have in the palette. Okay. Now take the brush. I don't understand. Gosh. Am I, like, missing something here? Or? Yeah, brush tool. All right, cool. I screwed up. This is what I mean. I'm not good at texturing. I gotta get better at this. All right, let's go to master outline. Let's just paint in the outline with this brush, but we want it real sharp around the edges, like that. Perfect. All right, cool. Now, I'm gonna go in and we're gonna put main color. Just name it main color too. We need to put it in front of the outline. And now let's go back here, get our light, not the light-ish gray, but the lightest that we have. And then we I don't need that brush. I need one with a fall off right there. No, more fall off than that. This will work. Lower the size. And then we want to lower the hardness of that brush. I'm just trying to get that defined edge like what Rover Dude's textures have. See how it's darker towards the edge? Well, yeah, it's just a smidge. I think you did this by painting the outline on a separate layer. That's why I want a brush with fall off right here, so we can kind of get that gradient-ish thing that's going on there around his edges. Right? That's pretty good. Back it off again, see if we can see it. Let's hit it again. Hit him again! That's the idea. Good. Now we're going to add wear and tear 2. So let me get a big brush. We need a big brush. We don't need a big brush necessarily. What I really want is hard brush head, because we're going to paint like scratches and stuff, right? See, there's scratches all over these parts, so you need a defined brush, because that's what a scratch is. Scratch is another metal piece of hitting the metal. Right? So we want something that does not have a lot of hardness. We want something that's really low size, and then just, nope, way too much. Way too much. Just still. There we go. That's more what we're looking for. So let's do 1, 2, 3. Now, scratches tend to be more straight than that. There we go. You know what? If I'm looking at that right, that might be done with an eraser. There's nothing to erase there. Flip the brush, flip us back over to brush, and get us back to these settings here. Paint in off the background texture, that would probably help. See, because with the background, you're kind of getting fooled a little bit into thinking the texture is there when it's not. So we can go back into wear and tear with that brush again and make it small and just, yeah, I got an idea. Give me a brush that has a lot of noise, like that. We want big size, rotate the angle 90 degrees, like that. And then we don't want a lot of hardness. Yeah, we do. Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right. Now, we need to touch lighter than that. There we go. Painted some texture in there. Perfect. A little bit. That's fine. That looks, it's more or less what we're looking for. Now, let's go into wear and tear, and I'm gonna get the eraser, and I want a hard brush with the eraser, and yeah, baby, there we go. Cool. Now, go back over to brush, get the white out, and just, oh geez, no. We do want a lot of force right there, just, no, that's too much. I need to make that fall off a lot more, so I'm gonna go in here like this. Yeah, see? There. Now what I want to do is go over that brush with the same brush, but with the eraser, and just want to fade them out a little bit. Make the brush a little bit bigger. There, good enough. That's fine. Perfect. That's it. That's good enough for what we're trying to do. So take what we have here. Let's go into our selector tool. Right here, move the active layer. We need to go. You select that, new layer group. Put that in there, put that in there, and put the outline in there. Outline should be underneath everything. Main color. Perfect. Yeah, I haven't seen Rover Dude in a good minute, dude. Now, if we take that, right, we can copy, duplicate that layer group, base one copy, and then we should just move it into the same position. See, you know, we could have done this with overlapping UVs. If we'd overlap these UVs, it would have been fine, but that's a rookie mistake because I haven't done this in a little while. We could have overlapped the UVs and both sides would be textured at once. That's why in this, you kind of only see half of, you only see half of the hinge pieces and you see half of the caution tape because Rover Dude used overlapping UVs, which is smart. That's not going to be that big of a deal, but why would you want to do overlapping UVs? Because you only have a square, and the higher resolution that square is, the worse it'll put more stress on your graphics card that way. You can keep the textures low res if you have UVs that are overlapping, that are showing the same texture. In that regard, these two should have shown the exact same texture, but whatever. You learn from your mistakes. I won't make that mistake next time. Now, what we could do, because this is such a small part, what we could do is just say frick it and redo the UVs to overlap the components that we think would be right. That would probably be better. We could certainly make this a lot nicer. Especially since I kind of got a workflow for duplicating this stuff. I kind of see how he did it. It makes sense. Like, we can pretty much duplicate it over from what Rover Dude originally made versus what we're doing. It's not that, it shouldn't be too big of a deal to do something like that. You could also put both of these parts on the same texture. You built this, okay? Yeah, I saw that when you linked it to me over the weekend on Discord. Nice.
Hi.
Hi. What is this? You could paint the texture directly on the model in Maya. I don't know if that option is available in Maya LT. I didn't know. Sorry. No, it's all good, man. All good. Yeah, I saw it, dude. It's cool. Your EUS looks great. See, here's the thing. It's going to take some work to go and redo the UVs to get them right? But it's also going to... That could make our texturing workflow go a lot faster. So it's going to take work to go back and redo the UVs, but it's also going to take work to just finish this out. The question is, which one is faster? Don't know. Trying to build an SLS lunar-centric system. Yeah. Cool. In the meantime, what I want to do is shut that off, and then let's export again. And let's punch it back into Maya. Look, see, now we have more painted texture. All right. See? See, complete with the scratches that we just did. Nicely. I don't know why there's a lot of scratches right there, why I decided to paint that like that, but anyway. And remind me to re-export this model because I have some crappy face normals in it. You could apply the G11 to its texture to compare. Yeah, look, I never noticed that. Look. Look, it's symmetrical. The texture's mirrored.
Rover, dude, you tricky bastard. Smart. Man, that guy's, he's pretty damn smart. Look, see how the scratches are in symmetry. You sneaky, and they don't even line up right there. There's a seam. You mother, how did I never notice that? Look, there's a seam right there. Dude, he's good, man. He's real good. Never noticed that before. Dang. I never noticed. Never even bothered. That's the plight of texturing, dude. You paint something and you're like, that looks like trash, and you put it in the game and you can't unsee your mistake, and everybody else doesn't even notice. Yep. Yeah, that's a big thing. Yeah. I'm thinking now. Now I'm thinking, you know what I'm really looking at? My model is too bland. You have to add, like, I'm kind of staring at it and I'm like, maybe I should add more geometry in here. Like, see how he has these stepped pieces in there? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I think I'm out of the gates for refunding this, dudes. Pretty sure. Overkill? All right. I'm just worried if I paint the exact textures and put the exact dots on it that it might not look. I'm making the exact same mistake I was just telling you guys about. Never mind. Just keep painting the damn texture. I might just do that workflow, what I just did for the rest of the hinge, and kind of go from there. I don't know, should we mess with the workflow? I don't think so. Yeah.
All right. Any coffee left? All right. You know what? We'll make optimizations later if we feel like it. I'm just gonna paint this damn texture, okay? What? Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. I want better, I want more definition there. Yeah, now we're talking. That really matches more. Well, actually, no, it's a little bit too light. Actually, you know what? I drop this. I drop that texture right there. And then paint our background that exact color. There. That'll do it. We should really put this into Unity and not Maya. You know what? Let's make a shader for Unity and figure out how to do this. How do we do a shader here? It imported the Fong UV checker shader. They call it materials in Unity, though. The shader should update. There we go. Upper hinge matte. There we go. So oh wow, you can do all that in Kerbal, huh? Okay. How do we should be able to add I mostly use diffused and specular bump shaders. Yeah.
What's up? Going to lurk for a bit. Definitely need more sleep. Yeah. Yeah, how do I unassign that material to it? Can we remove component here, or drag the new one onto it? Mutter, I like you. You're all right. Now, how the frick do we plug material into this shader? Plugged in specular, I don't want that. Obviously, we want to use a KSP shader, right? I'm just trying to see if we could bring the materials in here because we could get a much better idea of how it looks. And then we could easily export to Unity to see how it looks in KSP if we did it here. Drag and drop the images into diffuse and specular. Now we got to bring a texture in here, though. Yep, there we go. Brought it in. Can you make a lot of scratches where the two parts meet so it looks like they're doing the same vessel interaction? Yeah, we could, of course. Yeah, Unity is just drag and drop. You know, I'm sure Maya's drag and drop too. It's just me being a dinosaur again when it comes to this stuff. See, check this out. Look at the difference. Look at the difference between Maya and Unity. That part is coming out super dark in Unity. That's what I was worried about.
Yeah, we got to plug normal and stuff in. That's gonna suck. I have no idea how to paint a normal map. I don't remember how to do it. Or I mean, I know what occlusion does, but yeah, I'm very much missing the process here. Change the shader? Thanks, Seacrack. Bumped specular. Oh boy. Hey Alex, what's going on, man? So we gotta set it to a KSP shader. No, we do not want specular. We need KSP alpha. This might be easier to directly paint the part in Blender. Why would switching the CAD software help me? I'm confused. Yeah, with that diffuse shader, we really need to lighten up that texture, huh? So let's go back over here. Visualize what you pick. No one's using Blender here. I have Maya, and I've already done that. See? I know what we need to do, but I don't really want to do it. That's all right, Seacracken, don't worry. Lazy JSA, shut the hell up. Yeah, Noobly, yeah, I hadn't UV'd anything in such a long time. I know what I need to do.
We got to do this right. I want to do it right. I don't want to relearn this and build bad habits. So let's re-UV it. I don't want to build bad habits, guys. Got to do it right. Sit here until you do it right. You know, there's the whole perfect is the enemy of good. But if you don't even know how to do it good, how are you gonna know? Or if you don't know how to do it perfect, how do you know what good is? You know what I mean? You got to do it right. You have to. We're gonna take a little bit of a step back here. And I'm just going to go through into my UV maps and we're going to redo them. Particularly, I'm going to... Yeah, see, we're just going to end up making a lot more texturing work if we don't sit here. Okay, so let me go into UV shell. Go like this, and then there's a... Oh, where's the 1, 2 automatically? Find the best projection. Do it right. We got time. Exactly. Oh. You know what? It cut up my UVs doing that. I don't necessarily want that. I want to see if we can fit these. Is there a fit tool? I want to fit the shells that I have, not auto map. Yeah, where's the auto pack? Layout. There we go. All right, hold on. Cut that edge. Go back, select everything. Go to UV shell, make sure we're set on shell. And then let's try that layout tool again. Bingo. Very nice. Oh, newbly.
Go and throttle up.
That one cuts. That one cuts pretty deep. So I'm taking a little bit of a step back here with UVing this thing. Actually, one thing I wanted to do. Rotate that shell. This will allow us to make a lot more higher resolution textures, guys. This is good. This is what we want. Dude, we could go even crazier. Hey, Jeff. What's up, dude?
My name is Jeff.
How you doing? See, I'm wondering now if we could building in some
See how faceplate there? Maybe we should mess with this a little bit. Maybe we should mess with the design. Just a smidge. Too bad. Good playing Fallout London? Cool. What is this part going to be? It's a hinge. It's an assistant piece to the hinge, Zymus. Look. So what this thing does is, if you put same vessel interaction here and same vessel interaction here, it'll strengthen the hinge so the hinge isn't as wobbly. That was the whole idea behind this. Pretty cool, huh? See, what I'm debating here is that if we're gonna UV it, might as well put some edge flow, like just put some bends in here to not make it look bad, you know? Like, because this looks really plain. It's a really plain piece. But then again, maybe with a texture on it, it wouldn't look as bad, but yeah. But I see that Rover dude, when he did the model, he put, there's a bunch of, like, see those hoses right there? What do those do? Those don't do anything. It's not even part of the collider box. It's just there to make the hinge not look super freaking plain. Same with these stepped pieces in there. Now, I'm not saying I need to do stepped pieces in there. We could. But the collider for this is already pretty high res. I don't want anything else being high res. I'm just talking about a couple of little bends or something that we could put in to make it not look stupid. Yeah, yeah, XJ, exactly. So I don't mind the way it is, but you know, if we're gonna sit here and redo the damn UVs, UV didn't take me very long. And I wouldn't mind taking a step back because, you know, like, here's my thing, guys. I get it, perfect's the enemy of good, but if I don't know how to make it perfectly, then I don't know how to make it good. I have to relearn this. Are you still texturing the part? Yes. Could use some nice runs from Polygon, maybe. I don't know what that means. You could make it mimic the top part of the hinge. We could make it a line. See, even a little bend like that, see that? See what it did? It totally changed the shape. Just a little movement. Totally changed it completely. See what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. Just even moving that line down to make it look like how Rover Dude modeled it. Like the whole, guys, once again, the whole thing is I want these two parts to connect to each other like this in Kerbal, and when they do, my expectation here is that this looks like it belongs attached to that. Now, this speaks to a little bit of game development, and it speaks to why I'm so retentive about stuff like this. When I'm building stuff in KSP, when we're making parts, which we haven't done pretty much ever, but the reason why is because, okay, so this is, once again, a little bit on game development here. If I don't make this part look like it fits with the hinge, if a player downloads my mod, it's not going to be intuitive. It's not going to be intuitive. I have to make it look like it belongs on that hinge. If I don't make the puzzle pieces look like they fit together, no one's going to understand what the heck this hinge does. And then that makes more work for me down the line, saying that, oh, well, in the particular case of game design, you would need more tutorials. You would need more time explaining how this stuff all goes together, rather than having it be just completely intuitive. If I write G11 hinge on this thing and I put plus signs and minus signs in the same spot that Rover Dude did on his hinges, I mean, not
I mean, I could technically we could just cut pieces of his texture out and put it on different parts of ours if we really wanted to be cheap about this, right? But I don't feel comfortable. I don't think that's a good idea. I'd rather paint it myself, show that I can replicate it and go from there. But we could do it that way. But the whole idea is that I need this to be intuitive. I need it to look like it belongs there, right? And because once again, you know, in the future, someone could go to download my mod, they won't really understand why this is the way that it is. And that's the plight of every modder if you're going to make a specialized part like this. Like if I have a mod and the mod is just a rocket engine, right? Obviously, you know where it's going to go. Like it's a rocket engine goes to the bottom. Anybody that plays Kerbal knows that. This is not so intuitive here as a rocket engine. You don't know how this stuff is placed. You could even put top in the same G11 font. Bingo. Exactly. Exactly. I'm even considering making these edges stepped. Like, see how the edge is stepped in? Like it's stepped in and then it bends up and out? This side up. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. I want to make, that's why I'm so anal about repainting these textures to make them look exact, to make it look like it matches. Now, Rover Dude even did toggleable stuff, which is still cool. I'm not that cool, so. How about stripes like on the pivots? Well, yeah, of course. But going back to what I was looking at, like I made this as basic as possible the first time around. I made the model very simple, Alex. We did that on purpose. So I did that on purpose just to kind of go through the pipeline to make sure I remembered how to do this. Now that I know how to do this, and now that I know that putting parts in KSP is really not that big of a deal, I want to change some edges to this piece to, once again, make it look more like it fits. Like that. That edge right there. See, if I'm redoing the UVs, right? I got to redo the UVs to do that overlapping thing, so we only have to basically texture half of this part, right? Which was the idea. You might as well just add some of this in, and we like texturing the UV, doing the UV on this because it's such a simple part is not that big of a deal. So even going so far as like I don't know, let me think. Like if we just go into object and we go into edge mode here, right? And we take these edges and we move them out in such a way that makes it look like, see what I'm talking about? Makes it look like the hinge. If we go into the side view here, see? Now it matches the hinge's profile. See what I'm talking about there? That's the kind of stuff. Little things like that would also make replicating Rover Dude's stuff a lot easier. What about that side view? Check out that side. You like that side view? Well, you shouldn't, because that's my side view. Like, let's go through and do, well, in the industry, you'd call it a detail pass on this piece. We have our minimum viable product, and the whole point of this entire piece is that the hinge works, so we know the gliders work. So editing the geometry like this isn't gonna be that big of a deal. Especially just simple stuff like what I'm doing. We really won't need to mess with the glider boxes too much. Just make the edge a little bit bigger on the outside here, easy peasy. The main part of the glider that was the hard part to do was this hinge piece, and that's not gonna be a big deal. No one's gonna need an inset edge right there. We don't need to pick up on the glider there. So yeah, I'm just gonna get, like I said, give this thing a little bit of a detail pass and make it look nice. Like even here. Go in here like this. Go in here like this. Select that face. If we go into our side view, you see that Rover Dude stepped that edge out to add some detail onto the side. First of all, I didn't even notice that my extruded piece is not lining up. None of this stuff is flush. Oh. Oh, that's not cool. Hold on. None of this stuff is flush with the bottom piece. Oh, that's... I can't have that. I can't have it. I'm noticing problems with my model. We're gonna fix it. Like I said, this is not a lot of crazy changes here. What I am gonna do is take those faces right there, and we are going to do an extrusion function on them. Then we're gonna make this go in a little bit. And then I'm gonna extrude them again, add a little bit of a step, and then extrude those edges again and make them go in again. Just like rover dudes. See, he made them go out, stepped, and then out. Just little things like this. Yeah, that did add a lot more geometry to this shape, but see that? That's a lot nicer. I like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in here like this, go in here like that, here like this. We are going to soften the edges, right? And now it's not gonna look nearly as neat. So we gotta take those edges, edge loop, two edge loop, harden, two edge loop, two edge loop. This is just a little bit of a detail pass on this stuff to make it look right. See? Oh yeah, look at that. See what I'm talking about? It adds a little bit more geometry to this piece. It's okay. It's okay. We have 2,500 face limit, guys. On that particular piece, we're at 284. Even with all that added in. 284? That's nothing. That's nothing. We're good. Top part got a lot of loving. How about doing a detail pass on the bottom? Getting to it, man. I'm getting to it. So we do need to re-UV. That's not a big deal. So let's just take this and we'll save. And I'm probably gonna make another file, guys. We'll make a new file with new UV maps. But this was a good practice run. Now don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna do this. I probably won't be doing this much more throughout this design, but yeah, this is, I like this way. I think this is a good idea. All right, you want to do, see, now, like, look at the difference, man. That's a lot nicer looking part, and it looks like rover dudes. It looks like it belongs there. The only other thing that we could do is add another step. We could do this in there if we really wanted to. If we wanted to add a step piece. But if we added another stepper piece, I'd want it to be actually in between my two hinges right there, like it's in between on that one. Alex, we could do it. We could add stepper pieces in there, but that's gonna add a lot of mesh geometry, dude. Just like part count in KSP, you have a poly budget for parts. You don't want to exceed polys or else you're going to fry somebody's graphics card when they go to download this. This piece is the motor. Yeah, this is part of the hinge. Exactly. I'm thinking for the bottom piece, add the taper to the outside and then, you know, and then step it in. It's stepped in just like that piece. It's just stepped in a little bit different. So if we go down to this bottom piece here, the clevis piece, right? First thing that I'll do is take these edges right here, 2, 3. Let me think. Now we have the luxury of these being symmetrical on multiple axes. So if we go to the top view, right, and we go here like that, and bye-bye. We delete those faces. Now, what we do to one side will happen to the other. Easy peasy. I just gotta remirror it, and then we'll sew this sucker all back together. So I gotta take these edges, and we gotta move these edges out. Like that. Now that's okay. We can go in here with our face normals, harden that sucker up, so that's a defining line. But if you look, this thing from its plate has that ridge piece, right? And then it goes in and then it kind of tapers up. So let's take that piece and we move it in. We do the same damn thing. Little stuff, just little edge, just move that edge in a little bit. Now this piece looks like it belongs. Amigo, you do belong. We should also do a high poly version and bake it. Yeah, if we wanted to. I'm also not 100% sure why I didn't snap to grid like that with this piece. And take this piece and then move it like that. See? Oh yeah, there we go. I also noticed something when we were UVing this thing. What I noticed is that some of these vertexes aren't aligned. I noticed it came up in the UV. So if I take that, take that, do that, some of it didn't come out perfectly straight in the UV. It's okay. Oh yeah. See? Now we're talking. Now that looks sick. Real good. Let me just look at Roverdude's hinge piece again. Yeah. Yeah, I see what he did. I see what he did. And then he made him, yeah, see? Double-faced, so you can toggle it. Smart. Smart. RFA news. Yeah, I had a little bit of a setback, huh? We'll talk more about that. Oh crap, it's time for space news. Ah. Alright, well, no problem. We'll, I'll take 5 at the top of the hour and we'll go from there. So now let's go back into shader view. If you look, my UVs for this are probably pretty awful. So let's take that, take that. That's the only pieces that we really modified or really added. So what I want to do is a planar UV operation here to project those. Oh, planar isn't actually going to work now, is it? How would he have done it? Planar will work with every edge, every face except for those. So UV, let's go here. Modify, we need a planar map projection. Where are you, you sneaky, sneaky bastard? We could just hit the hotkey for it. That'll work. Now for these faces, a cylindrical map projection would, oh my goodness, that's not right at all. Yep. Gonna have to do a little bit of modification there, but that's okay. For Space News, I helped restore this. Wait, what? Really, Josh? How come you've never told me this? Why haven't you told me? Yeah. That's cool. Damn, Josh. Gosh, that's super cool, man. Yeah, so I'll make a seam right there, but there would be a seam there in real life, so I'm not too worried about it. You work a lot. I know how that is. All right, guys. Yeah, we got to do another planar map projection here for this. Yeah, baby. Nice. I'm using the checkerboard to see if the textures are, if my UVs are good. UVs, okay, so if you look, the texture, what's the texture for the shader that they have plugged in? It's a black and blue checkerboard, right? That means I need to get everything on here to appear as a square. If it doesn't appear as a square, the texture is squashed and stretched, which is no good. You need it to be a checkerboard. You need it to look like a checkerboard. If it's not, if it doesn't look like a checkerboard, well, that's when you're going to have a little bit of a problem. Score. It's actually pretty good. Nice. All right, cool. So we're getting up to the top of the hour, dudes. Do you want to work on this stuff after Space News, or do you want to save it for tomorrow so we can do after hours? I think we should. I think we should save it tomorrow for after hours. Or not. I combined 3 options there. I think we should save it for tomorrow because this is, yeah, we're going to have to go through the pipeline again. That's okay. What we're doing here in modeling, guys, is basically called a detail pass. I decided to do a detail pass in the model because now would be the time to change it, because you don't want to finish the damn texture and then look at the model and say that sucks. We should add more to the model and then have to re-UV, have to retexture. It's better to do it now. But that's good, man. That shows that I'm relearning how to do all this stuff, which is good. And this is only going to get better and better. Remember, guys, I'll be honest with you. Here's the exact reason why. Here's the exact reason why I wanted to get back into doing this. Okay, we'll just save that. Let me dump out a Kerbal. And Unity. I have to open up so many damn programs. Don't save anything there. All right, so the reason why I'm really looking into this, and the reason why I wanted to reteach myself, and the reason why I picked the hinge part, because the hinge part is basically as simple of a KSP part as you can get. It's a structural piece. It has no extra attributes. It's not a rocket engine where you have to tell it where to apply thrust, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm looking to do is see how quickly we can bring an asset into KSP. This is kind of teaching me how to do it, right? And how to get back into it and how to optimize a workflow. The reason why is because if I start a mission mode save, what I would like to do is make my own parts if we need them. If we need them. And it mostly would be GSE, right? Ground service equipment. So like I'm talking like a modular launchpad parts pack where you could take pieces of fixed service structures, stack them on top of each other. You could use that to make a mobile launcher, or you could use it to make whatever. And then, you know, if we use the mod like this in conjunction with Kerbal constructs, you could make a launchpad for whatever, and it would be really easy. You know? So, it's better with this first part, as simple as it is, to do it right. So later, when if we go to make a more complicated part, I know the perfect way of doing it, right? And then we can have that. You know, just saying. Yeah, we got to figure out the perfect way to do it, and then we'll figure out the good way to do it when we go to make parts in KSP for mission mode. Guys, can you imagine here? What I was thinking, let's go down here like this. Get rid of that. I have Space News links compiled, and I'll get more of them in a second. Let me move the tab out of the way. Put that over there. There's a picture from between the Apollo program and between the shuttle program, right? Where NASA, this picture's from the late 70s. This is where NASA is taking pieces off of the Apollo, the Saturn V mobile launchers, and they're reusing those pieces to make a shuttle fixed service structure. Talking about a part pack where you could do this. Right? You'd have a modular piece that's just basically this, right? Like one segment of this, like the tower segments that SpaceX has. And then you could stack them in the SPH or move them around or do whatever. I mean, maybe we make it so you could attach a docking port and then each part will slot into the other and the docking port will hold it together, like how we actually make fixed service structures in KSP without the... There's already a mod for that. Yeah, I don't really care that there's already a mod for that. I'll make my own. Thank you very much. Yeah, modular launch pads. You can make MLs and stuff. So Genesis, the idea that I was just thinking, like, you know, with NASA moving the fixed service structure, right? They just disassembled an LUT and they just started stacking it over here on the side, right, with a crane. right? That's what they just, you know, I'm talking about being able to do that in Kerbal. Like if you want to reconfigure a pad, well, it's out there, you could, or in our particular case, you just go into the SPH and start stacking pieces on top of each other in the SPH like you'd stack fuel tanks, right? Same idea. Like we could make the staircases on these things glidable so a Kerbal could like walk up the pad or something and then get to like you could make a crew access arm attachment piece and just, you know? So you could have your Kerbals walk into your rocket and stuff, which would be really cool. It would be interesting to see how you deal with part drift and joint strength. Same vessel collision, same thing that we're doing with the hinge, dude. How do you think they do it? Seriously, look. How do you think... Here, let's just go to NSF and look at the latest video of them stacking tower segments. You know, obviously it's not the exact same, but we'll watch this video more in depth kind of later. Well, I mean, yeah, here, you could use this. You could use this as an example too, right? They're going to guide it into place, and then there's a guide. And of course, they cut the camera. There's guide pieces, and you slot each piece in together. That's how this stuff is done. In real life, that's how they do it. They make like a pilot dowel. I'm not sure what the name would be in construction, but those are engines. That's the decanter. So like stacking the tower pieces. Oh, hello. See, the tower pieces have little guides up there. See the little tabs on the very top? So when they go to stack the next piece, it kind of aligns. If Hellhydra, if I model something like that, right? And then we click same vessel interaction on every time you time warp, or every time you time warp, every time you reload, every time you resimulate physics, like when undock, this thing will just, it might drift a little bit for a second, but same vessel collision will just snap it right back together. And then if we go Kerbal Engineer and strut this stuff together on top of that, right? We have a Kerbal like walk up the staircase that we make and then use Kerbal Engineer and strut things, right? Then you're really good to go. Then that thing's never coming apart, dude. It's Kraken proof, Kraken strike proof. We're gonna need a bigger crane. Heck, we can make a crane parts pack so you could make cranes in KSP if you really want to. I think we'll start with equipment first. You're saying you want to just model tower sections, then you build a crane and manually put it together? Shaw, here's the thing. If I build it the right way, you could do that. Sure. Or you could just snap it together in the SPH. Why choose? Because you don't know the can of worms you opened here. I don't think you understand the can of... I don't think you understand the can of worms that was opened up when you said, yeah, make mod parts for Kerbal. I'm all about trying to make parts that we need for mission mode that kind of seamlessly integrate with my mission mode rules. That's what I want to do. The idea is that if someone wants to play by this rule set, they download my parts pack and boom, you could build the exact same stuff. Now, the thing is that I really only want to build parts that are for GSE. I still want my vehicles to remain stock. Yeah, stock looking. Yeah, I think that would be cooler. Imagine having like Condor 9 with its pad and everything, or MLV or something with its pad and it's good to go. Like, you know, you have a launch pad that looks like Kerbal parts. Like, dude, even make, like if I make a mobile launcher, just lift the panel texture and just make it look like a bunch of panels that are put together. Right? Make it look like it belongs. So it still maintains that stock feel. The vehicles are still stock, but we don't have oppressively bad frame rates, right? We can build stuff quickly, and launching it isn't, you're not going to do it at 2 frames a second, you know? 2 words, functional cables. Worms, these are snakes. Yeah. This hinge is only the beginning. Yeah, we could make a tower segment mod where you just build a catch tower if you really want to, or fixed service structure, or mobile launcher, or launch umbilical tower. Heck, even make the MLs, make the ML modular. Here, look. The MLs can be taken apart. They can be reconfigured. Like make a parts pack that's these pieces, right? That's a ML, right? And you could replace the center piece depending on what kind of rocket you want. Like, and then you make parts that are just that's the scaffolding and stuff. See that? We could make the ML pegs right there. We can make a part that does that seamlessly integrates with Kerbal constructs. Think about it, dudes. You make this part right here. You make that a thing in Kerbal constructs, so you put out a pad that just has the pegs on it, right? For in Kerbal constructs, then you take this thing, and you could, if you could somehow drive it over, use landing gear to lift it up, and then use landing gear to set it down. Now you have a pad that's fixed to the freaking ground, that's never moving. Just saying, could work. I don't know if I could make a crawler. I could make a crawler parts pack, guys, but I would need help coding the tracked mechanism, guys. Yeah, the track mechanism would be difficult, but we could do that, sure. You can make a crawler transporter pack. I could even make it so you can make different size crawlers if we really do it right. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to overpromise. Let's just get the hinge going, but if I find a way to quickly do this, we can make whatever. You never know. Make whatever you want. The implementation shouldn't be too hard, but like with a crawler, I'd have to go look into the documentation for making rover wheels in Kerbal. That shouldn't be too hard, I guess. It's just going to take time, that's all. Yeah, exactly, Sea Kraken. You'd have to be careful, but you have to be careful with the real stuff, too. 12 meter by 12 meter plate. Yeah. Would it be possible to build welded docking ports, like tiny ports that work like docking ports but are super strong and perma-weld? I don't really see why not, right? That mod exists already. I need like a structural attachment docking port. So a docking port that uses the docking port scripts, and you can kind of put two parts together, right? And then once those two attach, right, they part weld themselves to each other. Not sure how we do that. Make a ground anchor that isn't bad. Well, Kerbal constructs would be the way to do that, Sea Kraken. Yeah. Imagine us rolling a crawler transporter, right? And then the Kerbals can walk around on the catwalks and stuff. We could do that, man. If you guys want to see stuff like that, let me know, okay? I can do it. I could do that. I mean, for right now, we're going to continue with our hinge. But if you want to see stuff like that, shoot me a message. Say, EJ, I want to see this. Stuff like that. That's what Rover Dudes weld the docking ports do. It really very much seems like we are following in Rover Dude's footsteps here. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we're very much following in his footsteps. Anyway, guys, let me just go run down and check on Bree and the dog. Go say hi. And yeah, I will be back for Space News. We'll begin Space News probably 10 minutes, something like that. I'll be back momentarily. Get ready for the Space News. All right, dudes. I'm back. Apologies. My neighbor asked if they could borrow the compressor to fill up the air in their tires. So, yes, another example of EJ turning into the neighborhood mechanic, which is, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing that I'm known for that, but hey, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That won't end poorly at all. Did Rover Dude work on the game that now shall not be named? As far as I know, he did. Yep. I don't know what he's doing now. I actually haven't reached out to him in a long time. At least you're not the neighborhood IT guy. No, that's what Bree is, Kurlani. We outed ourselves, and what we reap is what we sow. Hey, Ish, what's going on, man? Ish, you doing Le Mans with us this week, or what? I have a little 12-volt compressor for the situation. Yep. If we haven't watched this from Lockheed, it's worth a quick watch. Is that the one where the rover is like moving around on the surface? Yeah, it is. Yeah, we've seen that. I have a thought. I wonder if the part that has multiple colliders would collide with itself if F's same vessel collision is turned off. Yes. I actually talked to I talked to somebody, say who, somebody that worked on Kerbal 1 at one point. Can't say specifically where and when. I have a source. No, you can't make them collide with themselves. Yeah, I looked into that before I even started this Hinge project. A Juice live stream. What is this? This is the ESA's Juice mission. What is this? What are we looking at here?
Crossing of the Terminator and then the illuminated part. But for now, yeah, this is just the start.
That's fine. Mark, would you like to say something about this? Please do.
Yeah, so as Ignacio mentioned, this is an AFCAM image. The field of view is very narrow. The images that will give us a better context.
This is the Icy Moons Explorer. Yeah, the Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer. It seems to be out by the moon, maybe using some type of lunar gravicyst. All right, we'll get more into that later, but Rocket Factory Augsburg, which is a European private spaceflight, a commercial spaceflight company, seems to have had a little bit of an ouchie. It's a flyby of the Earth and the Moon for the Juice mission. Yep. Cool. All right. Well, on Monday evening, Rocket Factory Augsburg conducted a hot fire test of its first stage at their launch site in Saxevord Spaceport. This resulted in an anomaly that led to the loss of the stage. No one was injured in the process. Launchpad has been saved and is secured. The situation is under control and any immediate danger has been mitigated. We are now working closely with Saxevord Spaceport and the authorities to gather data and info to eventually resolve what happened. We will take our time to analyze and assess the situation. We develop iteratively with an emphasis on real testing. This is part of our philosophy, and we are aware of the high risks attached to this approach. Our goal is to return to regular operations as soon as possible.
And the rocket engine test.
Oh. Yeah. Turbine failure. 90% sure. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's not what you want. That looks like turbo pump failure. See those sparks? The sparks. Picture like an angle grinder. Like you have a cutoff wheel, cutting metal, makes a lot of sparks. See what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of sparks. It looks like one of their power packs decided to power pack int. Yeah, that's Rocket Factory Augsburg's first stage. It decided to pop. Yeah, I can say pretty reasonably that that's turbine. That's turbo pump failure. Pretty dang sure. Yeah, in this case, you know, like I said, it's like a cutoff wheel cutting through metal. It shoots a lot of sparks. You've seen me do that when we mess with things on the automotive streams, right? Yeah, that's in that case, that's your turbine or fluid impeller turning into a cutoff wheel and cutting itself out of your rocket engine. Pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, this could be, I'm pretty sure. Now, once again, I'm taking a guess. What do I know? There's not much you can tell from this footage, but the sparks are very telling. So how do you lose a turbo pump like that? Improper operating temperature is the biggest one. If you spin a bearing in a turbo pump, yes, you can do that. If you spin a bearing, that's game over. Where was that? Saxaboard. Yeah, spinning a bearing is death for a rocket engine. And that may have been the cause there. There's a bunch of different things it could be, guys. Bad bearing, lack of oil. Well, a lot of rocket engines use the propellant for lubricant, Tessa, especially if you're using kerosene. Like if you're using RP1, that does prove to be a little bit more difficult when you're using hydrogen, right? You might want to opt for a different bearing design. Hydrogen doesn't lubricate very well. It's not very viscous, right? But kerosene is, right? Hey, Neonix. This isn't exactly space related, but I reckon you'll enjoy it. Neonix, I haven't seen you in forever. What's going on? Oh, the Chinook. Yeah. I've seen that. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. So yeah, I'm pretty dang sure that that's turbine failure. Yeah, you don't get the sparks flying like that. This is happening because something is spinning. The only things that really spin a lot is the only things that really spin a lot on rocket engines is the pumps, and that sucks. So RFA seems to have lost their stage, which sucks. And the worst thing about that is that it can be a cascading failure. If one fails, right, and starts delaminating itself and becoming turbo pump int, right, it'll shoot parts into other rocket engines, and then those ones will do the same thing, and then you just get a catastrophic failure, a cascading catastrophic failure. So once again, RFA says the pad is okay, but they did lose the stage, which basically, like I said, if I had to guess, that's turbine failure. Yeah, that's what that looks like. Got a nice big explosion though. But RFA is doing iterative design. They're doing rapid prototyping similar to SpaceX, so failures do happen. It's part of the game. If you choose to play the game by that rule set. Yeah. Sucks. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Now, see, here's the thing. The camera seems to cut from there to there. This initial bit of footage here. Okay, so you're getting ignition here, but you're getting ignition out the side. Flamian should be pointing that way, but it's not. It's pointing that way. RFA have that KSP. Yeah, they do have the KSP parts pack, don't they? See, I'd be genuinely curious as to what happens from here. So, obviously, fuel. You're getting a lot of fuel there. And it definitely... So, we got a fuel-rich mixture here. See the black? Fuel rich. I mean, they do use kerosene, so yeah, that could be a bunch of different things. But I know that's turbine failure, so something could have popped and made the turbines fail. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, see all the sparks? That's Rocket Factory Augsburg. They had a failure on their test stand today. Yeah, I didn't really notice that the camera cut a little bit earlier, but it does. It does cut, and just kind of I'm gonna try to see here. Not good.
Discovery,
Cut my
go at throttle up.
vans. What's up? Is this Falcon 9 size? No. The Juice mission is live. Yeah, I know. Hard start would be your guess. I mean, clearly they had it was in a mode where the turbo pumps are spinning, Hell Hydra, right? Like this part is definitely turbine failure. I know that. I'm not sure what happened here. Yeah, the hard start. I mean, I'm wondering what's all this smoke here. What's all this? Is this could have been during shutdown? Could have been during shutdown. So maybe it hydraulic hammered. You know what, dude? Hold up. Hold on a second. Okay. The last time we looked at Rocket Factory Augsburg testing their stages, I noticed something on stage shutdown, and I didn't think... I mentioned it on stream, but I didn't really pay it much mind. Look, this is... So that's the stand right there, right? So, wait, hold on. Let me see this again. I'm gonna listen to this. Hold on.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Engine 1 ignited, good RPM. Engine 2 ignited, good RPM. Engine 3 ignited, good RPM. Engine 4 ignited, a bit high on the RPM, but looks good.
During their testing, they're staging their ignition big time. They're firing one and then waiting a couple seconds, firing another, waiting a couple seconds, firing another, waiting a couple seconds. I'm wondering if this is the test here. That's what I noticed last time. There was residual. Watch. But here's the thing. That doesn't seem like... I don't think they even got that far. If you compare what's going on here, right, from this footage right here, there's a huge cloud. So, right, when is there a huge cloud in this footage?
Engine 1 ignited, good RPM.
Right there seems to be about the same cloud. So, yeah. Hell Hydra, I think you're right. Hard start. If I had to guess, hard start on the number 2 engine. See, right when they ignited the number 2 engine, which is right there, the clouds match perfectly. See? Yeah, you sprung a leak. Oofda. That's, yeah. Guys, I don't think that's going to buff out. I don't think that's going to buff out. You know, I'm pretty sure you can't buff that out. I'm pretty sure you can't buff out, but yeah, God, the cloud here is right at the beginning. So this, yeah, hard start. Hard start. Yeah. I mean, if you, like I said, look at the cloud position during this successful test flight footage here, right? Or test fire footage, right? That is from the flame bucket, the pad deluge turning on, right?
Engine 1 ignited, RPM.
Mr. Sam could buff that out. Absolutely, Brad. You could buff that out with a shine mix. Hell yeah, brother. If I had to guess, guys, once again, big guess, not a rocket scientist, armchair engineer, I play Kerbal, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill, not an engineer. You get what I'm talking about. It looks like a hard start from engine 2. Because, once again, if it was later in the ignition, or, I mean, I thought it might have been at the very end where they burped up a bunch of stuff, that deluge cloud is not there. This is from all the water that they're spraying in this flame bucket right here to keep it cool.
Engine 2 ignited, good RPM.
See, eventually that steam gets completely saturated, right? Or the water gets completely saturated and turns into steam. That's what this is, right? Yeah. 2. Why the frick would they do that? So, fellas, I noticed something here, and I'm not 100% sure why you would do this. Okay, so they fire one engine. You can see it looks like there's 5, I think. Can't really tell. I honestly forget. There was a time where I knew this at some point, right? You see, 1 is on because of the way it is, and then they fire 2, right? And then there looks like there's 3, 4, and 5 right there. Well, okay, I have a question. I'd have to ask Rocket Guy about this. The pumps are on. They're on the other 3 engines. The igniter has not sparked yet, though. But those are look. They're shooting out atomized mixture. Why would someone do that? Why would you do that? You're asking for a hard start that way. You're spraying unburnt propellants out of one engine, and if the flames find their way back up, because you're making a vacuum, you're making low pressure. If the flames find their way back up, you're going to backfire the rocket engine. Why would you do that way? Probably to avoid transients. The initial test was 4 out of 5. The completed vehicle uses 9 Helix engines. What? Why? Okay. Am I missing something? Why would you do learning curve? Quite possible, makers. You see these engines, the pumps are on. You're flooding the engine. Those engines are flooded. See all the atomized mixture coming out? I must be looking at this wrong. There's no way that's what they're doing. It must be wrong. You have 2 engines at full blast right there, and 3 of them with their pumps. The turbine machinery is going, but there's no ignition. Why? It's only LOX. Would there be a problem? It's not LOX. There's fuel. It's atomized fuel. Fumble. They're shooting out atomized mixture because look, they popped the engine right on. It has to be an atomized mixture because they started, right? Could it only be LOX for thermal conditioning? I suppose it's possible.
Engine 2 ignited, good RPM.
But even if this is only LOX and you went to ignite another engine, for a momentary second you're flooding the engine before ignition with fuel. You're not going to try to start it before you don't deliver you're not going to try to start your engine if fuel isn't at the injector plate. If you do that in the improper mixture, well, give me 1 second. I'll show you. I gotta find the video now. Here. So, you guys ever seen like science? You ever been to science class where you know, like a science professor electrolyzes water, right? And it creates hydrogen gas, and there's hydrogen gas sitting in a bottle, and then they throw the match in there, and it, like the flames go all the way down, and then it goes, you know, like it shoots out like kind of like a rocket engine. You guys remember that? Remember that from high school or secondary school? We remember that? Remember that part? So that happens with rocket engines in a hard start scenario. Here, watch. Watch. See, this one right here, this methane, prototype methane engine, right, is doing exactly what I'm talking about. It's shooting out an atomized mixture, so that's mixed fuel and oxidizer. And if you notice, there's a source of ignition over here. You see the flame? You see the flamey bits? You see the flamey bits over there? Now watch what happens. Watch. It's just like the damn bottle. Uh-oh. Boom! Detonation. And you blew the injector plate off of the combustion chamber. Detonation waves from atomized propellant meeting the ignition. Yeah. See that? That's what the bass is pumping right now, though. So that's why that's part of the reason why I'm like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Because you're running the risk of doing that. Which I'll be honest, guys, that kind of is what looks like what happened, but I don't know for sure. It's not ideal. There's actually a better angle of this from the same dude. Give me 1 second. Yeah, this is from the opposite side. So watch. So you have your injector plate right here, your combustion chamber, your throat, and then there's no nozzle on this test. So when rocket engines start, you basically get your turbo pumps up to snuff, right? You get them spinning fast enough. That's used from a couple of different ways. You could be using your fuel to do it. You could be using triethyl aluminum or triethyl borane to do it. That's what that green flash is when SpaceX starts their engines. It could be a pressure fed. It could be a pneumatic based system, right? Like you could basically, if you guys ever screwed around in design and tech and shop class and took a computer fan and some compressed air and that, they could do it that way. That's how the shuttle engines turn on. That's how some Raptors turn on. Right? So basically you got to get your fuel delivery systems working correctly and up to pressure and delivering fuel and oxidizer to your injector plate in the right proportions before you start ignition. If you don't do that in the right sequence, it blows up. It'll blow up. You'll detonate something and bad stuff happens. Once you get past this point, now this is every time a rocket engine starts, mind you. Once you get past this point, and you got good flow, you'll activate the ignition, and then first time you do it, you kind of hope and pray that it shoots out the back. You don't hope and pray. That's where the math gets involved, right? And a little bit of physics too, right? But if you sit there with the engine in pre-start, I guess is what you'd call it, right? You're shooting out atomized mixture here. Now, what's atomized mixture? So if you take liquid fuel and oxidizer and you spray them into each other at low pressure, low-ish pressure, right? They'll kind of cross paths, and I'm not a chemist, but the nice way to say that is they kind of stick to each other. Think about like not exactly this. Once again, chemists, you're going to cringe at this. I know if there's chemists out there. I'm sorry. They kind of stick together like water droplets. Like water has surface tension, and they kind of stick. They stick together. They become atomized, right? You have to do this in the right conditions, okay? This is the other reason why igniting one of these things is such a pain in the butt. Just do it in the right conditions. You have to get good atomization. You're not getting good atomization. Basically, you could basically flood your rocket engine, and your propellants will snuff out the flame. You can use fuel to fight fire in the right circumstances. Another better, kind of more practical application of what I'm talking about is that gasoline itself is not flammable. It only becomes very flammable if the fumes from the gasoline atomize with the oxygen in our atmosphere. You ever fill up a car with gas? The little waviness that comes out of the pump when you're filling up your car? That's super flammable. That's the part that lights on fire. That's what your car does. It makes vapor, right? Your car does that. It makes vapor. It atomizes, it sprays the fuel from high to low pressure, so it spreads out, it atomizes with the oxygen from the intake, and then boom, you get a nice explosion, right? That is atomized liquid methane and liquid oxygen. That's way more explosive than gasoline. Like way more explosive. Methane has a lot more hydrogen in it, and we know from the Hindenburg, not only from the Hindenburg, like hydrogen gas likes to blow up. It likes to blow up very efficiently, and it likes to blow up, period. Right? Watch. So this engine is in pre-start, right? The turbo pumps are on. Your whatever your feed system is, it's on. You're shooting atomized propellants out of the rocket engine, right? If those things find something that's hot, it doesn't even need a spark or a piece of electricity. This is so hot, you heat it, or this is so flammable, you introduce it to even a minor temperature increase, it will explode. It'll auto combust like a diesel engine. And that's, like I said, that's what happens here. And look at how quickly it happens. I mean, I think this is 24,000 frames a second. Everything looks okay here. Everything looks all right here. You're getting a little, okay, there's a little bit of auto combustion. That happens. This does happen. But in the right conditions, you should probably start that rocket engine like right now. If the igniter hasn't turned on before that happens, this happens. Your pumps are still going at this point, and they're still delivering fuel to the injector plate, but you're delivering it to an injector plate that has the combustion chamber separated from it. So, that's good. It blew the rocket engine in half. This is part of the reason why Tim Dodd says Flamian down. That if the flame's coming out of the sides, something like this happened. This is not good, right? See, it blew the rocket engine in half. You know how strong of a detonation that needs to be to do something like that? It blew the combustion chamber completely off the injector plate. And it happens in a split second. This probably looked like, this is on the high-speed camera. What this looked like in real time would probably be about the equivalent visual of throwing a hand grenade inside of this. Take the hand grenade, throw the pin up the throat, and run. And that's it, that quick. Yeah, see what I mean about hard starting? This is why I'm very confused here. And once again, I don't know more than RFA. I have no freaking clue. I need to ask Rocket Guy or somebody that really knows their stuff with propulsion, right? I really want to know. So they start one engine, right? One engine turns on, and then you hear, listen.
Engine 1 ignited, 2 RPM.
Engine 1.
Engine 2 ignited, 2 RPM.
They waited. They staged their ignition. Now, don't get me wrong. Staging ignition for rockets is something that does happen. You never try to light all of them at the same time. That can
that can lead to explosions. You stagger them. The reason why is because you could create a siphon effect and implode your plumbing going to the rocket engines. That could have happened here. I don't know. But that only happens if you try to fire all your rocket engines all at once. Now, don't get me wrong. You know, it's not like they're staggering it every second on like Falcon 9, for instance. You stagger it by like a millisecond or 100 milliseconds or something. It's fast enough that you can't even tell. If you're looking at it with just a Mark 1 eyeball, you wouldn't even be able to notice. You notice it on high speed footage though. They stagger the ignition. The other thing is that can create you can create a compounding vibration, and that'll just shake the rocket to pieces. If you try to fire all of them at the same time, you're getting 3 overlapping overpressures. Yeah, you don't want that. They can compound and creates crazy resonance, and the rocket could just shake itself to pieces. Yeah, not cool. So these guys are staggering like a couple of seconds between their rocket ignitions. And now, don't get me wrong, it obviously has worked in the past, but look. Now, once again, I ain't no rocket scientist. I don't know. But it certainly looks like those engines are doing that. Not this part. They're doing... Give me a second. They're doing that. It certainly looks like it. It certainly looks like they're shooting out an atomized propellant. Not exploded, though. See? Look at the engines. Those are definitely pulling. That's definitely atomized propellant. I'm like, once again, well, I don't know. I don't know for sure. Who knows? But that definitely looks kind of similar to what's going on here. And if it looks similar to what's going on there, this makes a lot more sense. It's RP1 LOX, so it might just be the LOX. Why would you have your LOX turbo pump on, but not your RP1? Also, Deadbringer, these... Yeah, I suppose if the valves are past your turbo pumps, sure. It's possible. LOX main valve is open to condition your hardware. Yeah, but that would still create a momentary split second where you have a little bit of atomized propellant before ignition. Yeah, you're right. The valves are past the turbine machinery. That's right. Usually LOX goes out of like a dump on the side or something. They could be dumping it through the combustion chamber for simplicity's sake. You probably could. That means your main LOX valve is open and your impeller is on. But here's the thing. RFA's power packs are a single shaft. So you have a gas generator, LOX, RP1 on top of it, and they're all connected on one drive shaft, right? Now, once again, I don't know. No idea. But honestly, I've never heard a scenario of where you would have one open and the other for a long period of time. Because if you had one shaft, right, and you're moving the liquid oxygen around with your turbine machinery, right, which clearly, I mean, like I said, that's a lot of LOX shooting out the bottom for not, doing that, right? You'd cavitate your RP1 pump, which is interesting. Hey, Pi, what's going on? Pi, what do you make of this? Check this out. RFA, Rocket Factory Augsburg, was testing this afternoon, and Helix is an oxygen-rich stage combustion. That motor is oxygen-rich? Well, there you go. That explains your oxygen open then. So, that means there's... Deadbringer, there you go. We talked ourselves through it. I was getting really confused there for a second. There's no bypass. It's oxygen rich. Is it Carolox oxygen rich stage combustion? If it's Carolox oxygen rich stage combustion, yeah, that mixture coming out is mostly oxidizer, but there still is some fuel in it. Okay. In which case, well, Deadbringer, that we talked ourselves through that. That goes back to my first question. You're priming these motors
and you're spraying out atomized propellant, albeit in very, very, very weird proportions that should not generate combustion, right? But they still are. Oh dear. Well, the flame is supposed to go down. Someone messed up and thought left was down. Yeah, it's probably Y up, Z up orientation, Pi Guy, if I had to guess. You know, somebody messed up the orientation. Rocket Guy, a couple things. Hard to really tell with that grainy video, but if it's RP1 plus locks, it could be that the locks, as it looks, could just be locks as it looks like they use T-tab with a green flash. Typically, startup sequence runs locks for pyrophoric ignition with T-tab and then RP1 trail. So I doubt a bit that the RP1 is running. I'm also not sure if that flow would be from two turbines running, possibly headers. You can see, like in that hard start, for example, what full throttle propellant delivery would look like. Yeah. Interesting, dude. Interesting. Because Rocket Guy, something... So, look, if you're looking at this footage here, dude, you're getting sparks flying everywhere. Am I confident in saying that that's probably turbine failure? However, I mean, yeah, sparks don't fly like that unless you have a serious electrical fire, which could be the case, or your turbines have decided to turbine int. But this right here seems to show point of failure right there. But then again, you do have fire coming right there. So they could have had fire coming from an umbilical and... Sparks could be from a LOX fire. Shooting out the side is what I would first think is turbine failure, maybe due to FOD or something. Well, I'm pretty sure whatever did that is what caused that. I'm just putting it out there, dude. Pretty sure whatever did that is most likely what caused that, right? Like, am I in the ballpark here? This is Rocket Factory Augsburg. They're a German company, German commercial spaceflight company, Bandit, that's going to launch in Saxevord. Because that is not just a hard start. That is sustained, like jet flowing out of a header. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Rocket Guy, my hypothesis before I said I would need to ask you or somebody that knows more about this than me is that from their own test footage, it very much looks like they're... I mean, this could be just from head, but even if this is from residual tank head pressure right there before they ignite the engine, like with hypergalls, I mean, because the staging sequence is so far apart, you could open up a window even during ignition before your kerosene hits your injector plate. You're opening up a hard start right there if you auto combust some of this coming out of there, right? Like, hey, Berdongenen, what's up, man? Mr. Weldon. I mean, I don't know if what they were doing is that, but it definitely looks like this, that definitely looks a lot like what we saw in this prior testing footage. That looks like the same testing article, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, something like that, Shy. If it's just locks, no. And if it's only from conditioning or the... If it is only from conditioning or the igniter for ignition. This footage here is... This testing footage is from a prior test. This is... They went to test this afternoon, and that happened. Aluminum and magnesium look like that. Yeah. Yeah, they are very sparky, but I don't think there's any magnesium in this, do you? I mean, it's possible. I don't know. There's definitely aluminum, we know that. And we know aluminum makes great solid fuel propellant stabilizer. The problem is, with your liquid fuel rocket, I'm pretty sure you don't want it to solid rocket fuel. Like that. It looks like a pipe burst past the turbo pump. Yeah, Pi, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, what would cause that? What would cause that? You're obviously going through a shock load transient, right? Which is why I think it's from, I think they venturied one of their rocket engines and it backfired like a carburetor, but I could be wrong. How about a quick disconnect failure? Well, if their QD screwed up, the rocket guy's theories about head pressure feeding the engines, yeah, that could be a problem. But we clearly have atomization there. Not rocket guy. Pi. There's clearly I'm getting my guys confused. Rocket guy and Pi guy. Pi. You're getting heat air. You're getting heat oxidizer and fuel here. So you're getting atomization, and yeah, you're obviously fuel rich because of the black cloud of smoke. Are there better images of the engines from RFA's own testing footage? Sure. Yeah. See, single shaft. So you have your gas generator. Your gas generator's down here, and then there's your two pumps in line. One of them is a radial feed, the other one's an axial feed. If I'm looking at that right. Actually, hold on. What is this flex pipe over here? Hang on. I need to read about RFA's motors. Give me 1 second. Let's read here for a second. Helix. Yeah, they're staged, so yeah, you could go turbine centric, which is what I think I'm looking at here. So yeah, because it's stage combustion, it wouldn't be in line like how I'm saying. It would be turbine in the center. I think. I'd have to look at their engines again. It's actually a pretty good little motor. Stage combustion cycle at 900 kilonewtons, 325 seconds with RP1 and LOX. Not bad, dude. Except for that. This is definitely a little bit of a setback. Longer clip here. Oh. My money's back on turbine failure. My money's back on turbine failure. You guys, so Rocket Pi, you guys see the sparks? Watch. Boom! I think a turbo pump failed. It pretty sparkled. When your rocket engine looks like a firework, you got a big problem. Am I looking at that right? I'll leave it on this frame. That's bad. I mean, it's pretty, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to say that that's probably not good, but see, this footage kind of confirms what I was thinking. It was right at point of ignition. So this indicates hard start. Let us hear it too. Oh, I don't know if the BBC just put their stupid jingle over it. Who knows? Oh, that's bad. Oh. Oh, that. It's just... Wait. Oh, shit! Oh! That's broken. Wow, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's a cascading rud, guys. That's what that is. That's a cascading rud. It gets worse and worse. The more you look at it, it's just worse and worse. It's like the video of that guy stacking toilets, and then he knocks one over, and then he just dominoes all the other toilets. The guy's just like, I hate my life. I'm leaving now. Bye. Oh. It's trying to vent. It's trying to vent down, but it's not working. Sound like COPV's popping, and then oh, there goes your main fuel tank. You hear the two pops? Fuel and oxidizer. There you go. Now, oh. The deluge is still working. Seriously, though, the deluge is probably what saved the test stand. That's the only reason that test stand is still good is because the deluge system put the flames out. Holy crap. Whoa. Dude. That's yucky. That's yucky. That's yucky. That's not good. Yeah, that's bad. That's not good. That's bad. The moment the metal ignited itself turns itself into thermite, there's no stopping. I call the firefighters, but not for me. Yeah. Shaxavort is in Shetland, yeah. That's... Fire NATOs are pretty, right? Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, the rocket engine is basically fire NATOing out the bottom, Gek. But yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. Can I want to listen this time. Hold on, I'm going to shut up. So stressful, dude. Oh, that's... That's not even my rocket. That's still hard to watch. It's still hard to watch. Like, just. It's just hard to watch. So team, guys, here, hold on. It looks like, okay, so they got ignition. You see the overpressure event that's happening right there. Right after initial ignition, you get a failure. Once again, sparks shooting out everywhere up the side of the rocket. That, once again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again, that looks like turbine failure. Turbine failure caused from a hard start. That's what it looks like, right? See the sparks flying out all over the place? It looks like they hard started the engine, and the engine decided to just disassemble itself really fast. So it looks like some of that debris severs a line, or at least damages a line, and that line depressurizes. It looks like an engine close to the umbilical may have done that, and it sliced, or at least damaged part of the line, and that near the umbilical, and that's what causes the flames to come out the side. Once again, guys, you're still seeing sparks shooting out the bottom right there. See that? And then they stop. That's the turbine, or what's left of it, spinning down, like stopping. See? Watch, and then those sparks will stop. Or they won't. I mean, they cut the camera, but that's turbine failure all day. My money's on that. Hard start turbine failure, but I don't know what caused the hard start. That's what I was trying to figure out before. Yeah, your power pack decided to throw a rod there. Yeah, I'd have to understand what they were testing, and they're not going to say that. I mean, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Like I said, we'd have to figure out what they were testing and go from there, because that thing broke badly. Could the LOX downcomer have broken and then overpressured the RP1 tank? Yeah, I mean, guys, it's extremely difficult to say what hard started it. That's why I thought it would have, if it was the second, like, with the footage that we saw before, I didn't know what phase of ignition they're in. The first engine to start is the one that popped. So we can rule out my whole theory about basically backfiring a rocket engine, the other rocket engines, because you're flowing propellants, right? We can discard what I said before. With this longer footage here, I go back to what I originally said. So the engine ignites, and then immediately after ignition, I mean, you see the green, so triethyl aluminum triethyl borane, right? So it's T-tab from this, I think it's pyrophoric. Here, let me check. Here, let's go RFA helix engine. Where's that thing that I... Ooh, we got some telemetry. Keep in mind, this is a test from 2022. Helix engine shots. Oh, thank you. I have them open. Thank you.
Turbine inlet pressure, main chamber. They're pushing 100 bar main chamber pressure off oxygen-rich stage combustion with kerosene. That's pretty good. It's kerosene, Tessa. You don't need a lot of pressure to get an extremely violent explosion. It's kerosene. Oil ignites real good. I mean, if it was higher, you'd get an even more energetic explosion where you're squeezing all of it out. But once again, you gotta also take into account that we're oxygen rich here. You gotta really make sure you don't delaminate your combustion chamber. Oxygen rich stage combustion, you really have some heat problems. It's tough to control the heat. Yeah, thanks, Martin. I'm wondering what this is. See this little funny right here? That little zip-zop, zoopity-bop. See this? I'm wondering what that is. I don't know if that's normal. I really haven't looked at enough start telemetry to know if that's normal or not. Yep, see your pumps are spinning up, right? And then oxidizer pump outlet. Yeah, it spins up correlative to your shaft speed here, and then moment of ignition is basically right there. See, this is what I mean. This is why it's easy to hard start. Look at the number change in a split second. See what I mean? Look at that. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, Team DX? Yeah. Crazy, dude. Now, once again, this is not telemetry from that exact test, but I would assume that the startup sequence would be something similar to this. I'm just looking at it here. I can't believe that. It's crazy. It's possible. Once again, it seems like a hard start, guys, from that footage. It's just this seems like it's a hard start, and that hard start caused your turbines to not turbine. Oh. This also could be a depress vent that turns on in the event of a failure. The problem is your fire is right next to your depress vent. 285 bar on locks, though. That's pretty high. Have to have higher pressures the further upstream you go. Lower pressures the more downstream you go, Tessa, or else your rocket engine doesn't rocket engine very well. Now, with that being said, dude, if you know that your inlet pressures need to be higher than your combustion chamber pressure, consider Raptor 3 again in your mind and go, what the actual frick is happening here? Crazy, right? Oh yeah, that is a triumph of material science. That's not. That's not. That's the opposite of that. You have a better link for the Helix engine. Yeah, see, they are dumping. Okay, they do have a dump. So that's fuel. That one's fuel, no doubt. This thing. Actually, hold on. No, it wouldn't be insulated. Here, let me just look. I gotta learn. This is EJ's time to learn, not guess. I already did my guessing for the day. Bypass valve kerosene. This is Senkrick starter. He's a German STEM guy. He's like a German counterpart of mine. I don't know him, but I know of him. Yeah, that's locked because it's insulated. Yep. How many Merlins did SpaceX pop? No idea. I need to see what 10 and 11 are. Kerosene pipe to pre-burner. 11 is the kerosene pump. Yeah, but on maybe. Yeah. Something with this, I guarantee you that's hard start that caused an explosion somewhere in this area right here. I think that's about as conclusive as we can get without having a propulsion engineering degree. Freaking magic, dude. These things are freaking magic. Yeah, something happened right in this area here. Because, once again, those sparks come from your turbine deciding to not be a turbine anymore and deciding to be a chainsaw. Quick tangent. The Paris Olympics should have been called Wii Sports. Right. What rocket engine is that for? That's for this rocket. That's a Helix engine, Rocket Factory Augsburg. It was for this rocket. I say was because that happened. Yeah, and then that happened. And then after that, that happened. No, this was not their first, believe it or not, which leads me to believe they've successfully tested that exact test article in the past, which leads me to believe that they were trying something a little bit different, and that's, yep, there it is, falling on the ground and exploding. Oofda. Huge oof. Was the test stand destroyed? Actually, no, it was not, because their sound suppressor was still on at the end. So the sound suppressor spraying the thing down with water constantly, I believe, saved most of this thing. Oofda. Yeah, hard start. I think we can conclusively say hard start. The hard start induced turbine Rud, and that basically is like a shrapnel grenade going off in the engine section, and there you go. That's great. I actually saved the pod, mostly. That you did. That boy's good, no doubts there, huh? Yeah, that was this thing. Here's a picture of it in better times. Yeah, one of these things, see, there's no separation between all these engines. If one of those things decides to delaminate, you bad. Bad. Not good for it. Well, RFA said they'll figure it out and they'll go from there. I'm sure they'll do a fault tree analysis. And believe it or not, guys, RFA is actually pretty straightforward about their stuff in the past. Like they've been, look, I mean, they showed us telemetry from previous tests. I'm sure they'll tell us what's going on.
I just joined in. What did the foil on the engines do? Insulation, Void. Yeah, that's on. So those engines are using kerosene, so RP1, and liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is really cold. What comes out of the rocket engine is not. Got to insulate it a little bit. You don't need convected heat heating up your liquid oxygen before it goes into your engine, right? Because then you have your liquid fuel engine, and now you're feeding gaseous oxygen into your liquid fuel engine. I don't think I need to say why that's not good. Your liquid fuel engine, if it's getting anything but liquid fuel and liquid oxidizer, it blows up. It'll go right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. Yeah, if you look at that, you can see that the TVC and the flex joints are in the middle of all that. We see rocket is kaput. This rocket is no more. It has ceased to be. Danke schön. Auf Wiedersehen. Give me 1 second, dudes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, cool. We good. We're real good. Anyways, all the facts. 34-month resub. So yeah, that's not good. Sorry, that became a tangent, but that's okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, pray for Mary. I do, all the time. We'll have to wait for RFA to hear anything. So the other thing that's going on here is the European Space Agency's Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer is doing a grav assist off of Earth and the Moon, and there was a live stream going on for its flyby, and it gave us some pretty cool live shots of the Moon. Well, actually, it's not a live shot. It just, they look like pictures being downloaded. That's a dish. That's the dish, which is pretty cool. The Moon. Yeah, you can see that it's flyby past the Moon, and it's going to grav assist Earth here. And they're basically using Earth as a grav assist to get to Jupiter. Once again, this is the Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, or JUICE for short. In this case, it's not loose. The JUICE is not loose. It's going to Jupiter. Controllably. I had to make the joke. I'm sorry. I had to make the joke. Yeah. Am I a piece of crap for doing it? Yeah, maybe a little bit. But I had to. Sorry. Could not. It's not my department. The JUICE is already dead. Well, it's not, because it's flying around in space. Just saying. Put that water bottle there. Wouldn't it be very loose in 0G? I mean... Yes? I don't know, man. I got a headache. I got a headache, Corbin. Corbin, I got a headache. I got a headache, man. Corbin, my man. I got a fire. I got a matches. I got a matches. I got a matches. I mean, the matches. I got meaning. I didn't know. I mean, Father, you smoke. Father, you smoke. We all gonna die. Okay, I have a little bit more news here. So, yeah, this was this afternoon. Here, let's go to the Polaris program. So at the beginning of the stream, there was a press conference with Jared Isaacman, Kid Poteet, Anna Menon, and Sarah Gillis. They are the 4 crew for the Polaris Dawn mission, which is launching in a week from now, so next Monday, right? there was a press conference that entailed what they're doing with their mission. The reason why this press conference was announced is because they've arrived at KSC to launch on a Dragon capsule for quarantine. There's the 4 crew right there. And yeah, they arrived in the Polaris jets, which is just basically like a private jet aerobatic team, which is pretty cool. So they gave us some details about this mission. It is awesome. So the Polaris Dawn mission that's going to launch next week is going to be the first commercial mission that's going to do an extravehicular activity, basically getting out of the spacecraft when it's on orbit. It also is going to be the highest distance off the surface of Earth that humans have been since December of 1972. Since the Apollo program. The Polaris Dawn mission will launch. It'll go into a 51.6 degree inclined orbit, which is kind of similar to the ISS inclination. It actually is the ISS inclination. And they are going to insert into a 1,400 kilometer by 190 kilometer orbit. That's an eccentric orbit. So what does that mean in plain English? If you look at the orbit from the side, it's elliptical. It's an oval, right? It's not a perfect circle. If it's a perfect circle, it would be zero inclination. Or not inclination, zero eccentricity, excuse me. So this eccentric orbit with the apogee, or the highest point in the orbit, is the highest that people have been ever since since the Apollo program. Yeah, with the shuttle missions, we never really got above 500 kilometers. This is going to 1,400. 3 times the height of the ISS. Actually, more than 3 times the height of the ISS. View's going to be sweet. After that, they'll do a little bit of slowdown burn, and they will move their apogee down to a 700 by 190 kilometer orbit and conduct the first EVA. They will depressurize the spacecraft, and they will exit Dragon when it's on orbit. 2 crew will stay in the craft, 2 crew will go out. This will be the first EVA ever done by a commercial endeavor. Ever. And that's going to be live streamed. They said they're going to live stream the EVA, which is mint. So, on top of the science and biomedical research that they're going to do with this, they're also going to do an artificial gravity experiment where while they're EVAing, they flip the capsule end over end and try to induce not artificial gravity, but an artificial acceleration to simulate 1G. All right. There's going to be that kind of research being done, and they're also going to here's the really crazy part. The Polaris Dawn Dragon will be carrying a payload in its trunk. One of the first times a Dragon with crew on it is ever carrying a payload in its trunk. The trunk is the back part of the Dragon capsule that does get disposed of. Somewhat analogous to a service module, but it's not the service module. A service module is like all your propulsion systems. The Dragon is just power and thermal. But there is an empty space back there to carry cargo. The uncrewed versions of Dragon do carry cargo back there. This is the first crew mission to do it. Right? At least to my knowledge. I mean, I don't know. There's probably people that know more about this than me. So what they're carrying back there is basically a hot-rodded Starlink satellite in the back of Dragon. No, they're not going to deploy it, or at least the optical component of a Starlink satellite. What they're doing with that optical component is when they're in that 700 by 190 orbit, they're going to point the back of Dragon down towards the horizon of Earth and use optical communication to communicate with Starlink. There is a Starlink antenna it's bolted technically. A Starlink antenna bolted to the inside of the crew cabin. So this is going to be the first Dragon capsule, the first human-rated space flight to have a Starlink on board, which is fiber optic without the fiber. Bingo. Which is pretty awesome. That's really, really cool. Optical communications are what you're going to need if you want to go to the moon or go to Mars or wherever. We're talking about sharks with freaking laser beams attached to their head? Dragons with lasers strapped to its What? Junk in the trunk? That... I'll stop. Can we just delete this conversation? Anyway, yeah, the Polaris Dawn mission. They're going to be up there for 5 to 6 days doing all this, and yeah, they're going to depress the capsule and then repressurize it, which is crazy. And if it works, they could end up putting the Starlink on ISS. It's possible, sure. This will also be, yeah, it's the first time humans have been up to 1,400 kilometers since the Apollo program. That would have technically been the last time. And the first time, the highest altitude that any woman has ever gotten to. The highest would be the Hubble servicing missions, which is also, once again, that's probably like about the same as the ISS, maybe a little bit higher, a little bit. So... You know, this is the crap that NASA should have done decades ago. Regbach, yeah, right after the presser on stream before I started playing Kerbal, we kind of talked about this, dude. I agree. Well, NASA, first of all, this mission mirrors Gemini 11. Pretty damn close. Pete Conrad and Richard Gordon, it mirrors... It mirrors their mission. It's like uncanny how close it is. This is like a SpaceX Gemini mission, right? Which is pretty cool. Where I kind of went with that from there is that NASA should be doing this with the Orion capsule. That's what I kind of went with that. That was the short answer. Would that optical communication system be a tight beam communication in real life? You want to call it that? Your Trekkie is showing. But yeah, and why are optical communications good? Well, light doesn't really get scattered too much through the vacuum up in space. That's why the sunlight is from the sun, not close to us, but it still gets down to the surface here. You can use light for communications a lot easier in space than you can down here. In fact, shining light through a wire is what fiber optic is, basically. I mean, it's close. I know it's a little more complicated than that. I get it. Expanse, actually. You heard it here first. Ah, oh, damn belter scum. Get out of here, you gosh darn jagoff. So, is it raining? I don't know. Maybe. So yeah, Polaris Dawn should be amazing. It's launching at 3:38 on Monday morning next week, which just... So yeah, here's the shot from the press conference this morning. It's pretty awesome. Especially the guy that hosted it. It was hosted by one Bill Gerstenmaier, NASA alumni and pretty much overall mustache aficionado and legend in the spaceflight community. That guy's amazing. So Bill Gerstenmaier, for what it's worth, ran NASA's human spaceflight operations for like 10 years. And before that, he worked on the shuttle program for like 20 years, or actually 30 years. The guy was here. The guy was there at NASA for the entire tenure of the shuttle program. So yeah, he worked in wind tunnel testing, if I'm remembering right. That's where he started. And he worked his way all the way up to running NASA's human spaceflight operations. He did that until he was replaced in 2018 by Doug Libero, who didn't last very long. Doug Libero was replaced by Kathy Leaders. And then they took then Bill Nelson decided to take away that position, but whatever. Long story short, Bill ran NASA for a long time. Not the administrator, but the human spaceflight side of things. After he got out of a job, SpaceX said, hey. SpaceX was like, hey, you ran like the shuttle program for like 30 years, right? And he's like, yeah, I did. And he's like, so that would make you a pretty good expert on how to reuse stuff, right? Yeah. Hey, we're trying to reuse stuff. Do you want to join us? Yeah. And then he joined SpaceX after that. He's been the VP of Flight Reliability for SpaceX since basically 2018, 2019, somewhere around there. So yeah, he hosted that stream today, which is super cool. It's cool to see him. That guy is like a legend. He knows a thing or two because he's seen a thing or two. Yeah, right, Rocket Guy? Yeah, you ain't kidding. You're going to cover it? I'm going to be here for it. Whoa. You know Pittsburghese would be used by belters. No. Get out of here. Get out of here, you gosh darn jagoff. I wonder whether the 2 staying astronauts will be able to peek out of the hatch, or will they be able to stay put? I would keep them on console, Vasi, but you never know. Somebody did ask that question, dude. But I forget exactly what the answer was. Anyway, yeah, this is going to be an awesome mission. SpaceX is going to learn a lot about, obviously, EVAing. And they said, Rook basically said that the SpaceX EVA suit that he's helping to develop here with this mission is not just an EVA suit. It is a suit that is designed for terrestrial exploration, or celestial body exploration, I should say. SpaceX is cooking up a moonwalking suit, or a Mars walking suit, I should say. That's what he said. He said this suit is basically directly going to lead to working on a Mars expedition suit, which is pretty cool. You think they would schedule the walk for prime time? I don't know. Maybe. Either way, I'm going to be here to cover it. So my schedule might get a little funky at the beginning of next week. Yeah, either way, guys, that's a super cool mission, and you definitely don't want to miss this. Yeah, gonna be pretty freaking good, dude. Yeah, it's also, there's this picture, which is pretty sweet, when they were flying in. Can you show an ISS launch trajectory on Google Earth? Yeah, here, hold on. I'm losing, my voice is going. I don't know what the hell that's about, but that is the ISS's orbital inclination, and obviously we're not in the right phase right now, but why is Lemur 2 Ozark coming up? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Lemur 2. That was a transporter mission. So select the ISS. Yeah, that is what it would look like. So the ascent corridor would go something like that. It would go up the East Coast. Yeah, ragweed season. Yeah, you're not kidding, man. I am losing my voice, and that's not good. That's the one thing that I really can't afford to have problems with, but it is what it is. Yeah, so it's gonna be a crazy freaking mission. Polaris Dawn's nuts, in a good way. It's cool to see this happening, and yes, like I said, I think NASA should be doing stuff like this too. I think they should be doing this to shake down their Orion capsule, to be 100% honest with you. But you know, you could always dress up as a mime and stream that way. Yep. I'd rather not do that. So we still got a couple more things. We got an NSF vid that we can look through, but a little bit of SLS news, a smidgen of SLS news. The launch vehicle stage adapter for Artemis 2 has arrived at the Cape. Here, take a look. Yeah, that piece.
Haven't played it on stream. Actually, I have played it on stream. I played it on stream when it was Balsa, though, Bastardo. So yeah, there you go. It's a stir-welded ortho grid, right? There you go. That's pretty good, man. Actually, stir welding an ortho grid is pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. Yeah, see how they made that. Cool. Yep. So, yeah, that was delivered. That's another piece of Artemis 2. So we have the core stage, we have the vehicle stage adapter, all the SRBs are there. We know that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage is there for Artemis 2, so missing one component. Actually, Orion is down there. We don't know what its status is, but it's down there. It's not picking up on the compressor. Breeze here. It's still not picking up. Bree was playing Pomp and Circumstance because Titan graduated, what is it, puppy school?
Yeah, he did Good Manners 1.
He passed Good Manners 1 at puppy school. Come here, buddy. Titan. Come on up here. Up. Come on. Come on, Titan. Hey. Thought you passed Good Manners. Get up here.
That's not a good manner. That's the opposite of a good manner. Taito! Taito!
Whatever. Pupper.
Chet wants to see you. Chet wants to see you. Go see Chet. Titan.
They can see him. He's on pupper cam now.
Do you have any goldfish?
Oh, yeah. Now you come over here. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah, Mr. Good Manners. Good Manners, my butt. Hey, buddy. What you doing?
Not with you.
Good Manners, not with you. Yeah, no, not you. Hey, buddy. How you doing? You just chilling? Look at this. He's a good boy. He passed Good Manners. That's how you know he's a good boy. Good's in the name.
Yeah.
He's like, can I have some of that, please? Or hey. How you doing? You just chilling, huh?
I think that eye is still...
No, I think he's all right.
It's got a little bit of red on it.
He's like, oh, you're not going to give me food, so I'm going to leave now. Yeah. No, get away from the beer.
Okay, that's all. We just want to show that you're a good manner.
I did it all for the goldfish. Come on, the goldfish. Come on. So you can take that good boy and stick it up. Yeah, stick it up. Yeah. Why has it been so long? Why? For me to find out. But I did it. Not the only one. Cool. So, yeah, doggo. The doggo is here. So the LVSA was delivered, which is pretty cool. Now, yeah, we're just not necessarily missing the Orion, but yeah. Titan is officially a good boy. Yeah, it's been rubber stamped. Pretty good. Anyway, let's check out what's going on with NSF. Let's see what they're doing.
DOS here. We're trying something new. This is Starbase Daily for August 13th through the 17th, 2024. Scenes from SpaceX in Boca Chica, courtesy Mary, Boca Chica Gal, and Starbase Live.
Yeah, what he said.
There's Ship 30 over in the Rocket Garden. The tower modules and carriage. The carriage is what holds the chopstick to the tower.
Should I commentate over this? Did I know the LVSA was made by Leidos? Leidos? Is that a Leidos company or just Leidos?
There's the Star Factory expansion. Might be connected to the office building.
This sounds like LA Noire. It's Star Factory expansion. Might be connected to the office building. Wait a minute. I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit. In-game music usually is all right.
willing to risk it for the biscuit. No. We need to find the... Hold on. Give me a second.
There's another view of the office building. Over here we've got the 14.1, the test tank. It was used for catch testing. We've got some sheet piles being installed over at Pad B.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do this. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's so... That's perfect. It's so good, man. It sounds... Oh, that's funny. It's like a city stream I used to watch with the chill music, not you. Wait, what? Keep going? All right, fine.
There you see ship 26, which was lifted onto the work stand. Ship 30 got its decals installed.
I can't do it.
If you look closely, you can see Raptors being removed from ship 26.
Wonder if that's a clue.
There's Raptor 205. Donkey Kong carrying it around there.
It sounds like we're looking for clues. Oh my god, this is great. I gotta tell Dust, this is fantastic. Yeah. Dude, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Dude, I can't even watch that. It's so ridiculous. Dude, he has the voice, man. See the Raptors being removed there. I don't know about that one, kid. We're gonna have to go over there and we're gonna have to see if those Raptors have truly been removed. We might have to go bust the door in, asking some questions. But listen, kid, just stick with me, you'll go far. Sounds like a Noir detective movie, right? Yeah. So true.
Here comes Raptor 212. Next up, we saw Raptor 202.
The numbers, what do they mean? I don't know, Pi. Maybe it's some kind of clue. Now, here, let's see. See if I can use the raspiness to... What does this sound like? Well, you can see Raptor 202 being removed there, kid. I wonder what they're gonna do with Ship 26. Only time will tell.
Looks like the Raptor transporter broke down.
Looks like the Raptor transporter broke down. Poor Bob and Duck. Why are they always at the port? I think we're asking the right kind of questions here.
Most peculiar. They had to take it away with a forklift.
There's ship 30 getting some tile work.
There's ship 30 getting some tiles
Ship
done.
31 getting some tile replacements as well.
I wonder if that leads to the case of the rutted engine. You think it's a lead on the rud? I don't know, kid. That guy seems to be removing tiles. Looks like they're doing some type of tile replacement there.
Over the launch pad, the chopsticks are being prepared for testing with B14.1.
I wonder what that could mean.
It's actually a methane header tank being loaded onto a truck. Looks like it was being moved to McGregor, likely for some testing out that way.
I wonder if we go there and kick the door in at McGregor, if Billy Bopper's going to come around and show us what kind of hand he's holding in this poker game. Oh, because it's for black and white. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. I can do it. Give me 1 second. That certainly is an odd-looking piece of equipment there. I wonder what they're using. I wonder what they're using it for.
Here you've got Raptor 198 being removed.
Gee, I wonder. I wonder where they went to get that Toyota forklift that they got right there.
That's Raptor 195. It says right there on it. See?
Yeah, I can see that.
Literally says the chopsticks moved around. On August 15th, we've got Ship 26 being lifted off the work stand.
I wonder if they're gonna scrap it. They're gonna get rid of any witnesses of them testing Starship.
In the foreground, Module 8 moved out to the launch site for stacking on Tower 2.
Alright, the music's getting a little too intense.
Back at the production site, Ship 26 returned to the rocket garden. Perhaps a stay of execution.
I wonder, they're gonna try to tie up loose ends in their testing program.
Ship 33 section was moved around for stacking.
They're gonna get rid of 26 and they're gonna replace it with 33. Wonder what this means for old Elon and his cadre of engineers here. Yes, dude.
And we've got Module 7 stacked on Tower 2. Back over at the office building, construction continues.
Yeah, you can see that construction's really going on there. I wonder if they got something to hide.
There's that Star Factory expansion.
Wonder why they would be expanding it. Wonder what they're up to.
And continued work on Ship 31's tiles. See, the tiles with the adhesive are being removed first.
Yeah, they are.
Man, I tell you, that's one heck of a clue. Looks like someone went to town on this thing with an angle grinder. Could be anything, kid. Wonder what kind of grinder they were using. Wonder if there's any witnesses. Same adhesive made by Acme.
Work continues on ship 30. That's the S-34 header leaving for McGregor.
Yeah, there it is.
It's the Tin Man.
It does look like the Tin Man. Maybe it's kind of, maybe he's trying to send a message.
Here we've got the beginning of that B-14.1 testing.
I suppose they're wondering to see if 14.1 is going to talk. Is he going to be a songbird and give up ship 26? We'll have to see.
Looks like my 3D printer calibrating itself. On August 16th, we saw some catch testing with the chopsticks and B-14.1.
Every day goes by, Boca Chica gets bigger. I remember back not so long ago where it was just some guys testing stainless steel pressure vessels out in the middle of the field. Not so much anymore. Now it's a hustling, bustling Megazilla machine. It's designed to launch spacecraft up into space faster than a money printer can count money. Times have changed. Really gave it the squeeze, but it never. I can't do it. It's too good, man. It's too good. Yes. We should do this. Have to be done every time. Oh no! Looks like they're gonna give him the squeeze. 14, you stay strong. You hear? They're gonna ask you questions, and they're gonna intimidate you. You have to hold out strong to make sure you don't give up any of your possible buddies. Don't panic. I'm not panicking, you're panicking. Been in this business for over 10 years. Panicking is the way. But let stuff happen out of your control. You don't want that to happen, kid. Remember, loose lips sink ships. That's right. Oh, this is violent. Some of you might not want to see this, but we did manage to get some video footage of the perps. Warning, viewer discretion is advised. It's not for the faint of heart. You're probably not going to want to watch this with your lady friend, but you could. Definitely putting the squeeze on 14.1 there.
After the testing, B-14.1 was hooked up to the crane.
Yeah, clearly it's hooked up to the frame.
Over here we've got the nose cone pile installation on ship 31. And on August 17th, test tank 16 was moved out to Massey's. B-14.1 moved back to the production site.
He didn't crack under pressure. Good for him. Remember, chat, this is a stakeout. Even though we see something we don't like, we can't act on it. You gotta let the little fish go so you can catch the big fish.
There's only one more module to go, y'all. Over here we see the test tank 16 over at Massey's.
Okay. All right, that's enough. That's enough. It was funny. We're good now. I'm gonna shut that all off. Oh gosh. I can talk normally again. Also, the LA Noire soundtrack is very, very, very nice on the ears, if I do say so myself.
Production site. And work continuing on the chopsticks after that catch testing was performed.
What was that? I don't know, kid. Oh, wait, I can't talk like that anymore. Das put a voiceover over the Starbase video. He said he was trying something new out, and I'm sorry, it just instantly sounds like Cole Phelps looking for clues from, it instantly sounds like Cole Phelps looking for clues in LA Noire. That's what it instantly reminded me of. Like, listen to some of this, dude.
Over in the Rocket Garden. The tower modules and carriage. The carriage is what holds the chopstick to the tower. There's the Star Factory expansion. Might be connected to the office building.
Sounds just like... Might be connected. It might be a clue. It's so ridiculous. Oh my goodness. I'm seeing his doubtful face. Dude, it sounds like LA Noire. If you've never played LA Noire, first of all, play LA Noire. That game is amazing. It's so good. Those guys are working on the chops. They're working on the ship QD right there. Now think of it as a Hardy Boys South. Oh, I got a clue. Oh, I got a gigantic clue. Scaffolding is being installed on Tower 2. It's crazy to me that you have this big, crazy, like, awesome spaceflight tower, and then there's just, that's just regular scaffolding. Yeah. All right, well, that's your update for what's going on. Once again, that footage is coming from my buddies over at NSF. Guys, please, if you want to see the source video and you don't want to hear my moronic face talking over it, I linked it up in chat. Please go check it out. Go check them out. Give them a subscription, please. The subscription is free. It's a free sub for you, Jim. Over on YouTube. Yeah, I do work with NSF, and I host Flame Trench. The Flame Trench. Well, actually, I don't host it. Sometimes I host it. But I participate in a spaceflight podcast at a reasonable volume from 5 to 7 every Friday. Flame Trench. Yes, be good. The SS United States to be relocated to another port city no earlier than September 12. Funding launched to help relocate the historic SS United States. Cool. Well, that's good. Here's what the satisfactory extension looks like as of now. Oh, there you go. Leave you with my stapler to listen to the radio at a reasonable volume from 9 to 11. Cool, so it can rot at another pier. I should try a different voice with every vid. Yeah. Apparently, you need to stay off the Red Bull, by the way. Oh, Sawyer, that actually reminds me. First of all, no energy drinks today. I just had a cup of coffee. I'm running kind of on fumes here. I'm really tired today and have a disgustingly bad headache. I've had a migraine this entire stream. It's awful. I'm just powering my way right through it. Powering my way right through it to get you the space news that you need. Yeah, the space news that you crave. You want that space news so bad you can almost taste it. Anyway, check this out. Little bit. This isn't necessarily space news, but it is pretty cool aerospace news. This is coming from your favorite commercial aircraft company. Here.
For 29 years, the FA-18 Super Hornet has successfully protected the seas and skies around the world. But it all started with E1. It's gonna be a good airplane.
Airplane handles nice. Looks
it's felt like while I was flying, I thought I was flying the future, you know?
This past year, E1 returned to its birthplace in St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis,
and was
Mo.
restored by dozens of Boeing employees. And in August of 2024, it was officially unveiled at the National Museum of Transportation.
Welcome to the National Museum of Transportation and the dedication of our newest exhibit, F-18E1, very first Super Hornet.
For those of you first meeting E1, understand that it is the first of one of, if not arguably, the most successful naval aircraft in aviation history.
But E1's legacy is still being written today.
As Boeing continues to do upgrades to the airplane, it has maintained relevancy during its entire 30 years of service, and as evidenced by the USS Eisenhower's recent deployment with 4 F-18 Super Hornet squadrons there, they're the state of the art.
Super Hornet's going to fly into the 2040s. Growler's going to fly into the 2050s. Our job is to keep the platform modern and relevant and keep it up to the current fight. You see what the airplane can do today. Those are Block 2s. Block 3s are just starting to deploy in the Pacific. The future is bright for the F-18 because it needs to be.
Everything that you know about the F-18s today, whether it's Top Gun Maverick or the Blue Angels or the flight deck of our aircraft carriers or naval aviation power, all started with this airplane.
What will people say in 20 years? They'll go, this airplane was and continues to be the workhorse of the fleet.
Cool. That's pretty cool. So, Block 3 Super Hornets are going to run their course, but the testing article was retired, so that's pretty neat. The reason why I wanted to show it is because there were viewers that watched the stream that worked on that restoration, which is pretty cool. So, good job, guys. She looks great. Looks freaking sweet. Yeah, also Super Hornets are a big deal. If you're wondering, like, oh, what do you mean? It's just another F-18. No. FA-18s are not Super Hornets. Different plane. Completely different plane. Super Hornets are bigger. Way bigger. Yeah, bigger. Yeah. The size difference is pretty ridiculous. But yeah, that's cool, man. Cool. That one's better. Yeah, it's a completely different plane in the shape of an F-18. That's right. Can I see a size difference? Yeah. Well, but let me see if we can. Yeah, here you go. Just, yeah, that gets it done. Good enough. Yeah, see what I mean? Bigger. Way bigger. Yeah, Super Hornet is an excellent aircraft. Very good. Not that I've ever flown one. Maybe in a video game. Maybe I've seen a little on TV. Yeah. I've played Battlefield 3, man. Yeah, the Super Hornet, yeah, it's basically a much more modern plane that's just F-18 shaped. Yeah. The Super Hornet did kind of help lead to other things inadvertently, but yeah. What things? I don't know. Good things. You're a Hornet pilot in Flight Simulator. Whoa, bro. That's great. Cries in CF-188. What are you gonna do? Isn't the wingspan of a Super Hornet nearly the same as Starship's diameter? I'm not sure. There's a boatload of differences between the Super Hornet and the Legacy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, those differences are really easy to spot, Victory. It's because of the
Oh, that was weird. What happened? Yeah, I said my voice was going. It just I didn't think that that's what that meant. Classified. Tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Oh, now you get it. Oh, slow down. Oh, okay. 1960, 62. Spanish Armada, 1588. That is correct. You know what's messed up, Mason? I will never forget the dates from that trivia thing because of that freaking movie. Magna Carta, 1215. Norman invasion of England, 1066. So bad. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, poo is better. I get complimented on my World War II knowledge today when most of what I recalled came from Hearts of Iron 4. British invasion of everywhere else. 1066 is the Battle of Hastings. That's right. Yes, it is. Ah, now I want to play Hearts. You guys suck. Damn it. Oh, really, fool? Really? Yeah. You learn rocket science here, too, by the way. Stop looking at me, Swan. Play Hearts was one of those really cool overhauls in the workshop. I'll tell you what I'm not going to do, Grav. That. What do you think about Boeing lately, space-wise? Sorry, you've probably answered this multiple times. Warning, EJ opinion is coming. This is not entirely considered to be factual, but, you know, well-researched, we'll say. This is very much opinion. This isn't news. While it turns out when you don't take into account that your thrusters, which are rocket engines that get hot, are pointed into the sun because they're pointing in the same direction as your solar panels. And then you go and fire those thrusters and they get too hot because they're sitting in the sun while also firing. That can cause problems. It very much seems like you probably should have taken that into account, but
go at throttle up.
Not entirely sure if that happened here. Not entirely sure that happened. As far as I can tell, Boeing's thermal model is incorrect. Their thermal model was incorrect, and they had poppet seal they had fuel injector poppet seal degradation from overheating engines. So basically, the seals on the fuel delivery and oxidizer delivery mechanism on one of their thrusters started melting something upstream or downstream, and they blew out a seal or they damaged one, etc., etc. Why is that bad? You don't want to damage the seal where your fuel gets delivered into the rocket engine, because then it becomes a rocket engine. Fortunately, Starliner's control systems did catch it, but that's really kind of the conundrum that they're facing right now. There's no real way to tell if the seals are if the seals will hold during re-entry. Or during deorbit, I should say. Deorbit is the right way to say this. 40J, Brimo is going to make him do this till he's 90. If you know, you know. Okay. If we blow up the sun, would that not solve the problem? Um, Guys, I got a migraine today. That didn't help. I got a migraine already. It didn't help. Oh, God. Oh, God, you're making my head hurt. The sun's already blowing up. That's how that works. So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, man. You're making my head hurt. So, yeah, I can't speak to the Boeing commercial airplane side of things because I don't really care. But on the spacecraft side of things, I think there's a big problem. The problem is inexperience. Yeah, that's what it seems to be. Wild Rhino, that's what seems to be going on. It turns out when you fire all the people that work on the shuttle program, the shuttle's thrusters, and then you decide to design a spacecraft using the same thruster design, and then you go and hire a bunch of new people using that same thruster design, the technical expertise from and the problems that were solved from flying that thruster design previously have to be relearned. I think that's very much what's going on here. Chat, I didn't find these PDFs, to be 100% fair. Chat went, looking around for them for me. But I found, actually, Rocket Guy to be specific. He streams on Twitch. He's a good dude. He's an actual rocket scientist, unlike me, which just kind of plays one on Twitch. We found multiple PDFs here that talk about poppet seal degradation and thruster thermals. One of them is from 2004 and the other one's from 1991. So clearly this was an issue in the past and clearly it was solved. So if Starliner is using similar thrusters to the shuttle and then you're encountering the same freaking problem or seemingly the same freaking problem, what does that tell you? It tells you that the people working on this didn't know about this problem, which tells me they're inexperienced. Boeing would lay off the people that knew anything about this thruster and then hire a fresh crop of people so they could pay them less. That makes sense. That sounds right to me. Does that sound right to you? That sounds correct. That sounds like a company that's, trying to nickel and dime their own engineering division. That sounds right. That seems to be on par. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Once again, this is just my opinion. So remove this from any technical analysis that I do on poppet seals with thruster. Yeah, you can't, there's no cheaper way to do it, okay? There's only less expensive ways to do it, okay? There's no, cheaper way of doing this. Doesn't sound right, but sounds like business. Yep. Which kind of seems to be par for the course, Once again, guys, I wasn't sure it was inexperience. It was just a guess, but we did see a NASA Investigator General report come out about SLS Block 1B, particularly pertaining to the exploration upper stage, the bigger upper stage that they're building for SLS, and it said, well, nobody can maintain quality control on any of the parts because no one knows how to. Great way to run a cost-plus contract, too. So the problems affecting Boeing's civilian aviation division should never affect the space division. Look at Starliner. Yeah, were you listening to what I just said, or did you just want to draw your own conclusion? Because it seems like very much you weren't listening to what I was saying, but that's fine. I'm saying 2 + 2 = 4, and you're like, yeah, well, what about 6? I'm like, I don't, what? What are you talking about? Were you even listening? Like you said before, it's running on past achievements, not current skill set. Well, I came to this conclusion like sometime around 2020, 2021, when they said it's gonna cost $2 billion to build another mobile launcher. I'm like,
What? Like, once again, it's important to understand the process, but I think I've been neutral about this stuff long enough to be able to formulate a pretty damn good conclusion. Once again, this is just my opinion. But, yeah, what do I know about spaceflight? I don't know nothing about spaceflight. I like playing Kerbal. I play Kerbal all day. I make models for Kerbal Space Program, you know? Like, you could argue that I suck at that, too. That's what I went to school for, you know? So, who knows? Yeah, there you go, Iger. There you go. You might say that the coefficient of joules per mole, moles wear expensive joules, and rats wear cement shoes. Trying to solve a puzzle here. Puzzle the overheating thruster. We got an APB out on Boeing engineers that supposedly sabotage their own thing for stock prices. We're gonna have to go in and do some exploring there, kid. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. Opie, you're in 3, your last 5 classes today towards a BA in Aerospace Science. Good for you. Good job. You're moving up in the world there, kid. Temporary road delay on State Highway 4. On 8/21/2024, between 12 and 3 a.m., SpaceX will conduct transportation operations on Highway 4. Near Boca Chica Beach from the pad to the Sanchez lot. Transport will take 1 hour. Go. Are we in the Expanse now? I don't think so. We'll have to look. I remember seeing the head of Boeing before Congress, and he took a massive bonus, but laid off, fired many, and he got his butt handed to him from Congress. I know, see, here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like somebody's moral compass isn't a little screwed up at that company, but also at the same time, it's not the CEO's job to have a moral compass. It's the CEO's job to make money. You may not like that. I certainly don't like that, but that's the truth. They have a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders to generate income through any means necessary. That's their job. Now, personally, I think that's a little screwed up because they're putting profits over human lives, which, you know, it's a little messed up. But even trying to nickel and dime your own system to save money that way, to generate revenue for shareholders is a little awkward bass, don't you think? Like, we have this race to the lowest common denominator of costs here. And when that logic, when that business degree, you know, is applied to aerospace engineering, it turns out that it doesn't work very well. Because at the end of the day, aerospace engineering is a complicated endeavor. There's no way, there's no two ways to cut it, guys. I'm sorry, there's just not. If anyone wanted to build a rocket to go to the moon, right now, it would cost billions of dollars. It doesn't matter what your business model is. It doesn't matter what your testing regime is. It doesn't matter if you're NASA, SpaceX, Boeing, whomever. It doesn't matter. It's going to cost billions of dollars. There's no way to get around it. You know why? Because aerospace engineering is beholden to physics, and the laws of physics are inalienable. You cannot break those. I'm sorry, not by conventional means, that is. It's always going to cost money. Like, you can find ways to optimize process, but you only do that after making a good product. You don't try to optimize process while you're developing something. That's just, dude, I'm an idiot and I know that. You got to make something first before you can decide to penny pitch it. If you tried to penny pitch it while you're making it, it's going to suck. Like, that's not how you make money. But it doesn't matter. But once again, I don't really want to sit here and talk about the ethics of that. I mean, we can all say, like, you know, your moral compass is a little screwed up. Yeah, Spartan, right? Yeah. The crapification loop. I mean, it's really what it is. Little space history from Stennis. What do you got for me, T-Man? What do you got for me, kid? Oh, look, NASA doing something. Cool. In these Stennis history images, the first flight-certified Saturn V rocket second stage, S2-1, is lifted onto the A2 test stand at NASA Stennis on August 19th, 1966 in preparation for a hot fire test. This was the stage that was used during Apollo 4, and it produced 1 million pounds of thrust. Oh, yeah. Sorry for the controversy. Yeah, it is what it is, dude. You asked me what I think. That's what I think. But that's usually not what I would say if I was trying to report the news. They don't make him like that? Well, it's funny you should mention that. That's the biggest upper stage ever made, but and I will spend the last part of Space News talking about this. Now, I can't show any footage. Timmy doesn't want me to. I asked him. He doesn't want that. That's fine. Totally get it. His IP, you know, getting an interview with this dude must have been not easy to do. But Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, had an interview with Jeff Bezos going around the New Glenn factory. There's a 2-part series, and he released part 1 the other day, and it is excellent. Some of this, I would very much say that if you like space, even in the remotest of ways, you should go watch it. I was glued to the television. It actually, to be 100% real, like, and I said this a little bit earlier in the stream, you know, Tim had an interview, and Jeff Bezos is the one that's showing him Amazon. Jeff Bezos. I mean, he's since stepped down from the CEO position to focus more on Blue at the time. And I will say one thing about this, dude. It's easy to spot another nerd. And he's a big nerd. This guy loves this stuff. Like, I'm not trying to just talk up a billionaire, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, like, kind of into doing that. But, dude, he really knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. Dude, some of the ways he was explaining things are actually really good. Like, the guy could be an excellent science teacher in another life. Second of all, you know, he was super pumped about some of this stuff. It's wild. It is wild what they're doing at that factory in Cape Canaveral. It's awesome. You should probably go watch it. It's pretty good. What's the A2 test stand used for now? Testing RS-25s. Yeah, Spartan, I would disagree. Respectfully. I mean, I have my reasons why I think it's not, this kind of behavior happens, but I don't want to talk about that on stream, dude. So the reason why I bring up Tim's interview is because we looked at that picture of that, upper stage. That's an S2, but the New Glenn upper stage that's being worked on right now, it's a 7-meter diameter stage that's almost as big as that. Yeah, 7 meter, and it's about the same length as that S2, which is absurd. It has 2 B3 engines in it that are expander cycles engines making 500 kilonewtons per engine. New Glenn's upper stage is insane. It's insanely good for what it is, right? Like, that's probably the biggest upper stage that's going to fly, with the exception of S2 and Starship. It's gigantic. Yeah, guys, go watch Timmy's video. Some of the stuff in there about orthogrids and milling orthogrids and stir welding stuff, it's some really great up close footage. Please go watch it. Let me put it to you like this. That video will get referenced a lot here on this stream for context and about how stuff is made. So you might want it for a glossary of terms at the very least. Shoot, I don't think the B3U comes close to the RL10. What? It makes 5 times as much thrust. What are you talking about? The video was shot in May. Yep, Mab. What did I tell you, dude? Mab, I don't know if you were here when I showed those pictures from Dave Limp, the CEO of Blue Origin, you know, showing the RCS firing and the fins moving on the test articles, right? I said that was flight hardware, and they did confirm it in that video. That was flight hardware. Like I said, man, HVAC, dead giveaway. Could not show the video as we watched together. 415, I have too much respect for Tim. I'd have to ask him if he'd be cool with doing something like that. Tim's a buddy of mine, but like we don't talk all the time. I haven't talked to him since last year, early last year. So I haven't talked to him in a bit. But if he was, I would ask before we did something like that. Like the NSF stuff, I know is good. But even then, I still try not to just play the video. I try to put commentary over it, or at least put something on it. But I always, you know, like, I very much believe in giving credit where credit is due, but I also very much believe in asking, you know. Especially for other space content creators. Yeah, yeah, you don't want to blacklist yourself like that. That's not cool. No, but you're not watching on stream just together. I don't know. Maybe. I once again, I understand. See, this is the thing, dude. You asked me a question and I gave you a response and you said no. Like, no, but what about this? The premise of that response was not me misunderstanding what you're doing. Or what you're proposing. I just want to be very clear there. I understand. But I still would be more comfortable if I asked. Dude, you never know. You can't take risks like that. I mean, the LA North soundtrack is in-game music, so I'm not too incredibly concerned about that because there's a huge precedent for trying to claim a strike on in-game music. But who knows? You got to be careful about that stuff. And once again, it's just the straight respect that I have for the guy. You misunderstood. We all watch directly. No. Okay, no problem, dude. Yeah, I understood. Let me ask. Okay, I know him. I can just ask. It's easier that way. Did you see the video of the RFA hot fire? I did. We watched it at the beginning of Space News. Poll. Yeah, something broke. I have my guesses. It looks like a power pack induced failure from a hard start, or a power pack failure induced from a hard start. That's what it is. That's what I think. So, we'll see. More excited to see New Glenn's pad. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm very, 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 very on board with doing something like that. And you know what? To end Space News, here's what you get. You get some footage from the ISS. Look. Are you sick or allergies? I'm not sure.
Nice. You can work at SeaWorld.
There you go. That's your footage from the ISS.
It looks like they're having fun. Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. Voice isn't cooperating. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm gonna skip after hours just for tonight. Don't worry, it's not going anywhere. I'm not deviating from the schedule. I just can't talk. If I can't, I mean, maybe we could play Workers in silence or something, but that Workers is a game that needs to be explained, so I'll probably just end up doing that more tomorrow. There was video of the RFA hot fire. The BBC had video, but I think they took it down. It's pretty gruesome. It's pretty bad. Yeah. If you know how much effort goes into building one of these things, seeing that thing quite actually go up in flames it's hard to watch. I've had launch pads go up in flames. It is not a good feeling. It's very much not a good feeling. Flamey end came out the side. Yep. It was not good. So, guys, I'm just gonna give my voice a rest. I'm not entirely sure where this is coming from, but I will do my standard, protect your voice procedures here and go from there. Unless you guys want to silently watch me play another game. I'm kind of useless without the damn commentary. You could totally mime Workers. It's up to you. I think I'll just give my voice a rest just in case. It'll be very hard for me to not talk and play. Like I'm entirely convinced if I play video games like off stream nowadays, I haven't done that in a really long time, but if I did, I'd start talking to myself. Habits and stuff. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna rest up. I'm gonna stop. Make sure my voice is okay. I will see you guys tomorrow at noontime. Take care, LA Noir. Yeah, I'm sure doing the detective voice helped a lot. So, I'll see you guys all tomorrow. We'll get back to... We decided to do a detail pass on the KSP part, and we will jump back in, and we'll finish everything tomorrow. So, I'll send you a can of maple syrup. Yeah. One of these days, we got to find some time to catch up. Probably best when you can talk, though. Yeah, we will, dude. All right. I'm going to head out for the night, dude. I'm just going to give this a rest, and I will talk to you guys all tomorrow at noon. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.